Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the IDB Group, we wish to extend to you the most cordial welcome to this virtual summit, One Region, One Commitment. In the course of the 3 days, you will learn about the progress made by the region on climate and diversity through the different sessions that covered different issues related to this effort. This event is being broadcast live through 3 virtual channels in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and also on the LinkedIn channel of the Inter-American Development Bank. If you are not hearing the language of your choice, we invite you to click on the webpage of the event, www.iadb.org/one region, and you will be able to select this broadcast in your language. We invite you to follow the conversation in various networks with the hashtag One Region. These YouTube channels will be broadcasting live throughout the entire day, so you as participants will be able to log in and log out during the event and select the sessions of your choice. So welcome.
Bienvenidos a nuestra cumbre virtual.
Welcome to our virtual summit, One Region, One Commitment.
Me complace dirigirme aquí.
It is a great pleasure for me to address all of you to share and talk about the importance of establishing clear and ambitious stepping stones for climate change for each one of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and to talk about the achievements that have already been made. We will present the achievements in countries in our region and one of our main ambitions on the path to COP-26. Latin America and Caribbean seek to achieve sustainable, resilient, low-carbon growth that meets the targets set by Sustainable Development Goals, which requires that in the coming 3 decades, fundamental structural transformations ought to take place in growth. And from the IDB, we are devoted to these priorities. Our region is facing the overwhelming task of facing the worst economic crisis in over a century that continues to create ravage in the region. In our region, the official data of deaths reaches 1.3 million people, deaths in our region. Besides, over 30 million jobs have been lost because of the pandemic. These are serious statistics, but from the IDB, we also see a great push to the other side of the crisis and concrete opportunities to reinvest in a better future. We have the possibility of taking measures in order to set the difference in long-term progress. Just like the pandemic, the climate change knows no borders and has the power to destroy survival means and lives. Different from the pandemic, there are no vaccines. It's a matter of priorities, commitment, and daring mitigation and adaptation measures that we simply have to comply with and obey. If urban warming is not kept under 2 degrees, our region will have damages because of climate change that could reach $1 billion a year in 2050. At the same time, our region is also one of the most susceptible of having the impact of natural disasters worsened by climate change, such as Eta and Iota hurricanes last year's 2 weeks apart. However, we also have the possibility of achieving progress in this regard and in this field. Due to this reality faced by the IDB and its future recovery plan called Vision 2025, we've identified the imperative of acting in climate change and resilience. It not only expedites recovery, but converts another decade potentially lost into a decade of opportunities, prosperity, resilience. Now is the time to ultimately bring down the myth that the action against climate change is incompatible with economic growth. That is a lie. The advantage of acting now is clear. Investing $1 in resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean implies saving $4 in mitigation in the short term. The necessary investments to build resilient economies with net zero economies countries are consistent with economic growth and employment generation. We need to attain the zero emission goal by 2050, 2070 to stabilize the temperature in 1.5 degrees centigrade or 2 degrees Celsius while we offer universal access to energy and we maintain economic growth that is inclusive. In the coming 3 days, we will have 22 high technical quality sessions, but particularly a diversity of issues that will enable us to follow the actions taken in the region on climate change and biodiversity with an approach centered in inclusion. It's a pleasure for me to share the session with Fiona Clowder, Regional Ambassador of the COP for Latin America and the Caribbean, was appointed by the British Foreign Minister and the chairman of COP-26 to be the link with us, with Latin America and the Caribbean, to the preparation of this summit. That's Fiona Clowder, Regional Ambassador of COP26. I would also like to receive British Foreign Secretary. Thank you, Fiona, for being with us today. The next summit of the COP that will take place in Glasgow this coming November will concentrate on the importance of having ambitious emissions and reduction targets for 2030 that are aligned with achieving the net zero target by mid-century. And these are imperative. For that, the IDB is focusing on key and concrete actions such as accelerating the elimination of carbon, reducing deforestation, accelerating the switch to electric vehicles, and encouraging a circular economy, and pushing systematic bonds and promoting investment in renewable energies, amongst others. We also continue to catalyze front-of-the-line entrepreneurship and inventions in the region. However, it will also be crucial to support an inclusive adaptation agenda when protecting and restoring ecosystems and in strengthening and building infrastructure in a sustainable way in sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and the means of subsistence and survival in households. This is built on the basis of the foundation set in COP25, which was held by Chile as a host. Therefore, I invite you to hear the message of Carolina Schmid, Minister of Environment of Chile and President of COP25.
Quiero enviar un afectuoso saludo a quienes
Special greetings to those who are with us today and to congratulate the IDB Group for organizing this event, One Region, One Commitment, that attempts to support our region in Latin America and the Caribbean in order to move forward in the transition towards sustainable development, neutral in emissions, and adapted to climate. Climate change is the greatest challenge that we have as a generation. And for our government to face this with determination, with that sense of urgency, is an ethical, social, and economic imperative. Therefore, in Chile, one of our priority objectives has been to promote climate action in carbon neutrality as a state policy that will go beyond the governments in turn and that will set the foundation of the policy for growth and sustainable development in our country. Along these lines, I begin in 2020 with the framework bill on climate change, establishing zero neutral policy for Chile by 2050 as requested by science, a project that was unanimously approved and that today we are about to conclude urgently dealing with it in the Committee on the Environment in the Senate in Chile with great support from the science world, and I'm very grateful for it. This bill will allow Chile to have an institutional framework, a long-term framework that will guide the action of the state and private entities, setting a clear and resolute road on resilience and net zero emissions in our country. Also, in April last year, in the midst of the pandemic and COVID, precisely Chile presented to the United Nations the update of our NDC by establishing for the first time a total budget of carbon emissions for Chile, together with our intermediate goals, outputs, and outcomes by 2030, with a neutral carbon being acknowledged at a national and international level because of the strong increase in its ambition and stressing the establishment of a social pillar that links all our climate commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, and that considers a strategy of just transition for the process of decarbonization of our country, thus placing at the center people and their reality in the territories. In this context, the circular economy plays a key role in emissions and net zero emissions, because we know that the change to renewable emissions can reduce this in 55%, but the remaining 45% can only be approached by changing the way in which we produce and we consume. Therefore, our new NDC undertook the commitment of a roadmap in the circular economy for our country, built in a participatory way, and that sets 7 specific measurable goals to be attained. 75% of recycling in Chile, generation of over 180,000 new circular jobs, and reducing in over 90% the dumping sites, the disposal sites that bring social inequality in Chile. Reaching this neutrality needs an approximate investment of $50 billion in our country, which could trigger economic benefits, direct and net economic benefits that go beyond this amount in dollars, and that allows us to raise the GDP of our country in 4.4% by 2050. But what is even more important is that these huge direct economic benefits more than double if we consider the economic and social indirect benefits brought about by carbon neutrality in Chile due to a reduction of carbon emissions, of black carbon emissions, achieving strongly a control of local contamination and pollution, having cleaner, decontaminated cities, improving the health and the quality of life of families in our country. An essential contribution in order to expedite the so needed transformation to an economy low in emissions, resilient to climate, which has been bringing down the myth that an ambitious climate change policy goes against economic growth. The contrary is true, bearing in mind the natural characteristics of our country. An ambitious climate change agenda and circular economy greatly empowers our economic growth and improves the quality of life of people. Huge opportunities offered by this carbon neutrality have led the private sector to join strongly this transformation. Today in Chile, 78% of all investment projects that we find are projects, renewable energy projects, clear projects for the transformation needed by Chile. Our region is, besides, highly vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, progress ought to be made with indicators and concrete information in the territories to implement actions that will enable us to raise our resilience and our adaptation to climate change. Therefore, in November last year, we launched the climate risk measurement at a community level, covering the entire Chilean territory, and has information on impacts and risk brought about by climate change for productive activities for the communities, cities, and ecosystems at the level of each one of the communes in our country. This atlas is the basis for the definition of indicators and concrete goals in adaptation to climate change, which enable us to strongly increase everything to achieve our resilience. As the chair of COP-25, we've renewed the importance of climate action in the adaptation to the progress made with mitigation. Therefore, we created the alliance that brings together states, cities, regions, businesses, and financial institutions, as well as universities, that are committed to carbon neutrality and resilience in the world in what is requested by science by 2050. And together with the champions, we've launched the campaigns Waste Resilience and the Race to Zero campaign. Today, I invite you all to join these campaigns and to be part of this community with the climate mission. In the region, we ought to move forward with the definition of visions, long-term visions, through a comprehensive cross-cutting approach that will go beyond administrations and governments in turn. Therefore, we need to develop and implement climate strategies, long-term strategies, and to comply with the Paris Agreement. Chile has committed to present its first climate long-term strategy in Glasgow in COP-26. We're currently in a public consultation process, and this was built in a participatory way with a very important technical support and financial support from international organizations. I would like to thank the IDB in particular for its support in analyzing robust scenarios for this situation information and to move forward with the definition of indicators on public security. Today, we're faced with a challenge, and we ought to transform this into an opportunity. The recovery from COVID-19 ought to contribute in order to expedite our development in inclusive, sustainable development. The regional cooperation ought to have as its main purpose to install sustainable development as the foundation for progress in our region, with social development, with economic growth, and the protection of our environment. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, ministra.
Thank you very much, Minister. In fact, yes, it is up to us to think, and we have the wonderful opportunity of deciding what the post-pandemic recovery we want for the region. At the IDB, we're investing in order to increase resilience in the region, not only when faced with the pandemic, but also considering its high vulnerability to climate change. And therefore, we seriously consider our role as a partner and catalyst for the investment of billions of dollars in climate finance in public and private sectors with whom we've cooperated in the last few years. In 2020, the IDB Group approved over $20 billion in new financing record. Our institution, the private institutions, IDB Lab and IDB Invest, mobilized $9 billion, of which 30% was climate financing. In terms of the negotiations, we're also on the path to finishing participation of the Paris Agreement, a whole set of rules of this rule book that will operationalize and accelerate collaboration between governments, companies, and civil society. We will continue to use these priorities that were worked in Madrid during the COP-25. The IDB has aligned its portfolio with the Paris Agreement, and at the same time, the IDB Group will continue to cooperate with governments in order to take care of the needs of each country. The IDB will continue designing and using tools for innovative financing in order to leverage investment in the private sector and promote resilient development. At the IDB, we've undertook the commitment to reach a 30% funding for climate for 2023, which ensures over $5 billion a year. Our loans support a sustainable economy, which is crucial for our Caribbean countries, and the protection of biodiversity, which is essential for all countries. Very proud of our initiative for the Amazon, which is a clear reflection of our commitment because it will mobilize $1 billion during the next 5 years to support sustainable and inclusive development of the Amazon region. But we know that this is not enough. A couple of days ago, we published Climate Policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, the result of a clear commitment from the region and a unique leadership of ministers of finance who are asking us for more support and innovation in this field. And for that, we need to work hard, and hand in hand, the IDB Group is closely working with governments in the region to make sure that the projects will have a positive impacts and will improve lives. In the coming 3 days, we want to tell you about all the success stories in the region, the leadership of our countries that so much deserve, and the communities that deserve so much, their technical, unique capacity, and essentially the political commitment, the unanimous commitment that we have, almost unanimous, that we have with governments. But I don't want to spoil the surprises these days, so I invite you to participate in each one of the sessions. So now we're going to move to the conversation with our guests, our special guest in this session, and I'd like to give the floor to our participants so that they can share with us a vision of the chair of the UK on COP26. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce, for the opening of our conference, Fiona Clodder, UK government's regional ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean, the COP26, and Daniel Violetti, director and means of implementation division, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Thank you both for joining us today. And I'd like to begin by yielding the floor to Fiona. Fiona, the UK has been working on a strong, impressive agenda and building strong diplomatic ties to make COP26 a success. So please, can you share with us the perspective of the UK presidency on COP26?
Mauricio, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak at this very important conference. And COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference, is planned to take place in Glasgow, Scotland, the 1st to the 12th of November. That's just 4 months away. And so the ideas, the commitments, the actions that are defined by this very important IDB regional conference on climate action and biodiversity will help shape the path to COP26 and beyond. One region, one commitment, and that commitment to address climate change is so crucial. But it has to be more than just a commitment. It has to be about action. Action to benefit this region. Action that ensures Latin America and the Caribbean has a voice and influences the world on COP26, that helps the future for this region. And most of all, action that makes a difference for people. And so the themes of this conference on climate action and biodiversity resonate very, very strongly with the UK presidency approach for COP26, and building, of course, on the work done by Chile. And my thanks to Carolina Smith and her team for all that has been achieved through COP25. But this is not just about an environmental agenda. It's about social and economic change, particularly in these difficult times in the recovery from the pandemic. But as Carolina highlighted, the enormous challenges to come from climate change. So in defining that social, economic and environmental change, it's also change that can create jobs, growth and better lives, as well as protecting our planet. And as Mauricio has outlined, change that is an opportunity to reduce carbon in economies, an opportunity to reduce deforestation, an opportunity to move to a sustainable, just and a fair transition to a net zero world for a green, low carbon and resilient future. And that involves everyone, not just governments, but regions, businesses, cities, and above all, citizens. So everyone listening to this conference can play a part. Think about what you can do in your role, talking to your colleagues, your friends, your family, about the ideas you hear in this conference. Carolina also mentioned Race to Resilience and Race to Zero, important campaigns allied with COP26. And that's about rallying leadership and support from every sector of society. And already there's over 700 cities, 23 regions, over 2,000 businesses, over 100 investors, nearly 600 institutions involved in that initiative. And you can find out more about both COP26 and the Race to Zero and Race to Resilience on the COP26 website. So COP26 is a major opportunity for us all to seize this agenda. And our approach as the UK presidency for COP26 is to encourage the world to achieve net zero by 2050 and to keep the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees. And so there are 4 key goals that we want to take forward. First of all, mitigation. For all countries to come forward with ambitious emissions reduction targets to reach by 2030. And that's through something called nationally determined contributions that align with then reaching net zero by the middle of the century. And what does that mean? It means about curtailing deforestation. It means about focusing on sustainable production, sustainable use of land, improved agricultural practice, accelerating the phase out of coal and fossil fuels, but speeding up the switch to electric vehicles, encouraging investment in renewables. And we encourage all countries to come forward with their new or updated NDCs by the 30th of July. And the UN Climate Change Secretariat will then produce an NDC synthesis report at the end of September that's going to be very, very important for the discussions in COP26. And so what does that mean for you? It's about your country setting out its plan for change, change that will benefit you, change that will benefit the environment. So find out if your country has prepared an ambitious NDC and what's called a long-term strategy, the strategy for implementation. Find out if not, why not? Because it will help everyone and help make it happen. Our second goal for COP26 is around adaptation. As Carolina highlighted, so crucial to protect communities and natural habitats, particularly important for Latin America and the Caribbean. The climate's already changing. It will continue to change with devastating impacts, even as we reduce emissions. So we all need to work together to enable and encourage countries, particularly by those most affected by climate change, to protect and restore ecosystems, build defences, warning systems, invest in resilient infrastructure, and develop agricultural practices to avoid further loss of homes, livelihoods and lives. Thirdly, finance. To deliver all of this, we need to align finance with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Developed countries need to make good their promise to mobilise at least $100 billion in climate finance per year through to 2025 from both public and private sources. And it's been really good to hear from Mauricio on the commitment of the IDB, because the international financial institutions, the multilateral banks, also need to play their part and help in unleashing the trillions in private and public sector finance that's going to be needed to secure global net zero. Our fourth goal is very much about international collaboration and partnership. We can only rise to the challenges of the climate crisis by working together, whether that's a country that's a large emitter or whether it's a small vulnerable state. And so as incoming COP26 presidency, we're clear that we must accelerate action and partnerships to tackle the climate crisis through collaboration between governments, businesses and civil society. And within the multilateral process, we're committed to facilitating agreement on the outstanding elements of what's known as the Paris Rulebook. And those are the detailed rules that make the Paris Agreement to keep within 1.5 degrees operational. But we're also keen that that ambitious set of negotiated outcomes leaves no issue and no party and no person behind. So on all these issues, your voice and influence and commitments are crucial. You can help build those collaborations across government, with business, with wider society, and across this region. The voices of Latin America and the Caribbean are important and need to be heard. And some of the opportunities in this region include electricity generation, clean transport, agricultural innovation, sustainable land use, waste and water management, building design, reforestation, ocean conservation. And so it's been very good to see the leadership of the IDB in convening this conference and the recent report on climate policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. And now it's about turning those policies into action, driving forward the priorities for investment, mobilising business by developing a virtuous cycle of policymaking, legislation, regulation that helps the business environment, fuels creativity and innovation, attracts investment, creates jobs and growth. And also in this region, which is so important for nature and biodiversity, to ensure that ecosystems are preserved and nature-based solutions to address climate change are optimised. So the need for vision and leadership is great. This year of the pandemic and its tragic consequences, particularly in this region, have changed our world. There's been a lot of analysis and discussion on climate issues and the prospects of a green recovery. But that needs to be turned into action, urgent action, and the window of opportunity is now. 2030 is less than a decade away. So where do you want your countries to be by 2030? What can be done to turn ideas into action? And how can the region come together to drive this change forward? This conference on one region, one commitment can help turn commitment into action. Actions on a sustainable recovery. Actions on a transition to zero carbon energy and transport. Actions on biodiversity and climate, resilience and adaptation. Actions on innovation and how best to involve the private sector. So there are many meetings coming up before we get to COP, including the UNFCCC Regional Ministerial Week in August, and I believe the IDB is planning a further meeting of finance ministers in September. And there will be many, many both regional events and events in each of your individual countries. That hopefully all this will galvanise a regional action plan that could help change in this region and also show leadership to the world. So COP26 is an important moment in November, and I look forward to working with all of you to make the most of that opportunity. But what is even more important than the conference itself is the legacy it establishes. Be a part of it. You can make a difference on this agenda. You can make a difference for COP26. You can make a difference in the world for a green, low carbon, and resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. And really, you have a big challenge ahead of you, and you know the region and the IDB is here to support you in all ways and ensure a successful COP26, so please count on us. Now I'd like to invite Danielle Violetti. Danielle, with COP26 before us and the recent pre-COP26 negotiations, how would you describe the role of Latin American Caribbean countries as members of the UNFCCC?
Hello, thank you very much. And first of all, thanks for the opportunity to be here with you today. And thank to you, President, and to the IDB group for the invitation to join me today. Well, I think that Fiona very clearly laid out the criticality of COP26 and why we must achieve a success at COP26. But also the success means different things, means achieving a balanced package of decisions and actions that reflect the expectation, concerns, and needs of all stakeholders in multiple areas. So the overall backdrop is really ambition. We saw that the conference needs to achieve, wrapping up the outstanding negotiated items to complete the rule book, rising ambition, mitigation, adaptation, and finance, but also bringing state and non-state voices together to continue building climate ambition. So that's ambition is the driver for all of us, for all that also are participating in this very important event. And as you also, President, said, it is an unprecedented opportunity as nations build forward from the COVID-19 pandemic to structure resilient, sustainable, green post-recovery economies. And this is really a rare moment and that cannot be lost. So in addition to ambition in mitigation, adaptation, capacity building, we should see more ambition with respect to support to developing countries, which are the most vulnerable of all this process. And also we need to integrate climate risk into policies and investments decisions, which is a very critical aspect of the whole process of implementing the commitments coming in the Paris Agreement and other instruments. So a way that, of course, the Latin American Caribbean countries can pave the way towards more ambition, of course, in embedding these ambition, adaptation, and mitigation plans in their updated NDCs. And specifically to your question, it is of course understood that all countries play an important role in advancing the climate action agenda and contributing to the success of the intergovernmental negotiation. And is it true that each region has its different context and characteristics, and all definitely can add great value through national and regional lessons learned and innovative policy approaches. The LAC region, in this sense, has definitely a lot to offer. And as mentioned before, in light of the region's unique technical capacities and political commitment, and decisive progress in policy approaches, which could serve to highlight what can be done when there is both political will and right packages of policies, incentives, and technical solutions. So this is an area that definitely needs to be further pursued. But from our what we have seen in many different contexts, a number of important opportunities are coming to the region, and the region has a lot to offer in this context. First, the recognition of the importance of whole of government approaches and advances being made in the region as regards to mainstreaming low carbon and resilient development into COVID-19 economic and social recovery programs. In this sense, was mentioned that the role of finance ministries, for example, is recognized by countries in the region as fundamental, particularly in the current situation where the pandemic is an opportunity to establish synergies as regards economic and investment planning. The LEC region also continues to be at the forefront of the promotion and scaling up of nature-based solutions as a win-win opportunities for addressing climate change and contributing to adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development. Another area of great interest is carbon pricing. Carbon pricing discussion in the region are quite active, and several initiatives are ongoing, bringing together jurisdictions, organizations, and facilities committed to accelerating carbon pricing in markets in the transition to a net zero region. And the lessons learned from this initiative could serve to inform similar action in other regions as well. Then the importance of private sector engagement. Private sector engagement through conducive enabling environment from the policy and in the incentive perspective is an area where the region continues to make progress. And for example, the work of the IDB group is doing in supporting small and medium enterprises and attracting the private sector to sustainable business opportunities. So in summary, I mean, these are just examples of the positive action and the leadership that the region can take that will bring together as a result this momentum of more ambition towards COP26 and of course beyond. COP26 is a moment in time. We have longer term goals, and we need to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement all together. But whatever is doable at the regional level, these positive examples, success stories, and showing to the rest of the world what can be done with the resource available and increment your own level of ambition is going to be absolutely critical also to mobilize other regions on the same track. So I think as a first moment, I'll stop here, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Daniel. So let me ask you, help me do my job better. How can we continue supporting this agenda from the IDB?
Thanks. I think I cannot do that, but definitely I see as leading to my previous example of the engagement of the private sector, for example, and bringing. It's clear that governments alone cannot make it. That has been clear since a long time, and therefore all stakeholders in critical order, in particular in the economic sector, and particularly in the private sector, are those who can make a difference in making the whole economic change, the transition to the new green economy work, and also implementing these plans. So this is one for sure. And then you're doing a lot of excellent projects and projects in raising the ambition in those projects. You already talk about your plans, and this is absolutely necessary. So more of the same, definitely. And in you and your ambition of the group is one that can also bring other regions and similar institutions in other regions all together in achieving this goal that we all need that. And it's clear that each of us has a role to play, but the one of an institution like the IDB group is absolutely critical for the region and the rest of the world as well.
I appreciate. Thank you for that advice, and you can count on us to keep doing our part and to take our leadership role. So thank you again, both Fiona and Danielle, for joining us today, and we really hope that we can have a very productive 3 days of high-level dialogue on a topic that's really a clear priority for the IDB and for Latin America and the Caribbean as a region. So count on us to help you tackle this challenge. Back to Spanish. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you all for accompanying us today. I hope that you participate in the next events. Thank you, and good luck in your meetings.
Muchísimas gracias por esta
Thank you for such an interesting session. Thank you all for accompanying us. While we prepare the following session, you will see more about the Sustainable Development Initiatives and climate change initiatives that we have in the region. Stay with us, please.
Ahora las invito a realizar esta pausa activa, donde vamos a comenzar por cuello. Realizamos rotación de cuello, 5 hacia un lado y luego 5 hacia el otro, ¿ok? Contamos hacia un lado, bien grande, exagera el movimiento. 1 y respira profundo por nariz, bota por la boca. 2, 3, 4, 5 y cambiamos de sentido bien grande al otro lado. 1, vamos, 2, cuida tu postura. 3, respira profundo. 4 y último 5, vuelve al centro.
At NDC Invest, we admire the unity and tenacity that Latin America and the Caribbean have shown in the face of adversity. We know that achieving sustainable economic recovery after the pandemic is a huge challenge, but it is also a great opportunity to make significant progress towards achieving net zero emissions and climate-resilient economies. Fortunately, we know the methods and tools that will guide countries towards a just transition that will benefit everyone. We are confident in the potential of our region's leaders, and we support them to take action and achieve more ambitious goals that exceed the expectations projected in their NDCs. To support this process, NDC Invest combines technical assistance and financial resources and instruments that guarantee successful implementation of commitments to the Paris Agreement. For example, in Central America, we are supporting the construction and implementation of REDD+ strategies for the protection and sustainable management of forests with the aim of creating jobs in vulnerable groups. We are promoting the electrification of the transport sector with more than 51 initiatives in 19 countries of the region. The ACL Funds portfolio grew to 19 projects in 2019 for $15 million and leveraged more than $600 million in investment loans. And we recently helped Costa Rica determine that reaching net zero emissions will bring net benefits of $41 billion to the economy between 2020 and 2050. Thanks to the support we have given our region, in just 2 years, we have become the largest NDC platform among multilateral development banks. We can see the great opportunities and proven examples in our region, and with the potential to lead the world towards prosperous net zero emissions and resilient economies in the coming decades. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Continuamos con cuello y ahora vamos a mirar hacia un lado y luego hacia el otro. Siente tensión en el cuello cada vez que cambiamos de lado y contamos. Inhala, exhala. Esto es una repetición. Vamos. Continuamos. Contamos 10. 2. Movimientos controlados. Coordina con tu respiración. 3. 4, 5, 6, relaja los hombros, 7, 8, vamos, quedan 2, 9 y última, vamos, de lado a lado, 10. Seguimos con cuello y ahora vamos a mirar arriba y luego llevamos el mentón al pecho. Contamos 10 más y recuerda ir respirando profundo por nariz y botando por la boca. 1. Coordina los movimientos con la respiración. 2. Así vamos relajando la zona cervical. 3. Mira arriba y lleva mentón al pecho. 4. 5. 6. 7. Recuerda relajar los hombros. 8. 9 y último 10.
Bienvenidos a la segunda sesión.
Welcome to the second session for today. The Vision 2025 establishes as one of the priorities for climate change and biodiversity. Let us move on to the next session to look at the important role played by nature in the economic recovery of our region, employment, national GDP, and connections with climate change. If you're not hearing the language of your choice, we invite you to click on the webpage of the event, www.iadb.org/OneRegion. And there you will be able to select the language of your choice.
Buenos días y bienvenidos a la...
Good morning and welcome to this high-level plenary on natural capital, mainstreaming, and finance. My name is Juan Pablo Bonilla. I am a manager of the climate change and sustainability sector of the IDB, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you. Inhabitants in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean are fortunate enough in living in a region with great natural beauty. Latin America and the Caribbean possess 40% of the biodiversity of the world and host 7 of the 25 critical biodiversity points. Over 30% of fresh water available on Earth, and almost 50% of all tropical forests of the world are found in our region. This natural capital is not only important as a natural reserve or habitat, but at the same time, it does bring about significant benefits for the human development and well-being, including, as our president said during the opening, our path towards COVID-19 recovery. Nature also brings with it benefits on climate regulation and resilience. The United Nations estimate that the oceans and global terrestrial ecosystems are each one absorbing 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions. Nature promotes the economy, pushes the economy, and it's a vital global asset that provides us environmental goods and services such as food, air, and water. All economic activities essentially depend on these services to a certain extent, and it is estimated that close to half of the world GDP depends to a large extent or moderately on nature and its environmental services. In spite of all of the above, we are now witnessing the destruction of forests and other habitats, and the fastest drop in biodiversity ever recorded. We have not attained any of the 20 Aichi goals of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity that were set in 2010 in Japan. As the IDB stresses in its Vision 2025 for sustainable growth, this is the time to revert that trend and to invest in the agendas of nature and climate change. Nature-based solutions could represent close to 40% of the reduction in carbon emissions necessary to limit global warming to less than 2 degrees Celsius by 2030. They can also provide important resilience services, adaptation, protecting us against the rise in sea level and higher intensity storms that result from climate change. The post-COVID recovery can be supported by nature and must be supported by nature. Nature Nature can not only assist us in creating jobs, creating income, revenue, taking advantage of the investment in the private sector, and protecting critical services of ecosystems. Research has found that investments in natural capital usually create jobs, low skill and rapid implementation. Investments based in nature create almost 40 jobs per every $1 million invested, over 10 times what the investments in fossil fuels. If we want to revert the destruction of natural capital, the world will need to increase global funding devoted to conservation and restoration of biodiversity of close to $120 billion a year to close to $967 billion a year during the next 10 years, eightfold. In a period of considerable fiscal restrictions, we're aware that public funds on their own cannot pay the bill. We must design financial instruments of being innovative that can attract private capital. And in the public sector, with this mainstreaming approach, the different ministries and the supranational role, the role of cities, can find solutions based on nature with the complete gamut of national and regional plans that will make sure that every dollar spent has manifold impacts. There is room for optimism. Nature and biodiversity agendas are gaining global support and push. As you know, in the last few months, we've seen the G7 issue a statement on nature, the launch of a working group on financial dissemination related to nature, global investors such as BlackRock asking the enterprises to have plans to mitigate the risk of natural capital and take advantage of the opportunities, and much more that would have been unthinkable 10 years ago. At the same time, the COP this year, as was mentioned by Fiona during the opening on climate, is planning one day to nature-based solutions, and the COP on biodiversity will meet in order to set the new targets for the action on biodiversity. In fact, there is a convergence of activities between the climate, the world, and the biodiversity group, between the public and the private sector, between the role played by the government and the role of cities and their citizens. An important contribution to this push was the recent Dasgupta review on the economy of biological diversity that was entrusted by the UK Treasury. I had the honor of participating in the review advisory group, and I'd like to share with you some of the recommendations at relatively high level of this Dasgupta review. It offers options for change that can help us ensure that commitments taken by mankind with nature will be sustainable, covering three major areas. One, make sure that our demands on nature will not be greater than the supply, and increase the global supply of natural assets vis-a-vis their current level. How can this be done? Well, by improving management of protected areas and dramatically increasing investment in nature-based solutions. Second, to change our economic success indicators in order to guide everything on a more sustainable path as a measure for inclusive wealth to account for the benefits of investing in natural assets. Thus, the importance of including nature and biodiversity in our natural accounts. Third, to transform our institutions and systems, and in particular our financial systems, in order to allow these changes to take place and to support them for future generations. These recommendations are essential for sustainable development of our region, where our countries depend to a large extent, as we mentioned previously, on the natural resources for economic development. The conversation we're about to hold today has to do with how countries in our region are planning and exploring the important role played by nature in our economies and our survival and our livelihood and the climate resilience. We will talk about the value of biodiversity, its role in the recovery plans of COVID-19, bringing in biodiversity into the budgets and national planning, as well as innovative finances. We are very fortunate today to have with us a panel of ministers who represent the ministers of finance, ministers of the environment, foreign affairs, a testimony that attests to the importance of the natural capital as a cross-cutting axis and the changing way in which governments approach biodiversity. We hope to have a fruitful conversation with our colleagues, and I'm very grateful to them for being with us today. And before we begin, we have some announcements. First of all, thank you everyone for being with us today. We have simultaneous interpretation into Spanish, Portuguese, and English available on the streaming platform. We will use English and Spanish for this session, so take this into account. The session is being recorded, and now I'll switch to English.
We'd like to begin with a message from Kemi Badenoch, Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury of the United Kingdom. From her position in Treasury, Minister Badenoch led and chaired the advisory panel for the economics of biodiversity, the Gupta report, which was published on the 2nd of February of this year. And she will share with us some thoughts on how to operationalize the review going forward and the UK's response to these challenges.
It is an honor to be joining you today to talk about the urgent need to protect our planet's biodiversity and the importance of integrating nature into the decisions we make. The mounting evidence of rapidly increasing biodiversity loss, from the recent IPBES Global Assessment to the World Wildlife Fund's Living Planet Index, tells us we must act now if we're to avoid risks that arise from the continued degradation of our natural environment. Professor Dasgupta's independent review on the economics of biodiversity makes clear that those risks are not only environmental, but also economic, and that conserving and enhancing our natural environment and the biodiversity that underpins it is critical to supporting sustainable and resilient economies and protecting our livelihoods, our climate, our health, and our well-being. I had the pleasure of chairing the review's advisory panel, in which Juan Pablo played an active role. The review's findings will help decision makers all around the world understand how they can account for the natural environment, and in doing so, have a more complete view when balancing social, economic, and environmental considerations. One of the review's central conclusions is that action is required at all levels of society. Individuals, businesses, governments, and international organizations all have a role to play, and the UK government is doing its part. For example, we are reorienting support for the agricultural sector to improve the environment, animal health and welfare, and reduce carbon emissions. We are legislating for a binding national target for species abundance to be achieved by 2030, aiming to halt the decline of nature. And we have set out an ambitious 10-point plan, which will mobilise £12 billion of government investment to create and support up to 250,000 highly skilled green jobs. But we are not complacent, and we know that more needs to be done. Earlier this month, we published our formal response to the Dasgupta review, detailing the ways in which the UK will go further to deliver a nature-positive future and ensure our economic and financial decisions support that future, including ensuring all new UK bilateral aid spending does no harm to nature, and incorporating biodiversity into the UK government green financing framework, which will determine which projects are eligible for financing under the UK government's Green Guilds programme. But it's not just governments that need to act. Businesses and those that finance them also need to address biodiversity loss. That is why we are legislating to ensure new nationally significant infrastructure projects provide a net gain in biodiversity and habitats for wildlife, and we're committing up to £3 million in additional support to the development of the International Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures Framework, which will support financial institutions and companies to report and act on nature-related risks. Multilateral development banks have a crucial role to play too. In the lead-up to COP-26, the UK is encouraging MDBs, like the IDB, to take the lead by promoting the consideration of nature across their analysis, policy discussions, and operations, agreeing a joint statement on nature to this end, and putting forward ambitious individual efforts to raise ambition and use public and private finance to protect and enhance the natural environment. In doing so, MDBs can support efforts to raise ambition and use public and private finance to protect and enhance the natural environment. I want to commend the IDB's efforts in this space, for example, by including biodiversity in 15 country strategies this year and ensuring policymakers have the tools they need to better value natural capital by way of its Natural Capital Lab. This is a crucial year for international action to address biodiversity loss. If we are to achieve a nature-positive future and ensure that we all stand to benefit from that future, then incorporating the natural environment into our economic and financial decision-making is essential. I look forward to working with counterparts from finance ministries across Latin America and elsewhere to this end.
Now, thank you, Minister. And now we move to our second guest, Minister Marsha Cattle from Barbados. Marsha is the Minister of Economy and Investment in Barbados. Minister, it's a pleasure having you here with us today. And I want to congratulate for your leadership in not only what you do in the day-to-day, but also from the Economic Minister of Barbados leading the climate agenda. And I would like to start by asking you, as a Minister of Finance, how do you see the role of nature in the economy? And let's start with that open question to then talk about roof to roof.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be with you and to be a part of this conversation. Let me first say that Barbados is an island economy. And for those of us who live on islands, for those of us who live naturally in a way that is very linked to the environment, to the blue and green surroundings that we inhabit, we've always had an appreciation, I dare say, for the interrelated nature of the natural environment and the economy. Barbados is a heavily tourism-based economy still, even as we continue to diversify both the tourism sector into what we call a visitor economy that doesn't just depend on short stay visitors, but we've always been highly tourism-based. When you depend on the natural environment for your living, whether it be agriculture and fisheries or the coastal environment that is our product, it is very difficult not to see and make visible always the relationship between nature and how Barbadian people make our livelihoods and how we're able to use growth to reinvest in people. So that's always been something that we've been very conscious of. Nonetheless, we've, like most countries, developed a lot of what we call great infrastructure, so highly built environments that most of us have developed. But we've always been conscious that Barbados has to have a clear sustainable development path. And I'll give you an example that I'll probably also come to later when we talk about roofs to reefs. Barbados is 1/7 an area that we call the Scotland District, which has perhaps our largest biodiversity content, different species of flora and fauna. And this is where you will find perhaps the largest examples of biodiversity on the island. But it is also where you'll find quite insecure quite insecure natural infrastructure in terms of how it is built. Barbados has a lot of cave networks. The area is prone to slippage. And so when it comes to providing for people, for how we build in this area, for how we build homes, how we make commercial investments, how we make sure that we protect people from slippage in that environment is something that we always have to be very mindful of. I want to say very quickly in answering this question, Juan Pablo, that we've been able to see that investment in nature-based solutions is extremely important. So one of the things that we know for sure is that the population of bees in any ecosystem is extremely important. And so as an agricultural measure in our sector, we've very recently been encouraging investments in beekeeping as an activity. And we've seen that there are lots of young people who are very interested in this new sector. We've also seen that resilient water infrastructure is extremely important for the agriculture sector. And we are starting to make sure that we have some nature-based solutions in this area. I want to give an example of a project that we've recently developed in Whole Town, and that is the extension of the channel there. What we've done is to expand the pond there so that the concrete channel, the built environment there is shorter and the pond is much wider. And what has this achieved for us? It means that flooding is reduced. It means that the nutrients and pollutants actually fall out and bind with the sand and the soil, and therefore don't go directly into the sea. Now, Whole Town is a coastal area. It's where we see a lot of tourism investment. It is also where we have tremendous coral reef networks. And so by having a nature-based solution directly in that location, we're able to protect the environment, protect the livelihoods that depend on the tourism sector in that area, and demonstrate very clearly the close nature of nature-based solutions and natural responses, and how people live and earn their livelihoods. So for us, it is extremely clear and important and always has been.
Minister, and you provided very good examples of the importance of nature with people, with economy in different sectors. But something that from Barbados is amazing, and since the first time I visited Barbados and I met with you, is Roof to Reef. It's one of the examples that we're seeing in the region about a national program that is totally mainstream across the different sectors and led by the Ministry of Economy. So I would like you to share with the region and with the audience about what Roof to Reef and what type of impact you are looking for to have from the program.
Thanks. So Roofs to Reefs is a project that we thought was necessary for exactly the reason that you mentioned, Juan Pablo, which is that traditionally we've seen a smattering of different environment projects that are confined to what we consider environment ministries, that are meant to have some biodiversity or some climate resilience impact, but don't have scale. On an island like Barbados, in a context where, as a country that lies between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, we are on the front line of the climate disaster. We determined as a government that having these small projects in discrete places is not going to give us the scale to allow our people to survive the climate crisis. And so Roofs to Reefs was developed in order to make sure that our economic recovery, that our economic plan is not at all developed separately from our sustainable development agenda. And so what is Roofs to Reefs? It is really all of the interventions brought together in one program, all of the interventions that are required for a climate resilient economy. And we call it Roofs to Reefs because we believe it starts at the level of the household and the community. We believe it has to make visible the issues of loss and damage. You know, under the Paris Agreement, the Warsaw Mechanism for Loss and Damage was never really realized. However, people in countries like Barbados, we saw in Dominica lose 220% of its GDP in 24 hours, are very susceptible at the level of their homes to the increased natural disasters that happen as a result of the climate crisis. So we started with the roofs idea because we realized that people's roofs are highly insecure. The week before last, we had a freak storm. We had an event that nobody saw coming that ended in many roofs being blown off of homes and many homes being destroyed. And so we realized that at the level of the household, we have to start there and have to make sure that people's homes are secure. But it also has to do with the way that we're able to use renewable energy technologies, the way that we're able to use sustainable nature-based solutions to make sure that we limit runoff into the reef, to make sure that people are able to make use of renewable energy at the household level of things like rainwater harvesting. And so Roofs to Reefs, from the community-based approach to the national approach, where we're also looking at how we build in financial resilience, the use of green and blue bonds and other thematic bonds. It is essentially the entire investment schedule for a climate resilient Barbados. And so that is included for us things like how we are able to build on the National Coastal Risk Information Planning Platform that the bank is working with us on, how we incorporate the valuation of natural capital and ecosystem services into our economic models, how we are able to use carbon markets and look at the idea of carbon sinks. And so this is what Roofs to Reefs is. It is at the heart of our nationally determined contributions, our second nationally determined contributions that we've just completed. It is essentially everything that at the public level and the private level that each actor needs to do to make sure that we meet our resilience targets.
Thank you, Minister. And thanks for bringing the example of the nature-linked bonds that you are innovating. And as a Minister of Finance, something that I would like to ask to finish is how do you think we can fill the gap for investments in biodiversity? And what do you think could be the role of the international community to support a country like Barbados?
I think that the question of the gap, especially ahead of COP-26, is extremely critical. Now, I also think, Juan Pablo, that it's impossible to separate the conversations on debt and financial resilience, the conversation on how are we really going to recover post-COVID from the climate conversation. Now, there was a commitment to mobilize 100 billion coming out of the Paris Agreement, and that hasn't been met. And I think that those countries on the front line of climate change have a real interest in seeing that met. Barbados is today the largest issuer of natural disaster clauses in the instruments that we issued post our debt restructuring. Now, that means for us that in the event of a disaster, that for 2 years, we have what we call some elbow room, that we will not have to meet those principal and interest repayment commitments. And that means that we're able to invest in recovery in a way that makes sense. Now, we would like to see developing countries, multilateral development banks, and I know that the IDB has started some work on looking at this, be able to issue instruments that contain natural disaster clauses. We estimate that that will make available liquidity in the amount of over $1 trillion, which now starts to approximate the financing gap for both adaptation and mitigation, which is on the order to altogether of about 6 trillion. 6 trillion is the financing gap to get us to 1.5, but also to make sure that the countries that are already starting to see considerable temperature rises can adapt to those temperature rises. So we think that that's one solid way, that's one clear instrument. We need to close the gap to 100 billion, but 100 billion doesn't even begin to cover it. And so we need those kinds of new instruments that will get us there.
Thank you, Minister. I close your participation with that great, input for all of us to work together in developing those instruments collectively, thinking about the COP. And now I'll switch, ahora cambio para español, para darle la bienvenida al ministro de Colombia.
Spanish to welcome the Minister of Colombia, Minister.
Es un placer, ministro, tenerlo hoy con...
It's a pleasure, Minister, the Minister from Colombia. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for being at this event. Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, I'd like to congratulate you for the NDC in Colombia. You're showing a very important example of ambition, Minister in Colombia. And before being a Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, you had a great experience at a subnational level, something that we mentioned at the beginning of the panel, the importance of bringing together cities with the national government and the mainstreaming of biodiversity in cities. The biodiversity program that you're heading with President Duque is a very good example in order to show that link. We recently saw this at the board meeting in Barranquilla, so we wanted to hear from you on the biodiversity program, the example in Barranquilla, and thank you for being with us.
Welcome welcome to the special team of the IDB and the ministers that accompany us today. The Minister Marcia Carroll from Barbados. Thank you so much. Costa Rica. Juan, I think that we have been working for a long time. When I had the opportunity to be the mayor, we worked hand in hand with the IDB in the building of sustainable cities and competitive cities. And now, from the Ministry of the National Government, we are promoting this initiative for biodiversity. And biodiversity in a city that acknowledges biodiversity at the center of economic and social development. We have launched this program. We are working with the Humboldt Institute, with the World Economic Forum, in hand with the IDB, always in the development of these new models. And as you mentioned at the beginning, here it is not only a national role, it is also a subnational role. We have a great challenge, that is greater education for local leaders, that we may understand the problem. That's the first step to solve the problem, is to understand the problem. What is occurring in our cities today? What is the need that cities have to use these new sustainable development models? And here, Juan, there are cities with projects and there are cities without projects. And it is important for cities to have a development model, a future city project based on biodiversity and on nature, to have cities where man and nature can live together. I speak to many mayors and friends, and I still feel that we have a great challenge before us in education, to be able to understand why this new biodiversity model of biodiversity city will be the new territorial development model. A few days ago, we were at the climate change summit with President Biden. The entering of the United States to the Paris Agreement again, to commit to 50% of reduction of carbon emissions for 2030, and with carbon neutrality, the agreements, green pacts in Europe will start moving the neighborhood around. The neighborhood is going to shake now, and intensively. I tell that to the mayors constantly. I tell that to the private sector, of which we spoke now, the academia. We have a new development model, the new globalization. It is the globalization of climate, and cities play a very important role here. That's why, Juan Pablo, with this new model of biodiversity, we want cities to also be completely aligned with our NDCs, with the determined contributions to those emissions for 2030. We already have 13 cities in Colombia on the pathway to build a biodiversity city. And we are working with them hand in hand in infrastructure, sustainability infrastructure projects. But beyond that, biodiversity city must have a circular economy, clear strategy, the quality of air, quality of water, environmental education, and model for solutions based on nature, or nature-based solutions. So the path forward for Colombia is not only a national road forward, it is a subnational road forward of the entrepreneurial, the private sector, the business sector, and we must be very clear. I mentioned the NDCs. For me, this is the most important symbol of the decade in our country, to reduce the emissions by 50% by 2030 and to get to 2050 as a carbon neutral country. This is the great avenue forward with a few stops. A stop in 2030, 51% of carbon emission reduction, and for 2050 to be a carbon neutral country. And that great road has several lanes. An important lane That is the fight against deforestation that represents 40% within that emission reduction goal. We have circular economy. We have a lane for energy transition. We have a sustainable mobility lane, a lane where agriculture, sustainable agriculture is environmental education, and of course, add to all this a biodiversity city model. Cities are generating 70 to 75% of CO2 emissions in the world, and we need to implement our best efforts in investment, in education, in creation, generation of a new model, and that is where we are working, Juan Pablo, in this great model of cyber diversity cities with great dynamic and greater commitment of the local leaders. And we see this with the project that we promote from the IDB, the United Kingdom in Barranquilla with the Ciénaga Mallorquín project. It is a new model of cities which center is biodiversity cities that recognizes, that acknowledges it, and of course has very clear short and medium-term goals directed to reduction of greenhouse effect gases and carbon neutrality. At the center, biodiversity and nature. Thank you, Minister. This relationship between what is national and subnational, the role of cities to come into the climate change growth agenda and the just generation of employment and jobs will be fundamental. Colombia has a quite solid recovery plan commitment with the future of Colombia. What role? You already gave us several examples, but what do you see is the role of nature and investments in nature as part of that recovery plan? Well, we have launched this great project, this great commitment of our country, the commitment for the future of Colombia with great investments. And here, Juan Pablo, I believe that the role of a natural capital of biodiversity is very important, especially for Colombia, that we could say is a country which is has the most biodiversity in the world per square kilometer. And we need to show the value of diversity and nature to our citizens and our different sectors. For example, one of our goals, of important goals, is zero deforestation by 2030. One of the lanes that I've mentioned that we have to achieve the NDCs by 2030 is precisely deforestation that incorporates a great national security strategy of a strategy in investment and bioeconomies, green businesses, conservation, restoration, and something very important, that is the carbon market. I wanted to underscore this on the type of investment of this project and commitment with Colombia for the recovery of Colombia. The carbon market matures in Colombia, and by December, we will already have the financial platforms, and we are working for it to become the stock exchange in Colombia, to be part of the stock exchange in Colombia. In Colombia, we have a financial market based on carbon, and it is a solution based on nature. Definitely, we will be able to reduce our deforestation as people understand that the forest is their equity, their patrimony, their natural capital that may produce earnings. People will stop affecting it, impacting it, damaging it. As people understand that biodiversity, now, for example, this Friday, Juan Pablo, we just launched an executive order of not to extract wood from the forest, to teach people how to use the forest sustainably, how to receive economic, financial retribution from the forest without affecting it, without impacting it negatively, to start building these new models. I, Juan Pablo, and you've heard me emphasize the topic of environmental education. In these scenarios, we speak about nature-based solutions, carbon market, climate change. And when we go to 90% of the population, finally, we don't understand many times this language that we use. We don't understand the language that we're using. And we have a challenge to really build this new country model, a new growth model, a new globalization model, which is the globalization of climate. We need to launch environmental education processes, starting with children, teenagers. Today, we have the Minister of Costa Rica. 20 years they've been talking about the carbon market, of increasing the protected areas, of nature business, tourism based on nature. So if today Colombia has this natural wealth, we need to educate our people. That's why we are implementing our best efforts and will continue to do so in the next few years. And environmental education require resources, financial resources, and great political will. To answer the question that you have presented of the new commitment for the future of Colombia, Juan Pablo, we will present on July 20 in our Congress the new clean growth law that will be articulated with NDCs, with carbon neutrality, and will open a very clear way forward for our country on about how to contribute to this new world model. It is not a Colombian model. All the countries have the same language. This is the universal language, the language of nature and climate change. So in Colombia, based on these reactivation projects, we are working towards bringing forward all these initiatives, and that Colombia may have an important leadership at COP-26, COP-15, that are the important agendas worldwide of this 2021, and that we do not only have programs, dreams, projects, but true implementation, appropriation, results to show the region that this is the way forward. Thank you, Minister. You helped me make transition to the Minister of Costa Rica, the Minister of Energy and Mining, our next panelist, De Mesa. And it's a pleasure to have you here with us. And as I congratulated Marsha for the Reef and the Minister for the NDC in Colombia, the plan for decarbonization of Costa Rica is an example not only for the region, but at a world level, because of the mission you have presented and because it includes this streamlining of climate change and topic and biodiversity in all sectors. Taking into account the decarbonization program or plan and the experience of Costa Rica in the last few years of payment for services, how do you see the integration of biodiversity in the decarbonization agenda, and what have been your lessons learned in that respect? Thank you, Juan Pablo. It is a great pleasure to share this panel, to share with my two colleagues and to hear them, to hear you. It is a moment for me to learn. With the decarbonization plan, I think that the key was to understand that it is a roadmap with long, medium, and short-term policies that is seen as a central topic in the development model, and where both 8, 9, and 10 are linked with solutions based on nature. And this is because the country has seen the importance of protecting this natural capital and the that has been generated in these last 20 years. We have been positive results when we decided to include the protected areas, forget the protected areas and go to payment for environmental services. That has allowed us to reach a forest coverage that is over 80% of the territory, with the great percentage of the territory under some sort of formal protection. But what follows? What follows? How are we going to guarantee that we will be able to manage this natural capital? And this is where the plan includes actions related to the topics of agricultural, livestock farming, and agriculture for Latin America is also a fundamental topic. How do we modernize? How do we manage our landscape? How do we include agriculture for precision as a standard to start to diversify and improve and guarantee the protection of this natural capital? How do we continue relating these topics to the cities and other sensitive ecosystems that we need to protect also, and that derives from these we need very clear action. When we do the cost-benefit analysis of the decarbonization plan, we see the great potential that it has. On one hand, these topics linked to agriculture and nature and the sustainable development ones as the most constructive ones in this process of improvement, of transformation. And this has been the central topic to understand this vision that it is no longer isolated environmental subjects. We need the emissions that are zero, and from being an economy that wants to be positive for nature, it becomes a central topic. And this we have complemented recently with a territorial strategy, how to transform the economic model of the country, how to establish territorial balance, because we have a model that is concentrated in the metropolitan area, and that precisely the regions, the coasts, other rural sectors are laid back, have been left behind. So we need a national strategic plan anchored to the national development plan, including the decarbonization plan. How do we convert it into an economic development, territorial development strategy that is also together with a set of specific investments to be able to balance and consolidate our blue economy into green economy in the different regions. Two important elements I would like to state, Juan Pablo. I believe that the experience with the plan is to see that it is important to work with the Ministry of Planning and Finances. We saw that with the minister from Barbados, and we have been doing likewise here. If this is the policy for development, these two ministries are fundamental. And how do we evidence how valuable this is? We just did a study evaluating our natural capital, and the evidence in the study is that it represents approximately 23% of our GDP with the 2019 GDP. I believe that these figures bring to the table the importance of managing these assets, this capital, as we have made this bet, as we invest in our human capital, and we see that this brings new potential to generate well-being and growth. This other asset, this development, that investment in the natural capital, in the human capital, are both important and key to make possible this new model for development. And these are the models that I think are fundamental. With this vision on how to consolidate these new clusters, we have interesting actions that are related with that modernization of agriculture, of landscape, of that restoration. And we also have sections of the territory where we need to speak about recovery, restoration. It is fundamental, obviously, and that offers the possibility of generating jobs, non-qualified jobs, as we call them many times. And here, the examples are interesting. With the pandemic, an option that we brought to the table was to work precisely with the social security system of Costa Rica to generate small microcredits providing women along the territory to access financing and undertake actions for reforestation and restoration of mangroves. And with the IMAS, the Social Institute, what we did was to guarantee that they would provide the guarantees so that we could provide microcredits to these women. And the system has been quite effective to generate a more dynamic economy in these rural sectors. That vision of understanding that we need to work with all the institutions of government, that we need coherence in that agenda, that urban agenda, that blue agenda, to bring to the table the different ministries and establish coherent goals that touch on these public policies, but also a series of investments and projects, as we are doing in all our economies, to be able to generate more dynamic economies under this protection. This is what has brought on the table the vision of the plan to mainstream the planning ministry, to look at the development plan, but also the national plan. And these are critical elements. We have been working on these, and it has been putting our bets on that vision of trying to consolidate that innovation and to understand that we are going through complex times with pressure to go to statistician economies, but we need to move and understand that the planet has limits, that science is being very clear, and that we need absolute coherence at this time in our development agendas. Thank you, Minister. Because of reasons of time, and we had two questions, I will try to bring them into one. I loved the way that you spoke about the post-COVID recovery and the role of nature. You spoke about the blue economy. Why is it so important to include in the post-COVID recovery the topic of nature? Second, social topics. And what are the public instruments that you see as part of this recovery? Thank you. And also, I will try to be super brief because of time. I believe that the nature systems in that recovery are fundamental to put them at the center of these discussions, Juan Pablo. We need to provide evidence of the role of protected areas. Many times we put on the table when we create protected areas, it looks like, it seems like they may be an obstacle for development. That's the old vision, but it's been perceived like that. And we need to evidence the value attached to this natural capital, how to generate employment, jobs. If we break away from these perceptions, but they continue to be there. In the case of Costa Rica, we are now moving the blue agenda. That is the agenda where we need to, less than 3% of our exclusive zones are under some sort of protection. We want to take that to 30%. That is our goal. And the resistance of the fishing sector, for example, is enormous. So we have generated a plan for economic activation, a blue plan, with the support of the IDB precisely for that discussion, so that we may sit together with the fishermen and be able to identify, look, these are the productive improvements that we may accomplish. When we have a protected area, what we are doing is guaranteeing the resources of the future. They need to understand that this will benefit the productivity of these sectors, but obviously we need other investments in economic matters, productivity, new techniques to support them in that modernization so that they may obtain better results from these economic schemes. And these are the particular elements. We need to continue with the topic of payment for environmental services and evolve in the agricultural, livestock, and farming. We speak about new recovery of payments to this type of transfers where we acknowledge the ecosystemic improvements, and we need to go to this new vision, blue carbon, the topic of the blue restoration zones are fundamental, but we need also to speak about these improvements associated to precision agriculture and that modernization that is fundamental. There are certain investments in future scenarios that become critical to evolve into this economy that we understand is circular, green, and blue. Thank you, Minister. And with this, I want to thank our three ministers to tell them that it has been a great honor to have you with us. I hope to visit you very soon and see you in person. Now, to conclude with the United Kingdom host and venue of COP-26, Lord Goldsmith, who is the Minister for the Pacific and Environment in the Foreign Affairs Office in the United Kingdom, the Department of Environment, rural aspects. Minister Goldsmith leads the campaign for nature for COP26 in the United Kingdom, and he is an enthusiast and defender, advocate of environmental topics throughout the world. Lord Goldsmith, you have the floor.
It's a pleasure to be able to close this session. Latin America and the Caribbean are home to an astonishing diversity of life. Barbados's leatherback and hawksbill turtles, the magical forests of Guyana and Suriname. Colombia alone contains 10% of the world's flora and fauna. There is no country on Earth with more biodiversity per square kilometer. And throughout the region, there are so many examples of heroic work to protect treasures on which we all depend. Costa Rica, in particular, is an inspiration to us all. It's doubled its rainforest in a generation, putting more than half the country under canopy and boosting both biodiversity and the economy at the same time. Now, I know how deeply the whole region is feeling the human and economic cost of this appalling pandemic. And while its small island states are such an integral part of what makes the region so diverse and so special, they're also what make it acutely vulnerable to shocks, far more so than their income level peers. And the truth is that the shock of the pandemic will be dwarfed by the impacts of climate change and the destruction of nature if we fail to turn the tide. For regions on the front line, islands and low-lying coastlines, the threats from climate change are existential, and the rapid decline of ocean health compounds that crisis still further. So it's hard to overestimate the importance for Latin America and the Caribbean of turning our attention to tackling climate change and the recovery of nature. And the good news is that we have all the tools we need. As you know, the UK has the responsibility this year of delivering a successful climate COP. And because we know there is no pathway to net zero that does not include massive efforts to protect and restore nature, we've put nature at the heart of our climate response, both domestically and internationally. Globally, we believe nature-based solutions to climate change could provide around a third of the most cost-effective mitigation, as well as helping communities become more resilient to the inevitable effects of climate change. And the magic of restoring nature is that in doing so, we're tackling so many of the biggest global challenges we face: hunger, poverty, pollution, even pandemics. Now, currently, nature-based solutions receive just 3% of total global climate finance. So we're urging governments to increase their international climate finance and, crucially, to spend more of it on nature-based solutions, as we're doing now in the UK. We're doubling our international climate finance to £11.6 billion, and we're investing at least £3 billion of that on solutions that protect and restore nature. And on the back of that, we are building a pipeline of truly exciting and ambitious programs, including our newly launched £500 million Blue Planet Fund that will help countries protect and restore critically important but threatened marine ecosystems. And I'm looking forward to seeing the fund put to good use in many of your countries. We're also co-leading global alliances to protect at least 30% of the world's land and ocean by 2030, which I'm delighted the G7 signed up to last month. And we're building alliances of countries committed to reorientating support for agriculture and to breaking the link between commodity production and deforestation. And again, your region is a critical part of that work to secure a more sustainable future. And because we know there won't be enough public money for the job, we're supporting efforts to get private finance flowing as well. We're building global frameworks for climate and nature-related financial disclosures to help businesses understand and reduce environmental risk and exposure. We're accelerating progress on high-integrity, voluntary carbon markets, and we hope and believe the recently announced LEAF coalition of governments and big businesses will become the largest ever commitment of finance for protecting tropical forests. Ultimately, of course, we need all political, all economic, and all financial decisions to recognize the true value of nature and count the true cost of its destruction. That is essential to achieving the ambition of the powerful Leaders' Pledge for Nature to put biodiversity on a road to recovery by 2030. And many of you have made that commitment, and now we have the G7 behind us as well. Through the 2030 Nature Compact. And it's the central message of the seminal Dasgupta Review, the need to reconcile our lives and our economies with the natural world on which each and every one of us depends. As COP-26 presidents and one of the biggest contributors to the multilateral system, the UK has an opportunity and a responsibility to ensure the global support system is tailored better to your needs. That's why we push for at least 50% of the Green Climate Fund allocations to go to vulnerable countries, including small island developing states, and why we're asking for even more. We're making the case for all climate vulnerable nations to be able to access finance more easily. And we want to see increased support for countries to fulfill their commitments with investment in productive, sustainable agriculture, as well as in renewable technologies. So we're calling on the multilateral development banks to mainstream nature right across their entire portfolios. And with a proven track record on nature, I think the IDB is poised to lead on this and play a key role in addressing the challenges facing the region through the Natural Capital Lab and the new Amazon Initiative. Now, at this point, none of us can honestly say that our actions currently match the scale of the crisis we face, but the UK is absolutely committed to continuing to step up and to work with you to do all we can to make this the year we catalyze a decade of action.
Muchas gracias, Lord Goldsmith, por
Thank you very much, Lord Goldsmith and the UK government for the commitment and the joint work done with Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'd like to bring this session to an end by simply saying that we will continue the conversation during the two COPs this year, and above all, as a bank, as the IDB Group, to continue supporting our countries and the private sector in the region under the Vision 2025 to bring in climate change, biodiversity, and nature together as part of the recovery of growth of the region post-COVID-19. Thank you, everyone, for being with us today.
Gracias a todos por seguir conectados.
Thank you all for being connected. In a few seconds, we will begin the next session where we will be talking about the opportunities of the bioeconomy in the Amazon region and the potential to develop inclusive development. I hope you can be with us.
Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador face strong development challenges such as poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, and malnutrition. which are exacerbated by climate change and increasing deforestation. Our commitment to Central America is to improve lives by promoting the protection and sustainability management of forests as a nature-based solution to improve climate resilience in strategic territories for the provision of water and food security, as well as for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve this, we support countries to build or implement their REDD+ strategies by developing the necessary platform to comply with social and environmental safeguards. With IDB technical assistance, we have facilitated the mobilization of approximately $200 million in climate finance that is aligned with public and private resources destined to expand actions prioritized by the countries in the forestry sector and climate change. Some of our actions are the climate adaptation model in Guatemala that, through agroforestry and sustainable livestock activities, allowed more than 6,000 Chortillas indigenous families to improve their livelihoods and local income and receive $1.5 million only from forestry incentives. Projects for sustainable forest management in Honduras seek to restore the forest cover of approximately 270,000 hectares to maintain the ecosystem services of forests in priority watersheds affected by the pine weevil infestation. The project on climate resilience in coffee forests of El Salvador, which seeks to maintain the ecosystem services provided by coffee forest and improve food security of 5,600 small producers through the increase of climate resilience. Through NDC investment platform by IDB Group, we will continue to support countries to implement their NDCs and achieve sustainable and inclusive development, aligned with the objectives of climate resilience and a just transition towards economies of net zero emissions. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Bien, continuamos con muñecas y vamos a realizar rotación hacia afuera y luego hacia adentro y vamos a incluir dedos. Movemos los dedos también y contamos 10 por cada sentido. Vamos adentro, 1, bien grande, 2, 3, incluye dedos, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 y 10. Cambia de sentido, bien grande afuera, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 y 10. Descansa abajo.
En NDC Invest, admiramos la unión y tenacidad que América Latina y el Caribe ha mostrado ante las adversidades. Sabemos que alcanzar una recuperación económica sostenible tras la pandemia es un reto enorme, pero también es una gran oportunidad para lograr avances hacia economías de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima. Afortunadamente conocemos los métodos y las herramientas que impulsarán a los países hacia una transición justa que beneficiará a todos. Confiamos en el potencial que tienen los líderes de nuestra región y los apoyamos para que tomen acción y alcancen objetivos más ambiciosos que superen las expectativas proyectadas en sus NDCs. Para ayudar en el proceso, NDC Invest combina asistencia técnica y recursos e instrumentos financieros que garantizan una implementación exitosa del Acuerdo de París. Por ejemplo, en Centroamérica, apoyamos en la construcción e implementación de estrategias REDD+ para la protección y manejo sostenible de bosques, buscando generar empleo en grupos vulnerables. Impulsamos la electrificación del sector transporte con más de 51 iniciativas en 19 países de la región. La cartera del fondo ACL creció a 19 proyectos en 2019 por $15 millones y apalancó más de $600 millones en préstamos de inversión. Y recientemente ayudamos a Costa Rica a identificar que alcanzar cero emisiones netas generará beneficios netos por $41 mil millones a la economía del país entre 2020 y 2050. Gracias al impulso que hemos dado en nuestra región, nos consolidamos en solo 2 años como la plataforma relacionada con NDCs más grande entre los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Vemos a nuestra región con gran oportunidad y ejemplos comprobados y con el potencial para liderar al mundo hacia economías prósperas de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima en las próximas décadas. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
Bien, ahora estiramos antebrazos. Para eso vas a llevar brazo al frente, la palma de la mano mira hacia el frente y los dedos hacia abajo. Vas a tomar todos los dedos, incluyendo el pulgar, y haz presión levemente hacia tu cuerpo. Contamos 10. 1, 2. Respira profundo. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Del mismo lado vas a rotar la muñeca ahora, la mano mira hacia adentro y hago una leve presión también ahí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cambiamos ahora al otro lado y repetimos lo mismo. Incluye todos los dedos y haz presión hacia tu cuerpo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gira la mano hacia adentro y contamos 10 más. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Descansa abajo. Seguimos bajando y ahora vamos a hacer un poco de elongación dinámica de glúteos. Para eso vas a llevar una rodilla al pecho. Vamos a inhalar, exhalar y luego baja para cambiar. Si te cuesta mucho mantener el equilibrio, puedes sostenerte del respaldo de tu silla y luego cambiamos. Bien, entonces estiramos un poco glúteos y espalda. Lleva rodilla arriba. Una respiración y bajamos. Una, contamos 10. Concéntrate. 2. Trata de llevar la rodilla lo más arriba posible sin tener que bajar el pecho. Espalda derechita. Vamos. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Concéntrate. Respira profundo. 8. Quedan 2. 9. Y último, arriba. 10. Descansa.
Brasil, el tercer más grande exportador de productos agrícolas en el mundo, es uno de los principales actores en el ámbito de la agroindustria. En 2019, el sector produjo 96.8 mil millones de dólares en exportaciones. En Brasil, el 65% del territorio está cubierto por bosques y vegetación nativa. Sin embargo, con la expansión de la agricultura en el país, más de 30 millones de hectáreas de tierras cultivables han sido degradadas como resultado de prácticas no sostenibles. En 2018, la agricultura y el cambio de uso de suelo generaron el 69% del total de emisiones de CO2 de Brasil. Este sector será uno de los más afectados por los impactos negativos del cambio climático que podrían causar migraciones de cultivos y afectar a la seguridad alimentaria. El proyecto de agricultura baja en carbono, rural sustentable, ayuda a los agricultores brasileños a mejorar el manejo de sus tierras y bosques. Este proyecto del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, en alianza con el Ministerio de Agricultura, Ganadería y Abastecimiento, es implementado por el Instituto Brasileño de Desarrollo y Sostenibilidad con fondos del Departamento de Medio Ambiente, Alimentación y Asuntos Rurales del Reino Unido y el apoyo del Banco do Brasil y Embrapa. Con un valor de 30 millones de dólares, el proyecto finalizó en agosto de 2019 y empleó 20 millones de dólares en beneficios financieros no reembolsables para los productores rurales. Es el mayor proyecto de este tipo en América Latina. El proyecto ha beneficiado directamente a 18.570 personas y ha evitado la degradación de 36.038 hectáreas y la deforestación de 8.550 hectáreas. Esto ha supuesto la reducción de 8.9 millones de toneladas métricas de dióxido de carbono equivalente y se han evitado 57. Rural Sustentable se implementó en 7 estados a través de 70 municipalidades en la Amazonía y el Bosque Atlántico, donde se han incrementado la producción y los ingresos de los pequeños y medianos agricultores. Al aumentar la eficiencia de la producción con prácticas bajas en carbono, se promueve el desarrollo rural sostenible, la reducción de la pobreza, la conservação da biodiversidade e a proteção do clima.
Esse recurso que veio através do projeto, né, do Rural Sustentável, nos ajudou bastante aqui. Com as melhorias que fizemos de pastagem, né, de contenção aí, de manutenção das nascentes, né, para a gente manter o lençol freático aí no nível melhor, aumentou mesmo com a crise hídrica, aumentou na faixa de uns 20% a nossa produção.
Las prácticas bajas en carbono implementadas por el proyecto son la integración cultivo-ganadera forestal, la plantación forestal comercial, la recuperación de áreas degradadas y el manejo forestal sostenible.
É muito importante o rural sustentável para nós. Foi importante e vai ser na nossa região, porque muita gente se espelhou na gente aqui, não sabia o que nós fazíamos. Aí com uns dias de campo, aí muita gente ficou até hoje tem muita gente pedindo muda, semente, e nós estamos arrumando, porque nós não queremos só para nós.
La segunda fase de Rural Sustentable se inició en septiembre de 2019, en los biomas Cerrado y Caatinga, con el objetivo de promover la adopción de tecnologías bajas en carbono. El proyecto contribuirá a generar una transformación en el sector de agricultura y cambio de uso de suelo, a fin de aumentar los ingresos de más de 13.600 pequeños y medianos agricultores y así mitigar los efectos del cambio climático.
Então, começando aqui pelas pessoas do campo, pessoas simples, mas tem o amor à natureza. E então pode melhorar muito, muito, muito. Então, enquanto a gente está plantando aqui árvores frutíferas e tudo, eu creio o planeta vai ficar, podemos melhorar, começando por nós mesmos, pequenos homens do campo, a começar a melhorar o sistema.
Ahora los invito a realizar esta pausa activa desde sus asientos. Para comenzar vas a llevar brazos por los costados, respira profundo por nariz y estira arriba. Lo que más pueda, arriba, 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 arriba. Bota el aire, baja. Repetimos 2 veces más. Inhala, estira arriba y bota. Último. Inhalo, estiro lo que más pueda y abajo.
Guatemala, Honduras. Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador face strong development challenges such as poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, and malnutrition, which are exacerbated by climate change and increasing deforestation. Our commitment to Central America is to improve lives by promoting the protection and sustainability management of forests as a nature-based solution to improve climate resilience in strategic territories for the provision of water and food security, as well as for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve this, we support countries to build or implement their REDD+ strategies by developing the necessary platform to comply with social and environmental safeguards. With IDB technical assistance, we have facilitated the mobilization of approximately $200 million in climate finance that is aligned with public and private resources destined to expand actions prioritized by the countries in the forestry sector and climate change. Some of our actions are the climate adaptation model in Guatemala that, through agroforestry and sustainable livestock activities, allowed more than 6,000 Tortillas indigenous families to improve their livelihoods and local income and receive $1.5 million only from forestry incentives. Projects for sustainable forest management in Honduras seek to restore the forest cover of approximately 270,000 hectares to maintain the ecosystem services of forests in priority watersheds affected by the pine weevil infestation. The project on climate resilience in coffee forests of El Salvador, which seeks to maintain the ecosystem services provided by coffee forest and improve food security of 5,600 small producers through the increase of climate resilience. Through NDC investment platform by IDB Group, we will continue to support countries to implement their NDCs and achieve sustainable and inclusive development, aligned with the objectives of climate resilience and a just transition towards economies of net zero emissions. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Gracias por seguir con nosotros en esta tercera sesión de Una Región.
Thank you for staying with us in the third session for One Region, One Commitment. The bank is committed to the Amazon and the potential of the bioeconomy. This year, during our annual meeting in Barranquilla, we launched an initiative on this topic. This session will be broadcast in Portuguese and Spanish. If you are not listening to the language of your preference, we invite you to click on the web page www.iadb.org/one region, una región. There you will be able to choose the broadcast in your language. For those of you who are still with us from the previous session, refresh the page so you can follow the chat. If you would like to send questions, we will be happy to answer them if time allows.
Bom dia ou boa tarde, de onde vocês
Good morning or good afternoon,
Eu sou
wherever you
Bárbara
are.
Bracas,
I'm Bárbara
especialista sênior em
Bracas,
mudanças climáticas e
Senior
sustentabilidade do
Senior
BID no
Specialist in
Brasil.
Climate Change Division
E tenho a
of
honra
IDB
aqui
Brazil.
de
And I have the honor
moderar
of moderating
encontro, painel sobre o
this
tema de
panel
bioeconomia,
on
bionegócios
bioeconomy,
na Amazônia, na
biobusinesses
região amazônica,
in the Amazon
que é
region,
uma
which
prioridade
is
para o Banco
a
Interamericano de
priority for the
Desenvolvimento
Inter-American Development
e
Bank.
estamos não somente
And
buscando
we are not only
respostas,
trying
soluções
to find
inovadoras
answers,
e
innovative answers and
projetos
solutions,
que resolvam
as well as
a
projects
questão
that sort out
do
the
conceito, da definição, da
concept or the very
importância da
definition and
bioeconomia,
importance of
mas também
bioeconomy, but also
como efetivamente tornar o
or how to
bionegócio, a
effectively
bioeconomia, novo
make
modelo
bioeconomy,
econômico
biobusiness,
de
a new economic
desenvolvimento
model
sustentável para a
of
região
sustainable
amazônica,
development
que
in the Amazon
traga
region that
benefícios para a
brings
população
benefits to
amazônica,
the Amazon population,
crescimento de renda, crescimento da economia.
growth in income and economy
Bioeconomia
for
tem
them
o
as
seu
well.
potencial
The
econômico,
bioeconomy
mas
has
também
its
seu
economic potential,
potencial e seu
but
valor
also
intrínseco.
its
E nós estamos buscando
intrinsic value.
formas
And we are trying to find
desenvolver
ways
cadeias
to
produtivas
develop
sustentáveis,
productive
de
chains that are
desenvolver
sustainable,
esse
as well
potencial da
as
bioeconomia, que tem
this potential of
valor
bioeconomy
comprovadamente
that has this value,
econômico, viável,
this
rentável.
economic and feasible
E nós
value.
entendemos
And
a necessidade
we
de
understand
desenvolver
the need of developing the Amazon in a sustainable way
desenvolvendo
and developing
e desenvolvendo
income alternatives, and as well as developing productive chains that are sustainable, free of deforestation.
algumas lacunas no conhecimento.
And there are some gaps in knowledge, of course, and some needs of regulatory framework adjustments, as well as an understanding of what is bioeconomy and what is the potential of this bioeconomy, of these bio businesses to the region, to the population of such regions. So that's the reason, and that's why we have the honor of counting on the presence of two very knowledgeable people on the topic, Mr. or Professor Ricardo Novai from the University of São Paulo, a great reference in the forefront of the environmental studies in Brazil. He has worked and also still works with the largest references in the world on the topic. And he's also a leader and specialist in the social area of the IDB, or well, Julia Johansson, she's a specialist and she's in Quito and has worked for over 13 years within IDB in sustainable development, in social development, trying to find innovative solutions and policy designs that, well, may be developed in a sustainable fashion in the economy of the Amazon region. Now I'll pass the floor to Ricardo, who will make his quick presentation on the topic. And I am certain that it will be very interesting for all of you. And right after that, Julia Johansson, as well as Professor Ricardo, they're going to have a debate, sort of, well, an interview of sorts. And right after that, audience, please send your questions in the different channels, and we'll have space at the end to answer that. So, without further ado, Mr. Ricardo, you have the floor for your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Julia. I'd like to thank the Inter-American Development Bank that all have been doing such an amazing work, and not all institutions linked to development in Latin America that are providing the due or giving the due attention to the Amazon. And the IDB has been doing so in a very important way. I'm here because, well, back in 2019, I published a book called The Amazon for the Development of Nature, or Bioeconomy for the Development of Nature. And together with Joyce Ferreira and a great team of some 10 researchers, we have written a chapter on bioeconomy of the Science Panel for the Amazon, which is an initiative of the United Nations, or sponsored by the United Nations, rather, under the coordination of Andrea Encalada, Jeffrey Sachs, and Carlos Nobre. And our fundamental concern was of developing the idea of a knowledge or economy, basically a nature-based economy. And why that? Why nature-based economy? We are in the age of knowledge, and we, as Latin Americans, we have the obligation of binding that to the nature-based economy, knowledge economy. Because, well, the Amazon is based on the economy of destruction of nature. The Amazon is the place where the countries, and especially Brazil, but others as well, they try to find raw materials and energy at a cheap price to supply their territories. And the truth is that the search has, first and foremost, brought very little benefit to the ones that are in the Amazon today. And today, the Brazilian Amazon is the region that shows the worst social indicators in the country. People sometimes believe these low social indicators are in the northeast of Brazil, the semi-arid region, but no, they're in the Amazon. The per capita income of the Amazon is the lowest in the country. The Amazon is a region that still suffers from infectious diseases or communicable diseases, where the children still die due to that, which goes against all the thought of the 21st century. And we are, well, besides that, the Amazon has been the stage of a deep destruction in a meeting of the different ways of occupying this huge territory. It is important to signal, and quite sadly I do so, the predominance of not only of informality and illegality, but also the criminality in the use of land. The works of the Escolhas Institute, the Igarapé Institute, and recent news stories show that it's not only about drug trafficking, but illegal exploration of gold, money laundering, the appropriation of public lands. And currently, the government discourse in Brazil has fostered the invasion of protected lands and indigenous lands. And I'm very sorry to have to denounce that, have to say that internationally, but I couldn't prevent myself from doing so as an Latin American citizen. Indigenous communities currently can't bathe in the rivers or in the Tapajós rivers due to the illegal mining. The deforestation last year in Brazil was the largest in the past 12 years. Around 1 million hectares. And in 2019-2020, this deforestation has increased 48% upon compared to the previous 2-year period. Tropical forests. Well, let's go to bioeconomy. The first understanding, which is not quite that defined, is that the tropical forests and the Amazon in particular, they are distant from the scientific and technological frontiers. When we define the contemporary bioeconomy, we think first and foremost about biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel, and biomaterials, bioplastics, green plastics. Either that, or we think about lab activities such as CRISPR and other lab activities that are extremely important. The report from the beginning of last year, the joint report of the sciences, the science, medicines, and engineering academies of the United States show bioeconomy has been a sector representing $1 trillion of revenue. The European data corroborate that thought. And when you get the predominant literature in bioeconomy, there are no rainforests in bioeconomy, and there's no Amazon in bioeconomy. Well, even when you get the documents of the Summit Fund that will happen soon, they do not talk about the Amazon. And if we want to conserve the standing forest, we'll have to use the forest in an intelligent way, in a smart way, respecting what the forest represents to mankind. There is a tradition of 10 to 12,000 years of populations living in concentrations that many times reach 10,000 people. That's what the Europeans have found when they arrived in the Amazon back in the 1500s. And these civilizations were able to maintain the forest standing, and we have a lot to learn from these populations, as the works of Mark Plotkin has shown, as well as the archaeologists led by Professor Eduardo Neres. Currently in the Amazon, there is a critical mass. There are research labs, universities, research centers that are capable of boosting, if I may, as well as reducing this distance that now separates the Amazon from the scientific and technological frontier of bioeconomy. But for that, we Latin Americans, and we Latin Americans who are not from the Amazon as well, we must define what we want from the Amazon. And for that, we need to interrupt the cycle that makes the Amazon a warehouse where our societies will try and find raw materials in a destructive fashion and change the view we have of the Amazon. One of the most important things for this shift to take place is that must change what is infrastructure in the Amazon. The recent works of the Inter-American Development Bank are extremely important contributions towards this change. First, we need to consider that the forest and the ecosystemic services offered by the forest are part of a natural infrastructure of which the very life in the planet depends on. And I don't need to stress how important Amazon is. And second, we need an infrastructure to improve the quality of life of people and to take care of the children, the elders, the populations, the least favored populations. The examples that we have seen from the United States of the Biden administration is quite inspiring in the sense of including the care of people, not as social policies that are relatively marginal, but as a core of the very infrastructure. On the second place, we must take care of the non-material infrastructure, so the immaterial infrastructures, which are the justice institutions, but also the infrastructures that will allow the product of the social biodiversity product to have quality assurance that are to be stated in international markets that are capable of valuing them, institutions that will allow them to interrupt the cycle of illegality, because it's very hard to do business in Amazon because the informality is predominant. So, but when we try and formalize this business, it is so hard to do so, even due to the lack of training of the staff that would be the ones that would lead this transformation. And we must think about the role of the mega projects and the so-called gray infrastructure. In that sense, the work of the Inter-American Development Bank to try and value solutions or nature-based solutions, and the recent document of the Inter-American Development Bank linking infrastructure and nature-based solutions is a contribution of utmost importance that will make us rethink the role of the mega projects. Currently, those mega projects have had systematically negative role and destructive role towards the region. And of course, the region needs roads, need infrastructure, and we must rethink all of these services and assets for them to be put in service to a prosperous bioeconomy and at service of a process that will end poverty to the population, to the Amazon population. I would start here, and then let's go towards our talk now.
Agora sim. Muitíssimo obrigada.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricardo, for your brilliant talk. You have touched many relevant points, and that must be considered, even what you called the institutional infrastructure, the capacity of governments, of institutions to be able to advance in this agenda and to be able to be prepared to develop this bioeconomy that we may talk from biotechnology in labs, in cosmetics, up to the bioeconomy of sustainable forestry management, as well as some larger businesses. And you have mentioned logistics, and the IDB has worked a lot towards a concept in the application of this concept of sustainable infrastructure that considers not only environment and climate, but also social dimensions, institutional dimensions as well. And when we talk about bioeconomy, we must look not only at the micro logistics to access the trade, but also this natural logistics, this natural infrastructure of people, as you yourself has mentioned, and how to fund all that. But this is a whole different talk. Now I pass the floor to Julia Johansson. That we're very honored to have you here with us, Julia. And now I'd like to inform our audience that the debate will take place in Spanish. Should you switch your interpretation on, should you need the interpretation, it is the moment to get it. So please, Julia, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, Ricardo. Un gusto.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. It's a pleasure, an honor speaking with you.
Volver a un tema que mencionó en su
I'd like to go back to a topic that you mentioned during your introduction, the definition.
de una definición consensual.
We know that we're missing. Interpreter has lost audio. Interpreter has lost.
Está mudo, equipe.
Julia, estás mutada.
Equipe, por favor.
Julia.
Não sei se é a Júlia ou se é a transmissão.
Team, I don't know if it's Julia or the transmission. I can't hear her.
StreamYard.
I can hear you. I can hear you guys speaking. I cannot hear her.
Después se quedó mudo. No sé si es tu micrófono o la transmisión. Bueno, vamos a...
Bueno, yo comprendí el comienzo de la pregunta que se
I understood the start of the question that requires a definition of the economy.
Bueno,
The concept of bioeconomy. The American and European definition that form the essential part of the literature, scientific and technological, about this topic, insists on science and technology as a base for contemporary economy. If we limit ourselves to this definition, this will further us from the forests, from the definition of the bioeconomy, because some of those sub-regions, there's not a presence, an impacting presence of science and technology in the knowledge or use of biodiversity. Let me give you an example. The budget for INPA is about, it's $10 million. Its budget, it's $7 billion. Well, but how could we define a bioeconomy? I think the best way of bioeconomy is about an initiative that I would like to speak about in a few minutes, which is the consultation towards the Amazon region, which is a meeting of businessmen, scientists, and activists who work on the Amazon. With this definition, we have 4 planes, 4 sectors that are fundamental to bioeconomy. The first one is first the economy of socio-biodiversity.
diversidad florestal.
which should be called socio-bio-geoforestal economy. The acai in Paraná is not the same as the acai in Bolivia. They are not the same organic compounds. There's a huge difference of forest products and products in the rivers. But with the exception of the acai from La Castaña and perhaps rubber, those are products that have really low value in the market. The second dimension, second plane, is the forest regeneration economy. This is very important because it's the foundation. It's the foundation. It's highly impactful for climate change. The wood, the quality wood, it's a subject of research to replace the foundation, even in building structures, up to 8 floors, up to 8 stories. And there are forms that are non-destructive that we can do this, that are fundamental. The third plane is the economy. People believe that the commodities economy. People think that the commodities do not belong to the bioeconomy. They do belong to the bioeconomy, yes. And it's very important that this belonging is ingrained. For example, there's a mineral company that was for Vale that showcases how in the Amazon there's cattle, as many of you know, like many Brazilian people know, lots of cattle farms. But the creation of cattle is very polluting. But how do we combat this pollution? There are natural elements in the Amazon that may contribute to combat this pollution, and are at the same time, found protein. There are sources of protein. Like, for example, the branch of mandioca is rich in protein and may be able to substitute corn and soy in feeding birds and pigs. Babasu and cupuaçu are very important for feeding of the pigs. So integrating the commodities with bioeconomy is very important. And the fourth sector where bioeconomy is very important are the cities, because there is an impermeabilization process of the cities. That's it's very hazardous for life in the Amazon life, where half of the population resides. And between these 4 dimensions, there are relationships that are interconnected, that are very promising. We still can't hear you. Unfortunately, Julia. Meanwhile, we'll try to. Maybe I might be able to ask you the next question, Ricardo. In one of your publications about this topic, with your co-authors, you're able to find a new bioeconomy in the Amazon and a deep decarbonization. Can you tell us about this comparison? Of course. there's a very important difference between the nature of emissions, and especially in Brazil, when we compare it to countries that are demographically, like Brazil. When you look at what happens in the United States, the European Union, China, India, etc., their emissions stem from the use of fossil fuels. And to cut that would mean a transformation in the economic and social life of a magnitude that's unheard of. What India is promising to do in 2030, which is to stop the manufacturing of automobiles with internal combustion, is unheard of. Japan is promising this too, regarding energy, not just mobile energy, but also heating and refrigeration or cooling of homes. Like when we compare this to Brazil, we don't need any science or any technology to interrupt this tearing down. However, it is necessary that it's not the netting zero, but also applying the nature-based solutions concept for the Amazon infrastructure. I would like to insist in this because technicians who are responsible for the planning for the infrastructure do not have the education that nature-based solutions require. The institutions for the engineering education do not provide this education. Recently, I met with the Engineering Institute of Sao Paulo, where this topic was discussed. The result was that during a recent study published by NAS, a journal, a very important journal, that discussed 75 projects that were going into the Amazon, 12,000 kilometers. They all cause socio impacts, and half of them are not even taken into account the economic impact. So the deep decarbonization discusses the deforestation and also changing radically the policies, the infrastructure policies for the Amazon.
Muchísimas gracias. Y hablaste
Perfect. Thank you. You've already spoken about
si se paga o no se paga.
Whether it stops or doesn't stop, or whether you pay or not the benefit for the infrastructure, for example. It's the same thing that we're dealing with the bioeconomy. Can you quantify the richness that we're losing and the benefits that we are not generating? If we stick to the status quo, or if we're going to continue, what is the cost of this, for example? This is one of the big questions that we have regarding the bio-business. I'm sorry, Ricardo. Before you answer, can we try with Julia again, see if she disconnected? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can. Please, Ricardo. Well, thank you. The impact of no action may be very severe. In fact, it's incalculable. A few years ago, we were saying that the tipping point, meaning the point where the deforestation could drive up the Amazon to become a savanna, like a low-level savanna, was 45% of deforestation. However, as climate change has advanced,
que se hacen hoy
the new estimates that we're doing today have been lowered, and the tipping point
5% de la
can be as low as 25% of deforestation.
la Amazonia, es decir,
If we turn the Amazon into a savanna, in fact, in keeping the Amazon from to comply with its ecosystem functions that it exercises for the world, this would mean 10 years of global emissions. This means that if we don't interrupt the deforestation, all the global effort for decarbonization will be in vain. Another point is that this from Salo-Kolovsky, it shows that the Brazilian Amazon participates in many quality products
en los mercados internacionales,
in the international markets.
del pescado y
Products ranging from fish
del extractivismo. Pero
and also like from extraction. But in a small parcel, in a very small proportion of the international market, especially when you compare these products, which are exported by the Amazon, with countries who make a living from similar income as Brazil and the Amazon. So the potential that we have for this is very high, but it's a potential that is unrealized because the commerce structures are very inadequate, and the structures are also inadequate. But there is something about this question, that is, if the externalities of the products that are highlighted of the exports in Latin America were taken into consideration, these products would be as important in international markets as they are.
Importante del Food and Land Use Coalition.
A work from the Food and Land Coalition estimates that the cost, unpaid costs, for the destructive use of biodiversity due to agriculture, current agriculture, are extremely high. My estimate is that in the conferences that we're having this year, the climate conference, the biodiversity conference, the topic of the cost of the conventional agriculture will be very important, and this will have an impact on the way in which we organize our participation in the international markets. If the real costs are taken into consideration, this will open a pathway for products that products are considered higher cost, but they are considered that because we don't want to interfere with the destruction of them. Thank you, Ricardo. Once again, my apologies. I could hear you and I was following you along. I want to go back to a topic that you mentioned regarding the benefits. We're speaking about the costs, and in fact, currently, a lot of the economic benefits of the chain values in the region, in the Amazon region, are made outside of that region. So what I mean is that while poverty persists there and the IDB works with the communities, outside of this, they are getting benefits. So we're having a perspective about the knowledge and the capacities within the region. What do we need to strengthen so that the communities who reside in the Amazon, who end up receiving the benefits of all this? Well, first, it's necessary, and we do this currently. There's something very positive that's currently taking place in the Amazon and contributes to to answer your question. It's a type of transformation between the activism, the organizations, the ONGs that follow, that continue to fight the destruction, violence, crime, etc. They are also getting involved with entrepreneurship. In Brazil, we have several organizations with links, Celterra, different organizations that make great effort of organizing the population, whether it's for infrastructure, local infrastructure, like the Socio-Environmental Institute, who has solar panels close to isolated communities. There's 1 million people without access to electricity there. And since they are diverse populations, you are unable to bring the electricity network many at a time. So there are organizations that are contributing so that these products can be valued. The current structure of commercialization of marketing is very inadequate. It's a structure that relies on methods and traditions of exploitation, very predatory exploitation, very violent from the producers of this biodiversity. But the work of these ONGs, of these activists, is very important. It's a very important contribution to overcome this. This makes me want to ask you a question about diversity, Ricardo. The region is known for its diversity, not just biological, but also cultural, in many other ways. But there's also great diversity in the people who intervene in the region. Not just the local and national ones, but also regional ones, as well as internationals, like we spoke about. They all affect the future of this diversity. Which actors could lead to power a biodiversity that can strengthen the producing the scientific and technological capacities that are local and would benefit the local people. I believe that the main expression of a change in the behavior of the actors, and this allows me to mention these actors, these people, that's an initiative. It's an initiative called Amazon Consultation. This was formed in August or September of 2019. The sky in Sao Paulo at 3 p.m. was black. Nobody knew what was happening. And this was an effect of the destruction and the fire in the forest. The international mobilization was huge. The investing funds were saying this is not possible. The world is making a great effort to decarbonization, and it's impossible that you're treating the Amazon this way. And this helped create the network of organizations which are called Amazon Consultation. And this network is comprised by CEOs. It's not like the fourth link, and it's the CEO who's leading this. And by activists, by members of other organizations, and startups, by scientists, some of the most respected scientists in the country. And this organization establishes a dialogue about the Amazon, publishing documents and papers that are high quality and that will be very valuable when we
bajo la amenaza
when we are under the threat that we are currently living. Another very important initiative is the formation of a consortium of governors in the Amazon. The role of the subnational instances of the state, of the Brazilian state. And this consortium of governors is creating a recovery plan for the Amazon in coordination with the Amazon consultation. And something that's very interesting, there was a dialogue between these organizations, between these two, the consultation and the consortium, with John Kerry's direct representative regarding the Amazon. These are the organizations that have authority and credentials to create a pan-Amazonic dialogue, not just about conservation, but also the sustainability of the Amazon. Around the Amazon, we have an arch, a very strong arch, a very diverse and more promising arch in Brazilian society.
Ricardo, quiero volver a un actor
Ricardo,
que acaba de mencionar.
I would like to discuss an actor, the private sector.
En gran parte del territorio de la Amazonía, el sector privado.
That's where the private sector is in a huge part of the Amazon, and this is very urgent. You mentioned the CEOs that are in these initiatives. Nevertheless, the performance of several segments of activities is not coherent with what we would call economy of safe, healthy forests. So what do we need from the private sector for a new bioeconomy? What do you think are actions or commitments that are effective from the private sector as well as the government to power projects that are maybe more risky, but that generate positive externalities in the region?
Es algo que se intenta hacer.
This is something that we try to do, but we try to do in something that it's, in my opinion, it has been more consequential than just a mere declaration. In Brazil, there are two elements that are important. The first one, it's a commitment of the three main banks, the private banks in the country, Santander, that have global presence in Latin America, Itaú de Banco, and they published, but a year and a half ago, a document where they preach about zero deforestation, not just for the Amazon, but also for the Brazilian savanna, for the Brazilian cerrado. And they also request that they interrupt the deforestation. Second, the commitment of the freezing, the coolants, GDS and Marfrig, and they want to build projects of valuing of the socio-biodiversity. A cynic person could say, these are just words, perhaps. There's no way of knowing this, but it's important to mention that in the council of these initiatives, there are some of the most important activists are present, activists and scientists from Brazil. Maybe we can't know today what will be the results of these. I believe that there are two components that are important in this aspect. The first one, if there's not a democratic state that values the multilateralism, a democratic multilateralism that respects the people in the forests, and that has the intention of a serious fight against poverty and inequality, without a democratic state of this nature, it is not possible that these commitments from these businesses are consequential. This commitment depends on what the state would do. And the second important element regarding this question is the export, the global export will be valued based on coal, on the price of coal. The exporters of raw materials with high emissions, with high carbon emissions, will be moved away from the international market. And this, of course, is a huge contribution. You know, as we say, the depreciation of carbon is a huge contribution, not just against climate change, but also the fight for the increasing value of biodiversity.
Bueno, gracias. Yo puedo seguir.
Well, thank you. I guess I may continue with the questions.
Gracias.
Ricardo, thank you very much. The last question,
que tenemos varias acá del público.
Before we reach a QA from the audience,
Queríamos tu perspectiva acerca del futuro.
we wanted to hear your perspective about the future regarding the tipping point, the point of no return.
De este punto,
And we know that we are very close to this point, or maybe we have already reached it.
el proceso de transición,
The process, the transition process to an economic model based on bioeconomy, natural capital, may take longer for countries in our region, in the or near the Amazon region. So we would like to understand which actions do you think we should consider, and how could we shorten this transition period so that we can reach faster this
economía de la bioeconomía.
This economy, this bioeconomy.
Muchas veces se dice que
many times we say that the projects, the constructive projects that are developed in the Amazon, they don't have a scale.
Los proyectos ganan escala,
but the projects gain as opportunities open up, they start becoming important projects for society. So I believe that the answer to your question it goes through politics. Without senators, congressmen, representatives who continue cultivating the destruction of the nature economy. Let me give you an example. There's an area in the state of Lacre where we have the most important biodiversity perhaps in the planet. It's an area of protected forest. There are people from the government in Brazil that say that we must interrupt this protection because there are rocks in this. Rocks for civil construction, and that is a mentality that is very important. Is still in the Amazon, but at the same time, we develop initiatives of valuing biodiversity. For example, not just initiatives for certain products, but also for the change in the feeding for animals. The Brazilian Amazon is where the biggest, the most important contingent of beef and milk of cattle in the country. Many times these animals depend on grain, on traditional grains. Using their products and the proteins that come from the Amazon may be a huge factor towards developing this same production in beef production. I believe that when this pressure towards sustainable projects in the Amazon reaches governmental instances, this experience, this accumulated experience in the small projects will lead to will be a springboard and will affirm the Amazon as the Amazon as a valuing biodiversity zone. But this depends on investing in science and technology and valuing the scientific talent that exists in the Amazon, in all of the countries in the Amazon.
For the Amazon.
And then the ones who are part of a scientific panel for the Amazon. I was able to see that in every country, there are researchers who do great work, but it is necessary for this that the states comply with their investing in science and technology and protection of the people in the forest and protection of the activists who defend them, and the creation of cities that are bio-cities, cities that honor the fact that there are rivers, etc. In the cities in the Amazon, rivers are hugely important. And this creates and I believe that we're going through a time when a transformation towards an economy, towards a friendlier relation with nature, with the Amazon, this will have a huge effect and very important. Thank you, Ricardo. We have very little time, but maybe we have some questions from the audience. One of those is about a topic that you had already discussed, but the participants would like to know in a little bit with more detail the financial schemes to finance the resources towards bioeconomy. Can you discuss this a little bit more about this financing structure, please?
Yo creo que hay dos
elementos
importantes. Primero,
I believe there are two important elements. First is the mobilization of international resources and of the investing private funds. Those will be really important.
Environment and social governance es
the environmental and social governance is key. But let's watch out. It's important that these resources, these two elements, well, first, these resources must reach the actors, the people who are capable of stimulating a sustainable use of socio-biodiversity in the forest. And second, it's important that these resources reach forms of infrastructure that can contribute to the development of the region. This is very important because there's a huge effort of the education of the people towards the infrastructure. The infrastructure shows that the people who are responsible in this sector, they live of what we call optimism bias, a vision that's optimistic of the results of these projects. And these are technicians who were educated in the great technologies. These technologies, and these are the ones that attract the most investing. It's necessary to change this, to switch this. We need investing in technology that are based on nature, solutions based on nature. This is not simple to do, and we must create transformation, not just in the pathways to transformation, to the investing of great banks, but also the formation, the education of technicians and local agents who can receive this type of investing.
Muy importantes que espero que se
Those are very important ideas that I hope can be channeled to whoever makes the decision. So, Ricardo, we're going to pause for a second to allow the participants, maybe they stretch a little bit before the next session. I'm very grateful for allowing us, for your talk. And now I yield the floor to my colleague.
Voltando ao português, muitíssimo obrigado mesmo.
Back to Portuguese. Thank you, Ricardo, for your
Sua fala muito esclarecedora.
For the very enlightening
Representando aqui
words, and thank you, Julia, showing the social look for this theme that is extremely dear to the institution. Ricardo has spoken of the importance of the forests,
não adianta nós
that it is not enough to reduce emissions
emissões fósseis
of fossil fuels
nós não resolvermos
if we don't sort out the deforestation forest.
Resposta é necessária.
Then this answer is necessarily
Envolve
this answer necessarily involves bioeconomy and the development of this alternative
da Amazônia e para o resto do
of the Amazon populations and the rest of the world.
a participação do público.
So I'd like to thank the audience for being here, and I hope you can continue this work with the IDB and the works that we have carried out in all the Amazon countries. The Amazon initiative that was just launched as one of the main pillars
Os próximos anos para a
of the IDB for Latin America.
de todos.
Thank you all for your participation, and I wish you all a great event. Thank you.
Gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Mientras preparamos la
Thank you all for joining us.
ustedes van a poder
While we're ready the next session, you will be able to see a little bit more about the initiatives of sustainable development and climate change that we are taking that are forward in the region.
Brasil, el tercer más grande exportador de productos agrícolas en el mundo, es uno de los principales actores en el ámbito de la agroindustria. En 2019, el sector produjo 96.8 mil millones de dólares en exportaciones. En Brasil, el 65% del territorio está cubierto por bosques y vegetación nativa. Sin embargo, con la expansión de la agricultura en el país, más de 30 millones de hectáreas de tierras cultivables han sido degradadas como resultado de prácticas no sostenibles. En 2018, la agricultura y el cambio de uso de suelo generaron el 69% del total de emisiones de CO2 de Brasil. Este sector será uno de los más afectados por los impactos negativos del cambio climático que podrían causar migraciones de cultivos y afectar a la seguridad alimentaria. El proyecto de agricultura baja en carbono, rural sustentable, ayuda a los agricultores brasileños a mejorar el manejo de sus tierras y bosques. Este proyecto del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, en alianza con el Ministerio de Agricultura, Ganadería y Abastecimiento, es implementado por el Instituto Brasileño de Desarrollo y Sostenibilidad con fondos del Departamento de Medio Ambiente, Alimentación y Asuntos Rurales del Reino Unido y el apoyo del Banco do Brasil y Embrapa. Con un valor de $30 millones, el proyecto finalizó en agosto de 2019 y empleó $20 millones en beneficios financieros no reembolsables para los productores rurales. Es el mayor proyecto de este tipo en América Latina. El proyecto ha beneficiado directamente a 18.570 personas y ha evitado la degradación de 36.038 hectáreas y la deforestación de 8.550 hectáreas. Esto ha supuesto la reducción de 8.9 millones de toneladas métricas de dióxido de carbono equivalente y se han evitado 57. Rural Sustentable se implementó en 7 estados a través de 70 municipalidades en la Amazonía y el Bosque Atlántico, donde se han incrementado la producción y los ingresos de los pequeños y medianos agricultores. Al aumentar la eficiencia de la producción con prácticas bajas en carbono, se promueve el desarrollo rural sostenible, la reducción de la pobreza, la conservação da biodiversidade e a proteção do clima.
Esse recurso que veio através do projeto, né, do Rural Sustentável, nos ajudou bastante aqui. Ele, com as melhorias que fizemos de pastagem, né, de contenção aí, de manutenção das nascentes, né, para a gente manter o lençol freático aí no nível melhor, aumentou mesmo com a crise hídrica, aumentou na faixa de uns 20% a nossa produção.
Las prácticas bajas en carbono implementadas por el proyecto son la integración cultivo-ganadera forestal, la plantación forestal comercial, la recuperación de áreas degradadas y el manejo forestal sostenible.
Então, é muito importante o Rural Sustentável para nós. Foi importante e vai ser na nossa região, porque muita gente se espelhou na gente aqui, não sabia o que nós fazia. Aí com os dias de campo, aí muita gente ficou até hoje tem muita gente pedindo muda, semente, e nós estamos arrumando, porque nós não queremos só para nós.
La segunda fase de Rural Sustentable se inició en septiembre de 2019, en los biomas Cerrado y Caatinga, con el objetivo de promover la adopción de tecnologías bajas en carbono. El proyecto contribuirá a generar una transformación en el sector de agricultura y cambio de uso de suelo, a fin de aumentar los ingresos de más de 13.600 pequeños y medianos agricultores y así mitigar los efectos del cambio climático.
Então, começando aqui pelas pessoas do campo, pessoas simples, mas têm o amor à natureza. E então pode melhorar muito, muito, muito. Então, enquanto a gente está plantando aqui árvores frutíferas e tudo, eu creio o planeta vai ficar, podemos melhorar, começando por nós mesmos, pequenos homens do campo, a começar a melhorar o sistema.
Guatemala, Honduras y El Salvador enfrentan fuertes desafíos de desarrollo, como pobreza, desempleo, inseguridad alimentaria y desnutrición, los cuales son exacerbados por el cambio climático y la creciente deforestación. Nuestro compromiso con Centroamérica es mejorar vidas promoviendo la protección y manejo sostenible de bosques como una solución basada en la naturaleza para mejorar la resiliencia climática en territorios estratégicos para la provisión de agua y seguridad alimentaria, así como la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero. Para lograrlo, apoyamos a los países a construir o implementar sus estrategias Red+, desarrollando la plataforma necesaria para cumplir con las salvaguardas sociales y ambientales. Con la asistencia técnica del BID, hemos facilitado la movilización de más de $200 millones de financiamiento climático que se alinean con recursos públicos y privados destinados a expandir acciones priorizadas por los países en el sector forestal y cambio climático. Algunas de nuestras acciones son el modelo de adaptación climática en Guatemala, que a través de actividades agroforestales y pecuarias permitió que más de 6.000 familias indígenas chortíes mejoraran sus medios de vida e ingresos locales y recibieran $1.5 millones solo de incentivos forestales. Los proyectos para el manejo sostenible de bosques en Honduras buscan restaurar la cobertura forestal de unas 270,000 hectáreas para mantener los servicios ecosistémicos de bosques en cuencas hidrográficas prioritarias afectadas por la plaga de gorgojo de pino. El proyecto sobre resiliencia climática en bosques cafetaleros en El Salvador, que busca mantener los servicios ecosistémicos provistos por el bosque cafetalero y mejorar la seguridad alimentaria de 5,600 pequeñas productoras y productores a través del incremento de la resiliencia climática. A través de la plataforma NDC Invest del Grupo BID, continuaremos apoyando a los países a implementar sus NDCs y lograr un desarrollo sostenible e inclusivo, alineado con los objetivos de resiliencia climática y una transición justa hacia economías de cero emisiones netas. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
Located in the heart of Central America, Guatemala offers a wide range of climates and microclimates, as well as immense biological diversity and a large amount of forested area. Guatemala is one of the 19 countries with the greatest variety of plant and animal species in the world, and at the same time, one of the most vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change. The risk of natural disasters means that the rural population, mostly indigenous and living in poverty, is in a situation of almost permanent vulnerability. The damage caused by natural disasters has increased in magnitude over the years, which has a high human cost and a negative impact on productivity, delaying its development.
Anteriormente producíamos de 30 a 35,000 quintales de café y perdimos más del 70% de la producción porque toda la que está a la orilla del riachuelo se perdió.
The populations have managed to implement actions that have increased their resilience. However, the recent storms Eta and Iota showed that some aspects still need to be strengthened.
Realmente nos afectó bastante, se inundaron todas las plantaciones que están alrededor de la orilla del riachuelo. Realmente perdimos porque dentro de ellas yo también fui perjudicado bastante en esas plantaciones.
Hay daños en los suelos, yo creo que nos toca una tarea muy importante, que es recuperar esos suelos que fueron degradados.
In Guatemala, there are several community models of sustainable forest management. These communities use the forest responsibly to extract food, wood, and other products that allow them to generate income, in harmony with the environment. They are organized in cooperatives and implement actions that guarantee the quality, safety, and traceability of the products they produce and sell.
Poco a poco empezamos a implementar las estrategias para poder seguir trabajando en el campo con las medidas de bioseguridad, con los equipos adecuados, para que nuestra gente no se quede sin las actividades forestales, sin su manejo forestal, sin los ingresos económicos.
One of these models is the Federation of Cooperatives of the Verapaces, Fedocovera, that brings together 36 indigenous community cooperatives with more than 20,000 members who develop sustainable agroforestry management activities for the production and commercialization of wood, cardamom, coffee, cocoa, pepper, honey, turmeric, black tea, among others, generating annual revenues of about $12 million.
Fedocovera nos ha apoyado mucho aquí a nuestra cooperativa con la asistencia técnica. Cada semana están los técnicos con nosotros para ver nuestros cultivos, que somos de 500 socios agricultores aquí en nuestra cooperativa.
También hay una cooperativa de mujeres que hace poco también logró su personería jurídica. Me siento orgullosa de pertenecer a una federación como Fedocovera, porque siempre ha apoyado la participación de la mujer.
They have a high-tech industrial plant, as well as a plant biotechnology laboratory, which allows the cloning of plants with desirable characteristics, such as resistance to pests or droughts. The plants, after going through an air conditioning phase in technified greenhouses, are distributed to all the producers of the cooperatives so that they have better cultivation opportunities.
Gracias a ello, se logró el establecimiento de 60 hectáreas de plantaciones forestales de la especie de Pinus maximinoi en las áreas de la cooperativa.
The IDB Group, through the National Red Plus Strategy and the Sustainable Forest Management and Green Guarantees for Competitive Landscapes projects financed by the Forest Investment Program, FEEP, is betting that this successful model will be scaled up and replicated in other areas of the country. Experiences like this show how agroforestry value chains of small producers allow the promotion of activities that ensure a sustainable economic recovery and generate employment, reducing emissions and improving climate resilience in communities. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Hola, las invito a realizar esta pausa activa donde vamos a comenzar por cuello. Realizamos rotación de cuello 5 hacia un lado y luego 5 hacia el otro, ¿ok? Contamos hacia un lado bien grande, exagera el movimiento. 1 y respira profundo por nariz, bota por la boca. 2, 3, 4, 5 y cambiamos de sentido bien grande al otro lado. 1, vamos, 2, cuida tu postura. 3, respira profundo, 4 y último, 5, vuelve al centro.
Guatemala es un país megadiverso y uno de los más vulnerables al cambio climático. Los impactos al año 2030 podrían alcanzar el 5.8% del PIB anual. El Grupo BID está comprometido con apoyar a los países en la adaptación y mitigación al cambio climático. Apoyamos en el desarrollo de marcos institucionales y de políticas para abordar el tema. Por ejemplo, en Guatemala se ha impulsado la política, la Ley Marco y el Plan de Acción de Cambio Climático, así como la Estrategia Nacional RED, entre otras. Para mejorar la resiliencia de poblaciones altamente vulnerables, hemos apoyado el desarrollo de esquemas de adaptación con actores locales, incluyendo municipalidades y comunidades. A través del modelo de adaptación climática, más de 6.000 familias indígenas chortís están generando anualmente unos 3.2 millones de dólares por la producción de carne, huevos, maíz y frijol, así como de ingresos por incentivos forestales que reciben por la recuperación de más de 6.000 hectáreas de bosque en áreas críticas para la producción de agua. Este modelo se basa en la recuperación de prácticas ancestrales y capital natural de la región para la producción de alimentos y el aseguramiento de la producción de agua. En el caso de mitigación de cambio climático, apoyamos al gobierno de Guatemala en la construcción de su Estrategia Nacional RED para escalar experiencias exitosas de manejo forestal sostenible con un enfoque de desarrollo socioeconómico que está permitiendo mostrar sus contribuciones al NDC y acceder a financiamiento climático. Estamos aprovechando estas experiencias para escalarlas a nivel nacional y potenciar sus impactos a través del financiamiento climático. Para la reducción de deforestación, el modelo de concesiones forestales de Petén muestra cómo el manejo forestal sostenible gestionado por comunidades es una herramienta poderosa para detener el avance de la frontera agrícola, al mismo tiempo que dichas comunidades pueden beneficiarse de actividades productivas sostenibles como madera, chate, ramón, pimienta, chicle, copal y otras. La Alianza Nacional de Comunidades Forestales de Guatemala, a través de modelos como el desarrollado por la Federación de Cooperativas de las Verapaces, Fedecovera, muestran cómo cadenas de valor agroforestales con café, cardamomo, cacao, pimienta y otros implementados por pequeños productores permiten impulsar actividades económicas que también promueven la recuperación de la cobertura forestal como medidas de mitigación y adaptación al cambio climático. Es de interés del BID seguir contribuyendo con Guatemala en sus esfuerzos para abordar los efectos del cambio climático, promoviendo el desarrollo socioeconómico de la población para continuar mejorando vidas.
Esta es la felicidad de nosotros, ¿va? Es una emoción ver este corralito lleno de aves para poder ayudar a nuestras familias, ¿va? Porque yo sé, ¿va? Que somos una comunidad donde no tenemos muchos recursos, pero con esto, bendito sea Dios, ha sido de gran beneficio, de gran ayuda. Hemos aprendido a poder darle una buena alimentación a los animalitos, a que se mantengan bien. Y ya vacunamos, ya tenemos las promotoras, vienen a vacunarlas, van creciendo las aves. Vamos sacando unas para alimentar y comprarle, ya aquí tenemos a los niños, ¿va? Que ellos necesitan sus calzados, tener sus útiles también, ya cuando, póngale ahorita en época de que entran ellos a la escuela, pues de ahí nos ayudamos porque les compramos sus cuadernos. En esta comunidad se han beneficiado otras comunidades comprando los huevitos para poder producir más animalitos, ¿va? Y eso es lo que hemos aprendido aquí en la familia, ¿va? Porque al igual como nosotros también estamos acá, hemos capacitado a las demás compañeras para que ellas también, ¿va? Vayamos aprendiendo a cómo poder tener esta producción de las aves. Y eso ha sido una experiencia muy bonita porque ya ellas pues vendemos las pequeñas, tenemos para comer y en todo es una gran ayuda que hemos recibido. Es una bonita experiencia.
En NDC Invest, admiramos la unión y tenacidad que América Latina y el Caribe ha mostrado ante las adversidades. Sabemos que alcanzar una recuperación económica sostenible tras la pandemia es un reto enorme, pero también es una gran oportunidad para lograr avances hacia economías de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima. Afortunadamente conocemos los métodos y las herramientas que impulsarán a los países hacia una transición justa que beneficiará a todos. Confiamos en el potencial que tienen los líderes de nuestra región y los apoyamos para que tomen acción y alcancen objetivos más ambiciosos que superen las expectativas proyectadas en sus NDCs. Para ayudar en el proceso, NDC Invest combina asistencia técnica y recursos e instrumentos financieros que garantizan una implementación exitosa del Acuerdo de París. Por ejemplo, en Centroamérica, apoyamos en la construcción e implementación de estrategias Red+ para la protección y manejo sostenible de bosques, buscando generar empleo en grupos vulnerables. Impulsamos la electrificación del sector transporte con más de 51 iniciativas en 19 países de la región. La cartera del fondo ACL creció a 19 proyectos en 2019 por $15 millones y apalancó más de $600 millones en préstamos de inversión. Y recientemente ayudamos a Costa Rica a identificar que alcanzar cero emisiones netas generará beneficios netos por $41 mil millones a la economía del país entre 2020 y 2050. Gracias al impulso que hemos dado en nuestra región, nos consolidamos en solo 2 años como la plataforma relacionada con NDCs más grande entre los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Vemos a nuestra región con gran oportunidad y ejemplos comprobados y con el potencial para liderar al mundo hacia economías prósperas de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima en las próximas décadas. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
En el Grupo BID, apoyamos a gobiernos y al sector privado en América Latina y el Caribe para lograr un desarrollo con cero emisiones de carbono y resiliente al clima. Nuestra cooperación con el Fondo de Inversión Climática, o CIF, es un modelo a seguir para el financiamiento climático y ha apoyado a países de la región a lograr sus objetivos climáticos y a permitir una transición hacia economías con cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima. Establecido en 2008, el CIF acelera la acción climática en países de bajos y medianos ingresos, potenciando la transformación en tecnologías limpias, acceso a la energía, resiliencia climática y bosques sostenibles. A la fecha, 14 países donantes han aportado $8.000 millones americanos al CIF. Alrededor del 20% de los fondos aprobados se han destinado a la región y se han desembolsado a través de socios como el Grupo BID. La plataforma NDC Invest del BID promueve la cooperación entre el Grupo BID y el CIF, impulsando los instrumentos de financiamiento climático para movilizar la inversión pública y privada. Durante más de 10 años, el Grupo BID ha trabajado en estrecha colaboración con el CIF para apoyar acciones de mitigación y adaptación climática en toda la región. Hasta ahora, más de 100 operaciones del Grupo BID han recibido apoyo del CIF. En cooperación con el Fondo de Tecnología Limpia del CIF y BID Invest del Grupo BID, apoyamos la ampliación de Kingo Energy, un proveedor innovador de sistemas solares domésticos que proporciona electricidad a comunidades rurales de Guatemala y Colombia. Con el apoyo del CIF y del Grupo BID, Kingo Energy tiene como objetivo llegar a más de 550.000 hogares en 2026. Con el apoyo del CIF, el Programa de Inversión Forestal Perú contribuye a los objetivos nacionales de reducción de gases efecto invernadero a través de la reducción y detención de la deforestación de la Amazonía peruana. Además, tiene como objetivo aumentar los ingresos de 9.000 familias de comunidades nativas y pequeños usuarios del bosque mediante la promoción de actividades de manejo sostenible de sus bosques. En un contexto de cambio climático, con incremento de déficit hídrico y competición por los recursos, el Programa Piloto de Resiliencia Climática del CIF apoya un proyecto que tiene como objetivo garantizar el suministro de agua potable para la Municipalidad de El Alto y los municipios de Batallas y Pucarani, y mejora de los sistemas de riego en Batallas y Pucarani, promoviendo la gestión integrada de recursos hídricos y la complementariedad con proyectos de manejo integral de cuencas y productivos en las comunidades. Este proyecto beneficia a más de 250.000 bolivianos. Estos y muchos otros ejemplos muestran cómo se crea un impacto positivo para el clima y la comunidad a través de la cooperación entre el CIF y el Grupo BID. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
Bienvenidos de regreso a nuestro evento.
Welcome back to our event. Leadership by women is essential in order to deal with climate change and for the sustainable use of biodiversity. Besides, data show that women are the most widely affected by the climate crisis. In the following panel, we have the presence of women that are transforming the conversation on climate change and biodiversity. Welcome, everyone, back to this meeting.
On behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this session on the critical topics of COVID-19 and climate change action. I am delighted to be here with women leaders who will bring their perspective on climate change as a catalyst for a sustainable recovery. Women's equal participation and leadership in political and public life are essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. However, data shows that women are underrepresented at all levels of decision-making worldwide, and achieving gender parity in political life is nowhere near the ideal scenario. Investing in women and girls creates ripple effects throughout entire communities and countries. Research shows that countries with high representation of women in parliament are more likely to ratify international environment treaties. Investing in women has great returns. In the agricultural sector, for example, women comprise approximately 43% of the labor force in developing countries. And when provided with the same access to resources as men, women can increase their agricultural yields by 20 to 30%. Not only stepping up total agricultural output in these countries by 2.5 to 4%, but also contributing to world hunger reduction by 12 or 17%, according to the United Nations. This can positively impact climate adaptation in two ways. Appropriate technology or resources contribute to more sustainable farming and conservation, and a reduction in poverty improves people's lives and enables them to better adapt to changes in climate. As women are often in the front line of climate change impacts, empowering women is key to strengthening and building more climate resilient communities. Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most gender unequal regions in the world, and the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and even widened those gaps. Overcoming the pandemic and its consequences will require all of our efforts, and tackling the gender gap is key. In this sense, our Vision 2025 Reinvest in the Americas plan prioritizes 5 opportunities for the IDB group to work with the region, including regional integration and strengthening value chains, support for small and medium-sized firms in order to narrow the estimated $1 trillion financing gap, the promotion of a digital economy, and the prioritization of both gender inclusion and climate change responses. In fact, cross-cutting issues of gender equality and diversity and climate change are cornerstones of Vision 2025. The IDB Group has a unique expertise to enhance opportunities for innovative financing, and we welcome the possibility to hear how our panelists share this common vision. Today's conversations will therefore focus on the insights that my fellow panelists can provide from a variety of perspectives on how the pandemic has offered them a unique window to enhance their climate agenda in spite of the terrible consequences of the pandemic. So let's start with our dialogue. Thank you once again for being here. Let me start with Marcia Cattle, Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. Minister, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. As Barbados faces unprecedented challenges because of COVID-19, the government has underlined the need for resiliency to be the strategy for recovery. Could you share with us this vision and what it entails?
Thanks, Jessica. First, let me say that the focus on climate resilience is extremely connected and cannot be separated from financial resilience. And so one of the things that we've said ahead of COP-26 is that we want to see a commitment and we want to see a discussion jointly on issues of climate, debt, vulnerability in small island states, many of which are already susceptible and already experiencing significant sea level rise, drought like Barbados, many of which are already seeing higher temperatures than the global averages. And so for us, the climate resilience conversation and the financial resilience conversation are very closely linked. So what is our strategy for resilience? We've built this into two key areas that we've been working on. One is our nationally determined contributions, which are among the most ambitious I think you will see ahead of this upcoming COP. We have a clear strategy for a significant reduction in emissions. And we do that even as we realize that Barbados and other similar small island states are not the contributors to the global levels of emissions. We've also built in a resilience strategy into our flagship development program, which we call Roofs to Reefs. And we call it Roofs to Reefs because we realize that resilience has to start with, and in fact, most affects people at the household level, and especially people who live and experience poverty. So issues like people's capacity to implement nature-based solutions, rainwater harvesting, rooftop renewable energy solutions, and battery storage at the household level, these are the important parts of Roofs to Reefs. But why does it go to reefs? Because it also addresses issues that have to do with the methodologies that are used in the agriculture sector, getting back again to nature-based solutions. One example that we have is making sure that we bring in the extension of ponds and so on in order to mitigate flooding. So that what happens is that some of the runoff that is experienced actually binds to the soil and the sand at the level at the coast before it runs off into the ocean. So these are some very practical things. Barbados is a tourism-dependent economy. We saw an over 18% contraction in our GDP based on the reduction in tourism and the international standstill in travel. So in the tourism sector, we've also introduced the Barbados Employment and Sustainable Transformation Program. And what does that do? Not only does it introduce government support to get people back to work in a sector that has effectively closed down, but it also requires those tourism firms to implement green solutions as part of their recovery. This is a moment, now that the world has paused, to be able to introduce resilience in everything that we do. And we've taken advantage of this moment of recovery to do just that. The last thing I want to say on this has to do with our doing business agenda, which one might not think is a place to introduce resilience solutions. Now, in 2018, we introduced new planning legislation, new physical planning legislation. And one of the things we did there was to require that certain kinds of developments have to contribute to the balance of natural development by things that we call planning obligations. And so these are some of the ways that you will see Barbados' resilience strategy for growth and inclusive growth across a range of sectors.
Thank you, Minister Cattle. And I appreciate your responses. And I think the way that you broached the issue of resilience as actually its own cross-cutting issue is exactly how we need to talk about these issues. I think people talk about adaptation, mitigation, and resilience in their own buckets, but it's really all of them combined that equal a formula that needs to be looked at and designed appropriately for every country that needs it. Now, let us go to Abigail Demopoulos, Senior Coordinator, International Affairs Climate Task Force in the United States.
Hi, Jessica. How are you? I'm very happy to be with you today.
Thank you. Good. Okay, I think we have another question here. As Barbados and the minister has proposed a fundamental change in how economies should prioritize their investments, we have seen that the new administration has launched a major policy shift on climate issues domestically and internationally. How do you envision next steps in collaboration among countries on this topic? Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. It's been quite a busy few months at the Treasury Department because the Biden administration, in addition to all of the work that they've been doing on COVID response, launched a very ambitious climate agenda right after the president's inauguration. He released an executive order on January 27th entitled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. And that gave all of the agencies like the Treasury who work on international issues a mandate and a lot of tasks in order to think through how the U.S. should be re-engaging on climate issues internationally. In April, as I'm sure everyone knows, the president convened the Climate Leaders Summit, where he announced the U.S. nationally determined contribution. He also announced a climate finance plan, which included a pledge to double U.S. public climate finance and to triple adaptation finance. That was something that was a collaborative effort between the department that I work at Treasury, the State Department, and many other U.S. government agencies. At Treasury, we are thrilled to be under the leadership of Secretary Yellen, who is someone who cares deeply about climate change, and as you all know, is the first woman Secretary of the Treasury. Under her leadership, since January, we've really engaged in a lot of fora that we had not been active in before. For example, we joined the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and we've been very active on climate issues in both the G7 and the G20 international channels, including assuming responsibility for the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, which is covering a broad array of topics related to integrating climate in financial decision-making. Some of that relates to issues related to financial sector supervision, but also the types of disclosure that companies use, publicly traded companies use. We've also been looking at some issues in that group related to the MDBs. And Treasury, as part of the executive order, was tasked with coming up with a strategy for integrating climate into all areas of our international engagement. So we're working on pulling that together. And obviously, climate is coming up in many multilateral channels, as I mentioned, the G7 and the G20, in our engagements with the IMF and other multilateral institutions like the IDB. But in addition to that, we, as a government, have launched a number of bilateral dialogues with countries around the world, including in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And I just want to underscore that we are doing all of this work on climate while being mindful of the need to recover from the pandemic and trying to think about climate in, as Jessica mentioned, an integrated way with gender and diversity issues. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
No, thank you so much for your response. And it's really great to know how much is going on at the same time. And I know a lot of people are putting a key focus on the next meeting of the COP-26. I know we are internally at the IDB. And I think this could not be a more timely discussion to talk about what everyone is doing to see how we can better align our efforts. So thank you so much for the description and all of the good work that's being done. Next is Yolanda Cacabatze, former president of the World Wildlife Fund International. Thank you for being with us. Yolanda, it's a pleasure. You have such an impressive career in climate change action. Thank you. As a person of Ecuadorian descent, I want to tell you that you are a role model for so many women and girls. As a former president of the World Wildlife Fund International and the World Conservation Union, based on your unique experience, what are the lessons learned that we have to include in a sustainable recovery from a biodiversity standpoint?
Thank you, Jessica. Many lessons, I think, several at least. And maybe the most important one to start with is that you cannot separate the biodiversity agenda from the climate change one. I think that one of the mistakes that we have done in the last couple of decades is to think that one can manage the two separately. And of course, when we look at climate change and the threats of climate change today, we know that they are due to the destruction of ecosystems around the world. And that cannot continue to happen. And what we have seen during this year, this terrible year of COVID, is that people suddenly started to realize that going out into natural systems was safer than staying at home. And staying at home means staying in urban places where the threats were many. And the threats are real. We cannot have healthy human beings in an unhealthy planet. And mainly urban areas, what show is that they are terribly unhealthy in terms of air pollution, in terms of water pollution, in terms of the reduction of space for quality of life. And meaning when we say that people have preferred going out into natural spaces, means that we have to look also into those protected areas that we have created around the world as the havens for biodiversity wealth. We are not investing enough around the world in protected areas. We have taken them for granted or believed them to be areas for the people who care about nature. And that is not so. The protected areas are a protection, a vest in which we wrap security. And security in every sense, security, health security, food security, water security, energy security, all of those depend on a balanced planet where nature is given the right to exist, the right to be permanent, the right to be a wealth that we reach out to when needed. Another lesson that we learned is that people started to look, where do I get food, especially in continents like Latin America and South America? Where does food come from? If I cannot go safely into the traditional markets, can I go into the local ones? And the local ones, relevance, importance started to reach us in the urban areas. And we started to value local family farmers much more than we did before. And that, I think, has been one of the connections that has given us food for thought, because they were not in our immediate circle as before. And if the theory about the origin of this virus is proven to be right, that it came from some animal or not, it doesn't really matter. But what matters is that nature can also be the source of other viruses that are there, hidden at the moment, but ready to jump out if we continue to destroy ecosystems. So some important points, Jessica, that we need to think about. Over.
Sharing, and actually I think my big takeaway is not only that biodiversity encompasses a lot more than maybe we actually think by its technical definition, but the fact that you're absolutely right, we cannot be healthy societies in an unhealthy world. And I love that, because I think that that's what we leave for the next generation. We need to focus on how to make things better so that every generation improves upon the foundation that hopefully we're establishing now, especially in a new world post-COVID.
That's
so
right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now, let's go to Jody Mather-Phillip, Director of the Implementation and Support Division at the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Now, COP-15 will take place this year with a key momentum to advance the biodiversity agenda. What milestones are crucial for the agenda to ensure ownership at the international level?
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting us to this panel, for inviting the CBD Secretariat to contribute to this discussion. And let me begin by offering my sincere thanks to the IDB Group and its Climate Change Division for convening this extremely impressive panel. A lot of the people on the panel are my heroes, as you said too. And so I am so pleased to be part of it. I also would like to thank Ms. Kakabati for bringing biodiversity squarely into the debate on climate change. But to your question, this year is indeed a very, very important year for us. It will be the landmark year for nature, and with the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework set to be adopted at the UN Biodiversity Conference, COP-15 in Kunming in China, which we're hoping will be later this year. The new framework will be a companion to the Paris Climate Agreement, and it will focus specifically on nature. It will include 30-year goals, 10-year targets, and also policy directions to guide our global society over the next 3 decades. The impacts of COVID-19, as has already been said, have brought the importance of biodiversity conservation more clearly into focus and highlighted the need to enhance the mainstreaming of biodiversity and ecosystem services into sectors such as health, agriculture, fisheries, forestries, and climate change, as well as into planning and development policies and processes. And as you said, the impacts on women have been devastating, as all reports are showing, and therefore empowering women is indeed very important. In fact, I would say essential for building back better from this pandemic and also for the future of our global biodiversity framework. During the past year and into 2021, we have seen an unprecedented mobilization of critical partners, which are so important for our agenda, beyond governments and significant commitments by the business sector and finance, as well as by subnational and local governments. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will not only set out global goals and targets, it will also address the means of implementation and provide an enhanced monitoring and accountability framework, which is also something that is extremely important for the framework. There will be targets apropos this discussion for both mitigation in terms of halting biodiversity loss, but also for emissions reduction, as well as for ecosystem approaches to climate change, including safeguards for biodiversity to stop loss, hopefully future pandemics, but also to support the One Health initiative. As we all know, biodiversity is 37% of the solution for climate change, but also that climate change is one of the 5 drivers of biodiversity loss, as was reported by the IPBES Global Assessment in 2019. Also, health and future pandemics are intimately linked to the health of biodiversity and how we as humans treat nature. And this has already been said by Ms. Kakabadzi earlier, just before me. A UN report estimates that all future pandemics will likely be through zoonotic sources. Additionally, implementation of the new framework will require an unprecedented mobilization of financial resources from all sources, as well as the development of capacities at all levels and the mainstreaming of biodiversity in all economic sectors. Thus, this in turn requires the involvement of all public and private actors to increase their ambitions on nature and signal early action that is commensurate with the 2050 vision. The world will accept nothing less than a transformative global framework on biodiversity, one that will mark the beginning of a new era for the protection of nature. This year, we must restore hope for people, planet, and prosperity, and put us on a path to our vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. We need to recalibrate the conservation goals in our economic thinking, redesign incentives and policies, and help set our world on a path to ecological and social sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jody. And we all have very ambitious goals, and I'm really excited to see as this agenda develops where we are by the end of the year. We at the IDB are trying to be equally as ambitious, if not more so, than we have been in the past, because we are aware of the urgency of addressing all of these issues. So thank you again. Now, Maria Alexandra Moreira Lopez, the Secretary General of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, is here with us. So we're going to pivot to you. The Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization is an intergovernmental organization. What do you think is a catalytic role of natural capital to promote collaboration and recovery in a post-COVID-19 world?
Thank you, Jessica. First of all, I want to congratulate you for organizing this important event and for your leadership at the bank and for your growing interest in the Amazon. Regarding your important question, the role played by the largest basin in the world and the ecosystem with the greatest biological diversity is fundamental in our Amazon country, and why not to say in the entire world. The Amazon occupies 44% of the territory of Latin America, so it is unthinkable not to consider it in a scenario of recovery and reactivation, not only economically, but social and environmentally too. It is important to remember that the COVID-19 pandemic arrived at the time when there was already evidence of growing imbalances that indicate that the prevailing patterns of production, distribution, and consumption were not sustainable. As the CLAD highlights, we were going through three major crises. The first one, the slower and more unstable growth of world product and trade. The rapid increase in inequality in the world's major economies. And the third one, the environmental destruction and climate change. This whole situation has forced us to rethink the great role of the regional cooperation and articulate work among Amazon countries in order to develop more pragmatic actions. The 8 member countries of the Amazon Cooperative Treaty Organization approved this last May 21 our biodiversity program for the Amazon region, which constitutes an historic milestone because this program brings together for the first time the common vision of the Amazon countries to improve the management of biological diversity and the protection of traditional knowledge, for example, of indigenous people and local communities through collaborative and cooperative actions in the short, medium, and long term to achieve the objectives of the CBD and the goals of the 2030 Agenda. The countries recognize the potential of the biological diversity present in the Amazon as an opportunity for sustainable development, focused on reducing inequality gaps in income, health, and education, among others, promoting sustainable employment, environmentally responsible practice of the population, and the recovery of ecosystems and species under threat or under pressure for the international commerce. We seek to work on a transformative recovery, increasing public and private investment, aiming at a path with low carbon emission and less depend on the destruction of natural resources, which has an essential elements, the productive transformation and technological development with innovation, promoting national, regional, and international competitiveness, while redefining the investment incentive system in favor of equality and sustainability. One of the essential issues is the promotion of equality, which helps to sustain income and aggregate demand to encourage more productive growth when associated with the wide access to education, health, and opportunity for all people, particularly women. Today, there is a growing consensus that inequality is the enemy of the productivity, learning, and innovation. Those elements are aimed at strengthening ACTO's actions, also strengthening our voice as an Amazon region and contributing to the integration processes. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you so much for your insights, and actually thank you all for this initial start of the discussion. I think we've touched on a lot of critical issues. I will say that for us at the IDB, we're working on our Amazon Fund and dealing with those communities in these areas as part and parcel of what we're hoping to be able to do to build those bridges and to make this a more inclusive process. So thank you all already. Now we're shifting to a second round of questions. Before we start, I wanted to ask each of our panelists if you could please keep your responses as concise as possible. We're trying to stay within time limits so that our audience can keep moving to the second panel because we have quite an ambitious agenda for the day. So Minister Cattle, back to you. Biodiversity is a key driver for panelists, all of you here today. How does Barbados value nature capital? How does your ministry prioritize nature-based solutions?
Thanks, Jessica. It's interesting to be asked as a minister from a small island about the question of how we value natural capital. We, as an island, are all natural capital. I think there are two things I would want to say here. One, for us as we go into COP, the question is, how does the world value the natural capital of small, vulnerable islands? I mean, that is really the question that we're seeking to answer at this next very important meeting. One of the things that we've been saying is that we definitely need to see, Yolanda was saying that the biodiversity conversation has to be happening alongside the climate conversation, which has to be happening alongside the means of implementation conversation. How are we addressing adaptation? How are we investing more in adaptation, including investments in nature-based solutions for small islands that are seeing more quickly the impacts of these emissions and of climate change? Now, in Barbados, we have programs where, for example, we take a risk-based approach to make sure that we are able to assign a value to our reefs and to our coastal infrastructure so that we have a good sense of if these are impacted in natural disaster, what is the level of investment that is required. What we've done in our NDCs is we've taken an approach of essentially rating our projects under the Roofs to Reefs program to see what has a certain biodiversity value, which ones have a certain investment return for private investors, and these things are important. But what is extremely important is for the world to increase investment in adaptation funding. At the moment, it stands at 20%. This is one of the things that is very important if internationally we are valuing the natural capital of small islands. The final thing I'll say is that, and this may be a bit controversial, one of the things COVID has taught us with respect to the care economy is that that economy, care, and how people's inputs have been able to help us recover has been central to the recovery. Nature and the environment have been and continue to be central to the recovery. But we continue to want to assign a certain kind of value. As an economist, this might sound strange for me to say, but once we do understand the market-based value, then what? I think it's important to understand the market-based value, but I think it's also important to understand that there is another kind of value, the value that keeps our societies together, the value that keeps people well. It is important to make this visible in terms of GDP, but it's also important to understand that in many ways, it's not just about the market-based value. It's about the fact that these are the inputs, nature and people and their work and their creative energy that helps the world survive. And this is a conversation that we also need to have.
Thank you, Minister. And I actually don't think that statement is controversial at all. I welcome it because a lot of the discussions that we're having internally here is, no one's talking as much as now, I guess, of resilience and adaptation and mitigation and the value of nature. But I agree with you, placing a quantitative value on it isn't the goal here. The goal is what are the returns? And the returns aren't bottom line revenue streams all the time. It's also about the contributions to society. And I think, if anything, I hope that a lesson all of us have learned about COVID is that we need to build the threads and strengthen the threads that tie us all together in society, and especially in our region, because we're very vulnerable to a lot of many issues, pressing issues, gender and climate, two of just many. And we need to think about it as a coherent solution that, again, is generational, that we can pass on from one generation to the next. So thank you, Minister, for your thoughtful comments. Turning back to Abigail, what does U.S. Treasury view as priorities for climate finance to meet the pressing challenge of climate change in Latin America and beyond?
Thanks for that question, Jessica. So I think this year our most important priority is to re-engage both multilaterally and bilaterally to ensure that institutions like the IDB are doing as much as possible to integrate climate and other broader sustainability goals into their lending and policy advice to countries as everyone works to recover from the pandemic. At the moment, we're particularly focused on promoting the alignment of MDB operations with the Paris Agreement, and also enhancing MDB support for countries seeking to bolster their nationally determined contributions. And we're also working to seek more ambitious climate finance commitments from the MDBs, particularly IDB and the private sector windows, of the banks as well, because we really feel that it's critical to bolster the mobilization of private finance with each dollar of MDB finance, especially in areas like adaptation, where traditionally there's been a stronger focus on public sector stuff and less work on the private sector. As part of this agenda, securing robust replenishments of the MDB concessional windows, particularly the World Bank IDA, replenishment is a very high priority as these replenishments are critical to making resources available quickly to help support climate investments in the poorest countries. Obviously, given the vulnerability to many parts of the LAC region to natural disasters, and also consistent with the president's plan to increase focus on adaptation financing, we are looking into options to be more involved in regional disaster risk insurance pools, and so we're exploring those options. Some of that we subject to availability of funds, and noting my colleagues' comments about natural capital and biodiversity, the executive order that I mentioned earlier has a specific provision related to protection of the Amazon and global carbon sinks. So Treasury is working with several agencies to explore work in this area, and we're very pleased to see the IDB launch its Amazon initiative earlier this year. In closing, I'll say a core priority is really to encourage MDBs like IDB and IDB Invest to work to increase the engagement of the private sector on climate and sustainability issues. We do think that IDB can play a critical role in attracting FDI into the region and in helping local investors to enter new sectors. I know there's been a tremendous amount of creative work by IDB Lab and by the Natural Capital Lab to think about ways to promote new models for financing of climate and sustainability, and we'd like to see some of those scaled up more. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Abigail. We'd like to see them scaled up more too, so we're at least on the same page on that and on working with our MDB partners here in Washington and overseas. I think we're working on that roadmap, and I know we look forward to having more conversations with you and with Treasury to see how we can do exactly what you laid out, scale up and have more impact and bring in more private sector investment. We also see that as a huge boon for the region if done right. So now let's pivot to Yolanda. As the region still faces COVID-19 challenges, how do you think this crisis has had an impact on how we perceive biodiversity and how we need to act? You might be on mute.
Thank you. I would like to mention something that the previous panelists have already highlighted in the importance of biodiversity. But focusing on food, I think that something very special in LAC is solidarity. And what we have seen during this year and a half is that the poorer have been in more difficult situations, the most vulnerable have been desperate, while others have had the benefit of keeping well. And one of the reasons for that is that food has been in a collapse, reaching with food to the poorer and the most vulnerable, not the production itself. But we have all seen how the hospitality sector has collapsed. We have seen how difficult it has been for many to reach places where food has been marketed. And that has reverted into the growth and strengthening of food banks, for example, into the growth and strengthening of the food agenda, which by coincidence has been working together with the organization of the Food Systems Summit that will take place later on this year. And the two groups and the dialogue between those in need and those who can has been fertilized by by the threat and by the impact of COVID on the food market. It is important, for example, to acknowledge that if food loss and waste was a country, it would be the third largest emitter of gases. China, the US, and food loss and waste. And that has led many of us working on the food agenda to react in favor of connecting biodiversity and food diversity with the climate change threats. And that needs to grow all over. Then we need to work much more on the awareness of how important it is to produce food, to consume food, and all the change, but with responsibility, taking care of how relevant it is to be responsible on consumption and avoid food loss and waste. Over.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate those comments. I want to say the issue of food is something that we're starting to talk about a lot more. Food insecurity, what does this mean for the access to smaller businesses that are food markets, and the impact on the tourism industry if they don't have access to the small providers that they used to have before? What does that mean? The ripple effects are massive, and we just spent a week in Miami, and we spoke with some members of the tourism industry in the region, and they talked a lot about these supply chain issues of how you get access to food, how do people who want to go enjoy and spend, which is investment in these countries, do that if they don't have anywhere to go. Food insecurity as well is a key development issue that we're looking at in terms of how it relates to climate change as well. So thank you so much for your remarks. Pivoting again to Jody on Kunming and the delivery of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. What are those next steps?
So first of all, we had just 2 weeks ago, just over 2 weeks ago, we concluded 6 weeks of virtual sessions of our subsidiary bodies, which are a critical stepping stone to our road to Kunming. This is the first time that delegates actually did take part in formal negotiations, which is not something that we have done in the past. And they were quite successful. And we advanced our work towards the Global Biodiversity Framework and the advice that the subsidiary bodies were supposed to provide to the co-chairs of the working group on post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And as we speak, the co-chairs and us are busily revising the key elements of the previous version of the framework to reflect this advice and inputs from the subsidiary bodies. We are revising provisions such as the 4 long-term goals related to the 2050 vision for biodiversity, the milestones to assess progress, and the action-oriented targets. We are also looking at updating sections that address the range of implementation support mechanisms and enabling conditions required for implementation. This first draft is expected to be released in all 6 languages, all 6 UN languages in the next 2 weeks. And we invite you to have a look at it as the first session of the open-ended working group, which will start negotiations of the Global Biodiversity Framework, will begin on 23rd of August for 2 weeks and will end just in time for the start of the World Conservation Congress. In the broader context, the co-chairs will be working to ensure the coherence and complementarity of this framework with other international processes, all of them that we have discussed today, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement, and other processes, framework strategies. Finally, we should remember that the eyes of the world are upon us, and they are demanding a new era for the protection of nature, as has been discussed today. I'm fully confident that delegates to the CBD will launch this new era by adopting a transformational and ambitious global framework, which you will help us implement. And this will truly transform the global economic system and help us attain our 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jody. And I think that this was a very timely discussion because some deadlines and timelines are coming up in the calendar.
Yes.
And as quickly as we discuss them, we'll be meeting them. So thank you for sharing. And now let's turn to Maria Alexandra. The IDB Group, in partnership with the OTCA, launched the Initiative for the Sustainable Development of the Amazon region. The bioeconomy is at the heart of this effort. How do you foresee the implementation of our efforts on the ground and the synergies with ongoing actions?
Well, the biodiversity potential is the main differential of competitiveness in our Amazon countries, and bioeconomy may become an important driver for the integral development of our region. We understand bioeconomy in a holistic way as economy of living in harmony and balance among the people and nature. However, we need to consider that there is the need to adapt this concept to our national and local realities. This concept enables to coordinate two apparent conflicts approach: economic growth and ecosystem integrity conservation, through promoting a virtuous process based on the use of innovative biodiversity models, driving an economic model more harmonious with nature, and helping to reduce the Amazon region outstanding socioeconomic inequality. In this context, greater opportunities and mutual benefits for ecosystems and people may result promoting the conservation of forests, water resources, and biodiversity in the others. Additionally, bioeconomy must be developed through interscientific dialogue, combining the high innovation and technology of modern science and with traditional and local knowledge. The implementation of bioeconomy will consider the development of industrialization and transformation of unique products from biodiversity in an equitable and inclusive way, coordinating small, medium, large-scale initiatives, and encourage sustainable entrepreneurship. As an economic driver within the local, regional, and international arenas, the bioeconomy will allow us to put aside our country's economic dependence from the primary raw material producing sector that are affecting many of our ecosystems, and particularly our Amazon population. And finally, in most of our countries, the concept of bioeconomy is being discussed right now. I consider that we have to be very careful between the balance of the public and private role when implementing policies and financial instruments that will make possible a suitable environment for this vision to prosper. We are dealing with biological diversity, so we cannot give the wrong impression and we cannot make the mistake of the past believing that the markets and just the business are the only answer to a post-COVID scenario. The tasks and work are much broader. We need models and tools that contribute to social and environmental welfare, and that local economies can be generated and boosted in the Amazon. We greatly appreciate the work that the IDB is doing with our organization and the Amazon countries, trying to develop other more sustainable visions and tools in the region. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, and we look forward to continuing our joint work, and we hope that we have more impact and do so very quickly. Fellow women leaders, this session has been exceptional, and I want to thank you. Thank you for your expertise on such critical topics that have allowed us to gain additional understanding of all the challenges at stake and all the opportunities as we develop the best strategies for the region to avoid losing another decade as we move ahead toward a more sustainable and more resilient recovery. I thank all of you in our audience for your presence and look forward to our continuous collaboration and to seeing your ambitious work implemented in our region. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thanks a lot.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos. En unos segundos estaremos iniciando.
Thank you for accompanying us. In a few seconds, we will be launching the next session. See you soon.
Luis Manuel, la misma dinámica.
Sí.
Ya, todo claro, ¿no?
Sí. Bienvenidos de nuevo.
Welcome again.
Los verdes podría ayudar a
A
la
green
región a recuperarse
employment
de la pandemia
agenda can help the region recover from the pandemic
sostenible y resiliente.
and make the region more resilient and sustainable.
A cero
A
emisiones
green recovery
puede crear
that can
15
reach
millones
zero
de
net
puestos de
emissions
trabajo.
could create 15 million jobs.
Justa, y que nadie
But we need a just transition and that no one is left behind.
conocer qué está
In the next session,
en esto.
we're going to see what's happening in the region regarding this topic.
Escuchando el idioma de su preferencia.
If you are not hearing the language of your choice, we would like you to visit our website, www.iab.org/una región, one region, and there you can choose the language of your broadcast.
Sesiones anteriores.
For those of you who have been with us from the previous session, please refresh your website so that you can refresh the chat, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have if time allows. Welcome, everyone.
Muchas gracias. Aprovecho para darle la bienvenida.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome
Ver a nuestros panelistas.
you and create a space where we can see our panelists, Marcelo Cabral,
Sánchez.
Ana Sanchez.
Ana Sánchez.
Here's Marcelo. Ana Sanchez.
Tamara.
Tamara. And Ariel.
Y agradecerles una vez más por acompañarnos.
And I would like to thank you all again for joining us here.
La región está todavía,
As many of you know,
buena parte
the region is still suffering the effects of the pandemic.
ganar 15 millones de
And as we've mentioned,
ver que hemos
we've lost 15 million jobs.
como fruto de la pandemia.
We've lost 50 million formal jobs based on the data that we have.
que han causado esto
The main reasons that we're talking about is how vulnerable
también está asociada
is the vulnerability
les queremos hablar.
which is linked to green jobs.
Podemos realmente
I think within this session we can really, understand how to best handle this.
a Marcelo Cabral.
In this regard, I'd like to start with Marcelo Cabral to tell us a little bit about what we know about green jobs in Latin America and the Caribbean. Interpreter has no audio feed. Interpreter is not listening to the speaker. The speaker must be on mute.
Marcelo, creo que tienes el micrófono mute porque no te escuchamos.
Marcelo, we believe that your microphone is muted. I'm confirming that.
Ahora sí, gracias.
Yeah, here we go, Manuel. Thank you.
Año y medio de trabajar en plataformas y todavía no sé.
Year and a half working in the platform and still don't know how to use microphone. Maybe by next year I'll understand this.
Manuel, te decía que
because next I hope to be face to face. I was telling you that from the IDB,
se sabe, pero se sabe todavía menos de lo que quisiéramos. Lo que sí sabemos,
we know less than we would like to. What we do know is that our mission for 2025, which is our mission for the bank, in the next 5 years, it has two big pillars. The main one is the climate change, and the other one has to deal with the creation of employment. The creation of employment with perspectives, with a gender perspective, because women are still more affected due to the lack of employment and the inequality that the work has. But also regarding the creation of employment, we also looking to create green employment. We do know that the transition with climate change and switching to low carbon economies, that is changing, it's changing jobs. And it's requiring things that we don't know how to do yet. So the most important thing is that this transition that we're going through means that we'll create industries, like you said, will create jobs in industries that are currently being mitigated or are mitigating, in climate change, like the electromobility. The good news is that the net effect of this employment creation, it's positive for Latin America when we speak about green employment. And this is what we discussed, like the dimensioning. We made a study with the OIT. They expect that we will have 15 million jobs, and then we'll have 22.5, jobs in green, and then brown industries will create 7.5. Not all industries have such a strong, job creation, such as this one. The biggest job creation, that's a very important data, is for food. This is all, created by the climate change, or the impulse and difference in diet. As people start to increase more into vegetable-based diets. And he also spoke about a just transition. There's got to be a net effect, a positive net effect. It doesn't mean that the transition will be just. So we have to see how we can work with different sectors and with different groups of workers. We can see that later, but as of now, the actions that we take to reconvert the people, the workers, we have to have an income regeneration, but also people with higher qualifications who will be in a very competitive market. This is what we know about in Latin America, and now I yield the floor to you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. We also have Ana with us today from OIT. We have a little bit of the regional perspective. What can you tell us from looking at from the world? How is this region compared to other regions? What makes this work in other regions? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all to be here and I'm greeting every panelist. You have to excuse Claudia, who will not be here, but I can substitute her. It's interesting to see how we're doing in this region in comparison to other places. Some studies that we've done at the OIT, at a global level, they speak about the creation of 24 million green jobs. Maybe it's not as ambitious against climate change. So when we analyze a scenario like in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we think about a more ambitious scenario, we believe that the employment that we can create is 15 million jobs. That's why Latin America and the Caribbean are placed in a prominent level globally. What can we conclude from these numbers? It's important to understand that there's a direct relation between ambition, like climatic, or in terms of protection of biodiversity, or reducing pollution, regarding, in general, pollution, but there's a relation to the green employment that you can create. The more ambitious you are, the more you can have more business development and more job creation. So it's important to keep this in mind, because in some instances, the little ambition, what that creates is a low impact to the job. So the higher ambition will allow to work from the employment perspective with an intelligent policy that will help the chains of value globally, and that they're working fine, and that will help with those programs, that will help with the job demand, and it's also important that will help us. This transition, in a way, should help us to reduce the gap that we have in the market, in the job market, due to the difficulty of access to good employment for the young people, for women, for rural people. Also, improve the levels of education education and professional qualifications. This is the interesting part. The interesting part is that this transition is based on this concept that we've been discussing since 2015 as a just transition. Let the transition be not just for improvement in terms of green, but also to reduce those gaps of inequality, which is a gap, that's been widening since COVID, is the informal employment. We need to pay a lot of attention to the social protection, in which we're really low. In those sectors, like what Marcelo was discussing, like with cattle, the agro industries, where there's a lot of potential for job creation, tourism, construction, transportation. Those are sectors that are highly informal. So that those two measures go hand in hand to make sure that we can create those green jobs, make sure that there are possibilities of improving those jobs, but also there are measures of improving in other terms. So in summary, thanks to the richness that Latin America has in its biodiversity and renewable energy, it's at the center of the possibility of green job creation. Thank you, Ana. And now I'm going to speak with Tamara, so she can tell us how this really works in the real life. How can you move this power? Tell us about your business. How many people work for you? And what kind of impact do you think that electromobility could have within the systems that Marcelo was discussing in the source of employment in Chile and Latin America? Hello, good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the invitation. I want to tell you a little bit about the experience that we've been having here locally in Chile and what's happened regionally with us. Thanks to electromobility's advancement, we've had these challenges, as we were speaking about it before. They go in line with green job creation, but in the real case, in a practical case of electromobility, they're not exempt from challenges. We started with a regional work in all of Latin America about 8 years ago, with all of these jobs that were powering the electromobility in the region. Chile was the first country that was able to crystallize an operation of like this. First with electric buses. Today we are very proud that in Chile we have 450 electric buses, and Colombia will soon have the biggest fleet in Latin America with over 1,500 vehicles, and that's been part of the trend where everything has been developing. However, right now, when we had to start the creation of this equipment to make this happen, one of the biggest components was the human capital that we're going to bring, especially in the sales. And this is where this challenge started. First, because first we had to import capital. Today, we have a team in Chile. We have about 100 people, and about 15 of them are from China, who are engineers. And we have the knowledge and the training, the professional training for this. We also have an administrative team, but about 70% of our staff, it's focused on the post-sales. And that's what we start. We had to create a job of convincing, for example, the mechanics who are part of the traditional mechanic line, and try to convince them and tell them about the possibility of working in a different technology that they were not aware of. But also, like we were talking, these green jobs, have to deal with innovation, and innovation generates some risk when you project a job, when you have job prospects. We have had a lot of success because despite the health issues, we have not reduced our staff. In fact, last year, in the midst of the pandemic, we had another big number of buses, and that made it so that in the middle of the pandemic, we're still hiring people. I think the first ones were the most daring ones. The first technical people were the most daring ones. But this has allowed us to build a reputation. We've been working for over 3 years in operation. So for Chile, for a mechanic in electromobility, it's not something completely unknown. And in parallel to this, we've also been able to generate the knowledge of this contribution between our factory in China and what we give access to our local technicians who create different scenarios that are very positive. First, there is a local capacity to phase the creation of new technologies like the electric technology. But in parallel, the educational institutions realized that this was a big market, and it would start generating the specializations and careers in this in as electric, and also in the mechanical areas. Electromobility is now part of the agenda. It's part of the subjects, and it's part of the knowledge that is being taught. And because of that, we've also have been able to make links with other educational institutions. Very interesting, Tamara. And Chile and Colombia's experience. So from those, we go into a different direction. You don't normally think about building electric vehicles in Bolivia, but tell us about these challenges that you have had as a green company you've had, or that you're facing now. What is your experience in blossoming in this region? Well, before anything, thank you for this coverage, and to all the people who are watching us. We started about 6 years ago with the electromobility. It was still very fresh in our very fresh concept. It was very new, and about a few years ago, we added a technological component. And we started focusing more as a startup. We had a lot of challenges, among those how to build a business with a green motor in a country where this culture does not exist, nor the staff who is educated for this. So that was our first challenge. We created a B corporation, which is a very important certification. Here in America, there's only 2 companies like this in Bolivia. We want to be the third one, but we run into some problems. That means that we have to have providers who are also green. Our collaborators also have to have this clearly. We also have to have supply chains with other countries. It wasn't as complicated as the local chain. So we had to go to our own providers so they could be more green. So anything from do not print us any invoices. Everything has to be digital. Not using the printed publicity of advertising. But I think the biggest challenge was, as you know, a startup is known as it's small and it grows. So we started with a few people, and our challenge was to do what big companies with a lot of capital are able to do. One of our goals, that means that if we don't have 100 people in our staff, let's have our 15 people in staff do what 30 people would do. And we started creating a culture, a work culture that was very aspirational. And we started creating, we started educating our people, our workers, with a lot of passion, but with a big purpose. So we started creating a movement, an internal movement, which blossom outside, and that's how our name was born, and that's why our logo is Inspired Change. Well, after some time of working in-house and creating many things, today we can see our work with impact. We've had our first month of services, and we're seeing the impact that it's creating locally, and how every person who's here justifies it goes beyond the economic part. They see the impact that they're creating. So today we get a lot of work referrals. We're always looking for talent, and we're going to organize a restructuring for scouting people to be able to see some weak points that we can help with a new team with a purpose. But we've had a bitter experience, which then became a pleasant recruiting process.
Muchas gracias, Ariel.
Thank you very much, Ariel.
Escuchamos entonces a Tamara y Ariel.
We listened to Tamara.
Cómo convencer mecánicos de aprender o cómo hacer scouting.
So we're trying to see how to convince mechanics or how to scout people.
Para un futuro más sostenible.
Tell us,
¿Cuál es la opinión sobre
what are the skills that you need for a more sustainable project?
Desarrollarse hacia los empleos verdes?
Okay, Manuel, quiero
how can we go towards green employment?
Trabajo porque
I want to know that I'm qualified to answer this because this time I took it out of mute.
Okay, perfecto.
You can hear me, right?
La primera adición a mis habilidades. No son verdes, pero son necesarias anyways en estos tiempos.
My skills are not green, but they do work.
Empezar un poquito con el tema de la ambición.
I'm going to start with
que nos decía Ana y la necesidad de
with the ambition that Anna was speaking and the just transition.
¿Qué es lo que pensamos?
The first thing that we have to see is what do we think is going to happen regarding the qualifications for new employment.
Tenemos el tema o la pregunta si
when we're talking about green jobs, the first jobs that are going to appear are going to be the more qualified ones. And the first ones that are going to disappear are the less qualified, which is going to create an inequality in the job market. Regarding green jobs, based on our experience, is that the good news, the new jobs will be around about workers with medium qualifications, because that means that we'll have a better, a more balanced, work, situation. So I have 13.5 million out of a 22.5. So those 13 require middle, qualifications like installation of solar panels and electric buses. That's a good thing about those first things. And there's also 8.5 that require low-level qualifications. They can be, agro-industrial, workers who could learn, new skills from one industry to the other. Like, from, for example, breeding animals to, breeding or to planting plants. So we're also going to require highly skilled workers, like engineers. I want to say something. If we have like a million, one of the things that this million who is highly qualified is critical to power this industry. So I don't want you to have the industry that this million, because it's a minority, is not important. It's actually critical. Once we see this, the question that we ask ourselves between all the panelists is how do we reconvert the workers? I think the most important thing is, like Tamara said, is to make sure that the workers who are not in green industries, to turn them into green industries. This is the opportunity that we have to take advantage of. We have to see how we can transition from people who have, some skills to make them or give them green skills. This does not seem easy, but we have to do it. Tamara already said, like an electrician or a mechanic who, who learns to work on buses or electric vehicles. This is just the first step. We have to think about workers, but also about businesses. And this is what I was talking about a minute ago. We have to make sure that companies become green companies. But the challenge is that the whole supply chain is green. The providers also have to have green practices, and as the whole supply chain becomes green, then we can create green clusters with the possibility of creating more employment. This multiplies from workers, businesses, and types of businesses. And then there are two more important parts in this equation. The first one is the development system for skills. I think Tamara was speaking about the need with educational institutions. We need those to requalify and retrain people in green jobs, but they need to know first what are the occupations of these green industries. So this requires a constant, research, and this is going to be changing constantly. Afterwards, we need to find out the skills and the competence that are needed, design the education around it, and this all requires great agility. And our, retraining here in the region is slow. They respond slowly to the demands of businesses. So we need to respond, faster to these changes. And before we finish, think about it. The green industries, green jobs require, they need a scheme of constant learning. People must learn throughout their whole work life, not just learn something or having, finished a technical degree or an engineering degree, and then be able to work in the green jobs. You have to have a constant updating of the whole system. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Marcelo. I'm going to yield the floor to Tamara. As you were saying, the educational institutions, what do they need? So this is a question for Tamara, an important question. What do you look for in this? How do you develop those skills? What would you tell, to those institutions, that they need to educate? The question is very interesting because based on the professional profiles, the experience that we've had, for example, working with buses, I think that our specific skills are not academic. They're more about the personality, the vision, the attitude. Our discourse here was very clear, our speech. Maybe to make these first changes and to take these businesses to green job creation, you need executives, high-level executives, but they also have to believe that which alternatives really work. This is what happened in Chile. I'm coming from transportation engineering, and I started learning about this because my company started teaching me about it. Based on this experience, what we seek for is people who dare to go into areas explored. All green jobs are going to need a technology component that is relevant, and this new technology for some profiles that are needed, or even if you look at technical profiles, this creates a risk component that is big, because they may say, I majored as a mechanic, but I don't know how long this job is going to last. So if you see that, the bet is not as a business saying, I don't care if you have the knowledge, but if you have a base where I can give you this base, I want you to grow into this new knowledge. And that's where we're able to grow our team, our staff, mostly new staff, people who were just getting out of university, who were just graduated, where they thought that electromobility, that knowledge was a gain, But trying to attract people who are 40-year-old with job market is something that's not easy. The generation of knowledge in universities and institutions is valid, but it's only valid once the market moves towards that. Everything that we had to do previously, like before there was even an electric vehicle, was a knowledge based on a theory and based on a dream, like our acronym says. So we had a dream of electromobility. Today, electromobility is part of the buses, it's really with logistic, taxis in Chile and in other cities of Latin America. So now it's easier to include it as an educational area that's specific for a specialty. Nevertheless, the biggest component within the attitude of a professional is that person wants to learn and is not afraid to go into something that we know is going to be more difficult as time goes by.
Súper interesante ver que ustedes han
Very interesting, Tamara, and it's interesting to see that you've had to, you were telling people that something was going to happen. It was a dream, or it used to be a dream. Now it's more realistic, but it was trying to convince people. I always said that the first mechanic that accepted to work with us, he left his job, which was in a traditional business of car distribution, and even today he's still with us. And I always said he took the risk before everyone. This was nothing at this point. At that point, it was just a few test vehicles, and today it's a reality. Thank you very much, Samara. Ariel, I'd like to hear your perspective. You're in entrepreneurship. You have a different way of functioning, or that's how we perceive that. How do you guys do as a green company to find workers with the skills that you need?
Yo estoy completamente de acuerdo con Marcelo.
I completely agree with Marcelo.
El futuro está en los
regarding the future.
Personal altamente calificado. Entonces,
the future relies on highly qualified people. So we're constantly analyzing this difficult to find talent
porque sabemos
who are like diamonds in the rough.
Por ejemplo,
because we know that from them a lot of things stem. We have designers. We have a big, designers who work with us who can make certain things, but they lack an important purpose.
Si nosotros encontramos,
especially they like the impact. If we find
a un mecatrónico que pueda desarrollar
an electric mechanic who can create telematic technology and can create a product, well, these designers will stop doing graphic design and they start doing industrial design. That is the dream of many people in the industrial area. So what do we need? We need that difficult to find material that allows us to find things in other areas so that those people can develop better attitudes. So for example, regarding development of technology, we are constantly seeking people, not in Bolivia, because we know that this information is lacking here, but we started finding people in Germany, in Mexico. We basically have almost a full team from Mexico that's buying all the KPIs. We've been able to get their people, and that teamwork is a real an asset that we purchased from this company. We understand that in Bolivia there's an educational process that's going to take about 3 years. This process will be able to cut this in half. So today I have people who are learning about this equipment with a lot of information, who have not studied here, who did not work in Bolivia, but they were able to bring their experience so that the capital resource, the human resource in Bolivia can become, can learn from this. In my country, there's no there's no information about that allows to reinforce our human staff. But when we find the specialized equipment with a purpose, the supply chains will end up improving their attitudes. Thank you very much, Ariel. We've had people, since you have people in Germany, I'm going to talk to Ana. Ana, what can we learn from in America from others' experience? How can we help in this transition and education of workers? Well, this is very interesting. What can we learn? You can learn several things based on what's happening outside and inside. One of the things that I would like to highlight is that
tenemos un mecanismo que es muy fuerte.
We have a mechanism which is really strong that we can use to find out where are the changes in the green employment. And we're talking about social dialogue. It's about the workers and the organizations that represent the unions through the unions that represent them. And their governments, they can have a place to have a dialogue where they can identify those trends, like what Tamara had said before. What's going to happen in the 5, 10, 15 years in the areas that are important to this region? This is what we've done in other regions where the just transition concept has been put into practice. We've been talking about a lot of places in Europe, Canada, the US, places in the north, in the global north, because the majority of these countries started a while ago this transition in their energetic field, whether it's from the coal mining or from the renewable energy creation. So this creates that all these processes, start identifying. This is the word I wanted to highlight. Identifying the needs in the short and long term in this areas, the need for education. So there's some methods and some mechanisms that are interested for this purpose. But the important thing is to have a dialogue between the people who are working, the businesses, the institutional sectors, so that based on the new data that we receive of innovation, the technological development, and how things are changing in the consumers, we can identify what are going to be the new green jobs at the long and short term. I also wanted to highlight that in this process, it's important to look at the local level, not just in sectors or national, regional, but also going all the way down to the local level, to the territories, where there will be an impact due to the closure of an area that's polluting, like, for example, something with like fossil fuels, or that type of areas. So in those fields or in those territories where there's a possibility of green job creation, bioeconomy and those kind of things, in those places, through social dialogue, define what will happen to the employment. This has been done in some places in Europe, like in France. It's been currently done in Spain. I've been doing this in Germany for a long time. This has allowed the people to identify the skills, the professional skills that people have there in that place, in those fields that will be impacted due to the new regulations and the new fields, and then define, along with the public services of employment, what is the pathway of education? So as you create a link between the education and all these other educational, this link along with the business and employers, and with the unions, and you can create this pathways that are able to create green jobs hand by hand. So we've worked with small companies, small and medium-sized businesses, because they're the ones that have the hardest time to go behind this innovation. So in Latin America, I would like to show you the example that took place in Central America a few years ago, where the educational institutions in two places, in Dominican Republic, where there was a dialogue about what were the jobs that were going to happen in the future. One of the jobs that they identified and they developed in the education and certification was for electric car maintenance. This was about 6-7 years ago. They identified other types of things like recycling, like recycling management, sustainable construction, with different areas linked to this. So these type of dialogue, where you don't work as alone, but you work in a collective manner, it helps to go farther and faster. So I believe that this would be really interesting for a region like Latin America and the Caribbean, and try to closing these gaps, with transportation, with construction, with sustainable construction. That's another issue, ecotourism. And as Marcelo was talking in the beginning, the primary sectors, cattle, they have to change towards a more sustainable production. To talk about it from an educational point of view. Thank you very much, Ana. We're going to the last round, and it's going to be really brief because otherwise we're not going to have questions from the audience. I'm going to start with Ariel. Ariel, I want you to dream a little bit. What do you think is going to happen in 5 years? What do you think is going to happen to a business like yours in 5 years?
Bueno, nosotros tenemos muy claro que es inspirar el cambio.
Our slogan is, dream of change. And what we want to do is we're going to create a change, not just in our business, the people who work with us, but also in the region. We have a lot of providers that we have a lot of work with collaborators who are slowly, joining our movement. We have links, strategic alliances with businesses who were green before, but we're not this intensely green. So part of what we want to do as a business and on a personal level, I would like the real impact that could happen in Bolivia, is that Santa Cruz could create and export a strong movement that would integrate with movements in Chile and Colombia, who are doing a lot towards electromobility, but also start bringing this to the region, something that is made in Bolivia, that can meet the expectations of the region. We have a big challenge, which is the creation and technology and engineering. So we're in a complex place, but we're very committed with our goal. Also, we also want to be congruent with what we are doing. Meaning that advertising is 100% friendly. We do not print anything. We do not use cards, business cards. We do not use regular energy. We use photovoltaic energy. A lot of things that, even though we're a small company, we're trying to keep this congruence. And one of our objectives is to make this go viral so that other companies can also become green businesses. I think that the impact that big companies can create is huge, and I think that they can look after us.
Más o menos la misma pregunta.
So thank you, Tamara. Pretty much the same question. How do you see yourselves in 5 years? And I know you're good at dreaming. So how do you think you're going to change the world.
La primera parte es que el empleo verde se
The first part is that green employment is generated, in green projects. For us, it's very relevant that what we've been able to gather with electromobility and all the other, other places like the sustainability, also like, energy capture through solar panels, with, energy storage with batteries, with storage. We also have a support for that. The whole energy management that Chile is developing from many years ago with renewable energy. We hope that there's an expansion. This expansion has two things. The expansion of our business will allow to generate a change in the technology world and in the world of sustainability. We want to see cities and countries that are more sustainable, especially because Latin America is going forward in this aspect. And the other thing is that this will allow us to gain new knowledge, new needs, and new employment that are going to go hand in hand. That are going to be wider. They're going to have a sustainability conscious that we hope to share with all our collaborators, not just in Chile, but in the region.
Ana,
thank you very much, Tamara.
Anna,
very briefly, what would you advise us so that this transition to the green economy is just and with equality? Well, this is happening right now. We also have to mention the good news. Many countries in the region, I'm thinking of Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, have already
se llama en inglés NDC, en su contribución nacionalmente determinada.
We also have the objectives in the short term. Specific objectives to the just transition. All of these countries, they're all taking this just transition a different way. If we talk about Argentina, they're focusing on in the skills.
En el tema también
the education and retraining,
son empleos seguros,
and how to make sure that these are sure jobs that won't create or safe employment, rather they won't create any illnesses, and this is why we're bringing up social dialogue. So these are three examples that give us an idea of how to talk about the social justice that is part of the just transition. In other countries, it's interesting how they've been doing it. In Costa Rica, for example, they talk about social dialogue, keeping everyone in mind, and they focus in gender, something which is really important and very relevant and necessary, because unfortunately, there's still a very big wide gap between men and women. It's a gap that's so wide that 80% of the employment is held by men, and the other 80% is held by women.
Debe estar un poco esta transición justa.
So this has to be part of this whole gender equality has to be part of this transition. Marcelo, you were saying that the agenda of 2025 has a big component about this. What is the IBD group doing about that in the region?
Estamos dando pasos
Manuel, we're taking steps.
Tamara, ¿no?
And I also want to talk about what Tamara was saying. The green job creation also have to focus on this specifically. We are working in 3 levels, and I'm going to give you 3 clear examples of intervention. The first one, very important, is high school education. Actually, university, like technical education. So, for example, in Belize, we're creating, technical professional, education that who are people who are going to be working in renewable energy. We're also creating a regional lab so that people can train there.
Metodologías
they're not
otras industrias. Y todo esto,
they're not the same methodologies that you would use in other industries, but we're doing this with alliances in the renewable energies But let me make a parenthesis in what Tamara said. It's true, and in the IBD, we're talking about soft skills. It's important that people who come into this new economy, green, and also orange, any color, they have skills to be flexible, to innovate, to take risks, to work in teams that are fundamental to learning. It's important that people and that educational institutions have those same skills, those soft skills. And what we see is that the capacity to take risks is not always linked to these institutions. So in the IDB, we're working with these institutions so that they do this. The other thing is start early. We're talking about like the capacity of the workforce. Starting early, and at an early age, they have to be included in this increase of consciousness. It was happening before, but we have to do it now faster because of climate change. So we're working on a new challenge. It's called Súbete, go up, or rise up. It allows teachers and students to work in green industries. And lastly, we also have to renovate the battery. This is the part where we have to talk about like work intervention. I know you're one of the leaders in this area. We're trying to see how to do an upgrade for work intervention to work with artificial intelligence and micro-define the opportunities that exist in the supply and the demand for work. This is important for green job creation. This is where I'm going to mention something that Ana said. As soon as we can have better intermediation processes, we'll be able to, to have better balance in the work. So that because right now 80% of the jobs are going towards men, 20% are going to women. This cannot happen if we want a just transition. So we need a technical, vocational, educational, higher education, and also lastly, active policies for the for job market that can justify creation of the green jobs. Thank you, Marcelo. Ana, I have a few questions for you. I think that could be for you. People have a question about how the environmental topic and how do we create in the forestry area. But also they want to find out how the green jobs work in this area.
Sí, pues mira, en el área, bueno, son dos sectores muy importantes porque tienen
So these are two important areas because they're linked together.
Estos sectores tienen implicación directa sobre esto.
These two fields are linked together with these resources.
Déjame mencionar
The forestry area, I want to mention that there's a focus that we call green jobs.
Enfoques de mejora de los ecosistemas.
And it focuses on the improvement of ecosystem, reforestation, afforestation, structure creation for gathering water, so that these work better. And it includes the whole supply chain. So we have to deforest and reforest. We have to, get the seed, get the plantain planted, and all of this creates a lot of jobs. So this type of focus are being used part of the policies for job creation, which help us that for a few months per year, or for longer than a year, some salaries to people who are in those spaces, in those regions. So it improves the environment of these spaces, of these communities. It also gives people the skills, and if they come with co-op creation or businesses, they can also start closing the gap and also start helping with job creation. This type of focus is for job creation, for temporary job creation, and they're very interesting in cases like the one we're seeing right now, where we've lost 26 million jobs. So this type of focus, we're talking in the forestry field, but also in the marine area, there's places where we can improve the marine ecosystem through fishermen and those communities who know that ecosystem, instead of subtracting
tan importante para ese ecosistema, utilizan
what's good in that ecosystem, they use that knowledge that they have to improve it. So between that, there's a lot of lines of work. And in agriculture, we have an agriculture that's intensive in Latin America, especially in some places where there's only one product, huge spaces, huge hectares, where only one product is planted, is grown. So anything that has to do with diversification, anything that reduces that intensity, widening the products so that land and soil can be more fertile, so that we use less water, that is always welcome. All those systems need a different way of seeing the territory and thinking differently in how those communities can be creating, employment and wealth. And I'm going to end with that point. I think it's important that we have this to create small industries, maybe a little bit bigger, of the bioeconomy, with the bioeconomy concept, an innovative concept. Have new a circular economy in the agriculture, things like this that are very interesting. Thank you, Ana.
La pregunta que aparece sobre cómo se consideran los saberes de la región a nivel internacional. Y ahí me interesa agarrar a Ariel y a Tamara.
We have an interesting, I'm going to speak with Ariel and Tamara. You guys bring a lot of capital from other regions. Do you think that what we grow in education in the region is enough? What have we learned and how do we use that?
Ariel, si puedes tú primero.
Ariel, can you start? Perfect.
Yo creo que esto es un proceso. Es un proceso en el cual
I think this is a process
cosas que están
we're learning
en países mucho más evolucionados, especialmente
things that are more evolved in other things are in other countries that are more evolved, especially in Europe, where this started a lot longer. But we have an advantage.
Nos llegue de aprendizaje de los
everything that we get in terms of learning from a previous from Europe.
Las soluciones a posibles problemas o posibles
that means that's it's already going to come with solutions and and things that previously may have caused problems in Europe. In our case, for example, with seasons, for us it's a solution to the problem that we have, like scooters and bicycles, like in the streets. This all started with vehicles in the street that were very disorganized, and through this, emerging companies started creating solutions through the different seasons. So with this knowledge and people who work with this systems, now we've created an ecosystem of mobility in the station, in the stations for vehicles, and an integrated, controlling like the street, where you can have a controlling the street of the service vehicles. So I think there's a big opportunity there. We have to make sure that we don't make a mistake. We already are going to learn from other people's mistakes who've worked on this before. Thank you, Ariel. Is there anything that you would like to add about this?
Lo que decía Ariel es muy importante.
What Ariel was saying is very important. This is a process. Like we were saying before, the generation of this type of employment, they all have to talk about like business generation, business creation. And in the region, we're in the middle of that, where we're just learning, and there's a lot of trial and error. So we have to have this consideration always. Anyone who's joining this is learning, and they're learning through experience, and realities that are vastly different from the other areas, like Europe. Our knowledge comes from China, so there's a lot of differences that we must adapt to. I think in a few years we might be able to do an assessment and see if this knowledge is sticking to the region, and how can we start to apply that and expand that new job line, and that's the future.
una idea, pero tú crees que
Marcelo, I'm gonna ask you about an idea. Do you think the IDB has a role
entre las empresas de la región?
so that we can share that with, with other energy companies?
Yo insisto en que si no crea un ecosistema alrededor
I
de
insist that
es complicado que solamente el sector
this is complicated. It's not just the private sector has the solution to this topic.
de empleo, Manuel.
I think anything that has to deal with the creation and destruction of company, we have to have the public sector, and we also have to have the education institutions. I think this reinforces the idea of a social protection that can make the job creation is sustained by public policy and is just. Without the systemic change, it's very difficult, even though I agree that we have to speak about regions, of territories, and locales. It's difficult to talk about public policies if we don't do this.
Gracias, Marcelo. Ana, mil gracias por estar.
Thank you very much. Ana, thank you very much.
Ariel.
I will be speaking later with you. Ariel.
Tamara,
thank you.
Gracias a ti.
So especially thank you, Tamara.
Toda la gente que nos acompaña.
I also want to give you a special thank you to everyone who's joining us. And with this, we are over with this. And I hope you have learned as much as I've learned. Thank you very much.
Chao.
Gracias a todos, nos vemos.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Un pequeño break.
We're going to have a small break until 3 p.m. Washington, D.C. time.
Nuestra siguiente sesión.
In the meantime, we're going to start preparing our next session, and we're going to play some videos so you can see more about the initiatives of sustainable development and climate change that are going forward or taking place in the region. Please stay with us, and we will see you at 3 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Thank you.
Hola, los invito a realizar esta pausa activa donde vamos a comenzar por cuello. Realizamos rotación de cuello 5 hacia un lado y luego 5 hacia el otro, ¿ok? Contamos hacia un lado bien grande, exagera el movimiento. 1 y respira profundo por nariz, bota por la boca. 2, 3, 4, 5 y cambiamos de sentido bien grande al otro lado. 1, vamos, 2, cuida tu postura. 3, respira profundo. 4 y último 5, vuelve al centro.
At NDC Invest, we admire the unity and tenacity that Latin America and the Caribbean have shown in the face of adversity. We know that achieving sustainable economic recovery after the pandemic is a huge challenge, but it is also a great opportunity to make significant progress towards achieving net zero emissions and climate-resilient economies. Fortunately, we know the methods and tools that will guide countries towards a just transition that will benefit everyone. We are confident in the potential of our region's leaders, and we support them to take action and achieve more ambitious goals that exceed the expectations projected in their NDCs. To support this process, NDC Invest combines technical assistance and financial resources and instruments that guarantee successful implementation of commitments to the Paris Agreement. For example, in Central America, we are supporting the construction and implementation of REDD+ strategies for the protection and sustainable management of forests with the aim of creating jobs in vulnerable groups. We are promoting the electrification of the transport sector with more than 51 initiatives in 19 countries of the region. The ACL Funds portfolio grew to 19 projects in 2019 for $15 million and leveraged more than $600 million in investment loans. And we recently helped Costa Rica determine that reaching net zero emissions will bring net benefits of $41 billion to the economy between 2020 and 2050. Thanks to the support we have given our region, in just 2 years, we have become the largest NDC platform among multilateral development banks. We can see the great opportunities and proven examples in our region, and with the potential to lead the world towards prosperous net zero emissions and resilient economies in the coming decades. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Continuamos con cuello y ahora vamos a mirar hacia un lado y luego hacia el otro. Siente tensión en el cuello cada vez que cambiamos de lado y contamos. Inhala, exhala. Esto es una repetición. Vamos. Continuamos. Contamos 10. 2. Movimientos controlados. Coordina con tu respiración. 3. 4, 5, 6 Relaja los hombros. 7, 8, vamos, quedan 2, 9 y última, vamos, de lado a lado, 10. Seguimos con cuello y ahora vamos a mirar arriba y luego llevamos el mentón al pecho. Contamos 10 más y recuerda ir respirando profundo por nariz y botando por la boca. 1. Coordina los movimientos con la respiración. 2. Así vamos relajando la zona cervical. 3. Mira arriba y lleva mentón al pecho. 4. 5. 6. 7. Recuerda relajar los hombros. 8. 9 y último 10. Bien, ahora continuamos con hombros y vamos a realizar círculos grandes hacia atrás, 10, y luego 10 más bien grandes hacia adelante. Exageramos el movimiento. Contamos hacia atrás. 1, llevas hombro adelante, arriba y atrás. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 y 10. Cambiamos de sentido hacia adelante. 10 más. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vamos, relaja. 6, 7, 8, 9 y último, 10.
En el Grupo VID apoyamos a gobiernos y al sector privado en América Latina y el Caribe para lograr un desarrollo con cero emisiones de carbono y resiliente al clima. Nuestra cooperación con el Fondo de Inversión Climática, o CIF, es un modelo a seguir para el financiamiento climático y ha apoyado a países de la región a lograr sus objetivos climáticos y a permitir una transición hacia economías con cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima. Establecido en 2008, el CIF acelera la acción climática en países de bajos y medianos ingresos, potenciando la transformación en tecnologías limpias, acceso a la energía, resiliencia climática y bosques sostenibles. A la fecha, 14 países donantes han aportado $8.000 millones americanos al CIF. Alrededor del 20% de los fondos aprobados se han destinado a la región y se han desembolsado a través de socios como el Grupo VID. La plataforma NDC Invest del BID promueve la cooperación entre el Grupo BID y el CIF, impulsando los instrumentos de financiamiento climático para movilizar la inversión pública y privada. Durante más de 10 años, el Grupo BID ha trabajado en estrecha colaboración con el CIF para apoyar acciones de mitigación y adaptación climática en toda la región. Hasta ahora, más de 100 operaciones del Grupo BID han recibido apoyo del CIF. En cooperación con el Fondo de Tecnología Limpia del CIF y BID Invest del Grupo BID, apoyamos la ampliación de Kingo Energy, un proveedor innovador de sistemas solares domésticos que proporciona electricidad a comunidades rurales de Guatemala y Colombia. Con el apoyo del CIF y del Grupo BID, Kingo Energy tiene como objetivo llegar a más de 550,000 hogares en 2026. Con el apoyo del CIF, el Programa de Inversión Forestal Perú contribuye a los objetivos nacionales de reducción de gases efecto invernadero a través de la reducción y detención de la deforestación de la Amazonía peruana. Además, tiene como objetivo aumentar los ingresos de 9.000 familias de comunidades nativas y pequeños usuarios del bosque mediante la promoción de actividades de manejo sostenible de sus bosques. En un contexto de cambio climático, con incremento de déficit hídrico y competición por los recursos, el Programa Piloto de Resiliencia Climática del CIF apoya un proyecto que tiene como objetivo garantizar el suministro de agua potable para la Municipalidad de El Alto y los municipios de Batallas y Pucarani, y mejora de los sistemas de riego en Batallas y Pucarani, promoviendo la gestión integrada de recursos hídricos y la complementariedad con proyectos de manejo integral de cuencas y productivos en las comunidades. Este proyecto beneficia a más de 250,000 bolivianos. Estos y muchos otros ejemplos muestran cómo se crea un impacto positivo para el clima y la comunidad a través de la cooperación entre el CIF y el Grupo BID. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
Ahora vamos a realizar estiramiento dinámico de hombro. Vas a respirar profundo llevando hombros cerca de las orejas y luego, como si te tiraran de las manos, vas a botar aire y estirar, estirar, estirar lo que más puedas, llevando hacia abajo los hombros. ¿Ok? Contamos 10 y coordina con respiración. Inhala arriba Y exhala abajo. 1. Inhala. Exhala. 2. 3. 4. Preocúpate de mantener el pecho abierto. 5. 6. 7. 8. Vamos, 2 más. 9. Y último, 10.
At NDC Invest, we admire the unity and tenacity that Latin America and the Caribbean have shown in the face of adversity. We know that achieving sustainable economic recovery after the pandemic is a huge challenge, but it is also a great opportunity to make significant progress towards achieving net zero emissions and climate-resilient economies. Fortunately, we know the methods and tools that will guide countries towards a just transition that will benefit everyone. We are confident in the potential of our region's leaders, and we support them to take action and achieve more ambitious goals that exceed the expectations projected in their NDCs. To support this process, NDC Invest combines technical assistance and financial resources and instruments that guarantee successful implementation of commitments to the Paris Agreement. For example, in Central America, we are supporting the construction and implementation of REDD+ strategies for the protection and sustainable management of forests with the aim of creating jobs in vulnerable groups. We are promoting the electrification of the transport sector with more than 51 initiatives in 19 countries of the region. The ACL Funds portfolio grew to 19 projects in 2019 for $15 million and leveraged more than $600 million in investment loans. And we recently helped Costa Rica determine that reaching net zero emissions will bring net benefits of $41 billion to the economy between 2020 and 2050. Thanks to the support we have given our region, in just 2 years, we have become the largest NDC platform among multilateral development banks. We can see the great opportunities and proven examples in our region, and with the potential to lead the world towards prosperous net zero emissions and resilient economies in the coming decades. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
Muchísimas gracias por seguir con nosotros. En la siguiente sesión vamos a presentar la situación de la gestión del plástico en América Latina y el Caribe.
Thank you very much for being with us today. In the following session, we're going to examine the situation of plastic in the region and the circular economy and its impact on climate change. So we're looking at the financial way that we can improve management of plastic in our region.
Welcome to the session, Rethinking Plastics Towards a More Circular Economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. My name is Germán Sturzenegger. I'm part of the Inter-American Development Bank team, and I have the pleasure of moderating this very exciting and hopefully very informative session for you all. So before starting, a few logistical issues. The session will move between English and Spanish, so if you need a translation, I think you already know how to do it. Just choose your YouTube channel on the landing page. So a few things about the session. The session will have two main sections or objectives. The first one is to provide a plastic management snapshot for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we're going to be discussing things such as how much plastic and what type of plastic we produce, how much we import, how much we export, how much plastic waste we generate at the country level, at the per capita level, and how we manage these plastics, how much we recycle, and a spoiler here, not very much, and you will see that. And very importantly, we will discuss how much could potentially leak into oceans and where. To give us that snapshot, we will have Jenna Jambek. Jenna is a professor in environmental engineering at the University of Georgia, and she's one of the main global experts on the plastic issue. After Jenna's presentation, we will pivot and we will move to a panel discussion about circular economy. And this is the second objective of the session, in which we hope to discuss a few important and critical issues. How countries are connecting the plastics and circular economy agenda, how plastic management and circular economy is being mainstreamed into the climate change agenda and the NDCs. We're going to be discussing what are the benefits in terms of job creation of transitioning towards more circular production and consumption models. What are the financial challenges that this circular economy agenda faces, and what role can institutions such as the IDB play in accelerating access to finance for the private sector? And last but not least, we will discuss the role of innovation and what type of innovation around plastics and circular economy is taking place in Latin America and globally. And for that, we have an amazing group of panelists. We have Guillermo Gonzalez, who is the head of the Circular Economy Office at Chile's Ministry of Environment. We also have Maricela Alvarenga, who is the head of the Financial Intermediaries Division at IDB Invest, which, as you may know, is IDB's private sector window. We also have Catherine Zaye, who is the chief of unit at ILOS, at the International Labour Organization Research Department. She co-led a very interesting paper about jobs related to climate change and zero emissions, so she will be talking about that. And last but not least, we have Ellen Martin, who is Circulate Capital's Chief Impact Officer. After the panel discussion, we hope to have some time to open the floor for Q&A from you, from the audience. So hopefully I'll try to get there in time. So please use the chat option to send your questions as the panel discussion goes on. Be very inquisitive, please. We need that. We need good questions for our panelists. And for the Q&A, we will also invite Jenna back to the Q&A so she can answer some questions about her presentation. With that, I think we can get it rolling. Jenna, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Germán. Thank you for having me. I will just be pulling up my presentation. So just some global background quickly before we jump into the region. But, why are we really talking about plastic? Just thinking about how much we've created globally as of 2017, it was 8.3 billion metric tons that we'd produced. Really hard number to imagine, even when you convert it to 80 million blue whales. It's hard to imagine. But most importantly, what have we done with that material? And because a lot of it, 40%, is used in packaging and single use, that meant that 6.3 billion metric tons had become waste that we had to manage. And really only on average globally, 9% of that had been recycled. So that meant that about 79% was ending up in our landfills or in our environment. And we know that in our environment, this is a nice slide that's a mashup of a few different research studies. One of the ones we published in 2015, that which ends up on our land in the environment can make its way into our rivers and then into our oceans. And the pink circles here are concentrations of plastic observed in the oceans. And we've really seen it everywhere from the highest mountains in the world to the bottom of the ocean in its deepest depths. And so this ubiquity means that we're really just trying to figure out what kind of impact it's having. But mostly we know that it's not good to have it in the environment and in the ocean. And so we're trying to work to turn off that tap. So focusing in on the region here, we know that that on average, Latin America and the Caribbean produces about 4% of the plastics that are used globally. And that's been a trend that you've seen over the last 13 years. You can see that line is fairly consistent with a cumulative amount of about 180 million metric tons. So how much waste that then has created within the region when it's used there. So the region ranks about 4th in the world for quantity of plastic consumed. As of 2016, it's about 8% of global consumption. The region generates about 11% of the world's total municipal solid waste. And on a per person generation rate, according to the World Bank, the region is 3rd highest, so only just behind North America and Europe. And this generation rate is also higher than the global average, which is about 0.74 kilograms per person per day. And this region is about 1 kilogram per person per day. So in general, the region has sort of a high urbanization rate, and then these higher waste management rates that can be found often in like the Caribbean islands where there's high tourism can drive up some of the data that we're talking about right now. Plastic itself makes up about 12.4% of the waste stream by mass, and the total waste generated in the region based upon the model that was developed for this work here is about 232.8 million metric tons. And and then the plastic amount is 28.8 million metric tons generated, plastic waste for the region. Okay, so how is that managed here in the region? So it's managed mostly through landfilling that can be seen here. 26.8 is still managed in an open dumping scenario, which means that they would probably have high leakage rates. 69% is landfilled, with about 52% of that being sanitary, 14% in controlled landfills. These are all terms defined by the World Bank, and then about 1.5% in an unspecified landfill. The region has the lowest reported average recycling rate across all regions, reported by the World Bank at about 4.5%. That's just below the next lowest, which is the South Asia region at 5%. But I think the key here is really this is a formally recycling rate. We know that there is a tremendous informal waste management within Latin America and the Caribbean, and that data is not well documented or collected, and I think a lot of times informal sector not well recognized. So there's not good data, but the average number reported of active waste pickers in many of the larger cities in the region is approximately 4,000 people in each of those cities collecting and processing recycled materials. Regionally, this region only contributes a small portion to what plastic scrap is traded around the world. But as of 2018, Mexico is the 5th highest exporter of plastic scrap. And in that year alone, 65% of this was interestingly exported to the United States. The next highest, Brazil, only trades less than 1% of what Mexico does, but 33% went to Paraguay and 24% went to the US. For cumulative trade, the region is a net exporter, and mostly this export is of these other plastic, which do contain PET, which is typically what beverage bottles are made out of. And the region contributed 6% and 1% of global exports and imports of plastic scrap, respectively. So we wanted to then talk about how we could estimate the quantity of plastic scrap that's mismanaged and can potentially enter waterways in the ocean. And we followed a similar methodology as the science paper that we published in 2015. This was a 2010 estimate where we looked at the quantity of waste generated, how much of this was plastic, how much of this was mismanaged within 50 kilometers of the coastline, and then estimates of how much might be entering the ocean. And globally in 2010, this was equal to a mid-estimate of 8 million metric tons, which is equal to a dump truck of plastic every minute. And so here we see the mismanaged plastic waste percentages in the region, ranging from only about 2% in some of the Caribbean islands to about 49% in Haiti, with the average for the region being about 19% mismanaged plastic waste. The total estimated plastic waste available to enter the ocean in 2020 is 3.7 million metric tons for the region, and this is about 1.5 times more than what was found in 2010. And this incorporated 2020 population density numbers, as well as the updated World Bank data from World Bank 2.0 or What a Waste 2.0. So just looking at this under business as usual projections, meaning no changes in trying to reduce this, the regional quantity increases in 2030 to 4.1 and 2050 to 4.4 million metric tons entering the ocean, or excuse me, available to enter the ocean every year. And so what's really ending up in the environment, right? So there's a couple ways we went ahead and looked at this. One is the International Coastal Cleanup, which has been being conducted for over 35 years by the Ocean Conservancy. And we went ahead and looked at the quantity of data just within the region for 2018. So about 4.6% of the data was collected in the region, 4.5 million items. With the top items being plastic beverage bottles that were found, bottle caps, cigarette butts, food wrappers, and then plastic cups and plates. I wanted to talk a little bit here about a tool that we developed that also has collected data around the world, not just on one day, but consistently using community and citizen science-based efforts. We use it as researchers to collect more systematic data on what ends up in the environment. And we use it for solution-based data gathering with 3 guiding questions. If you think about when you see something on the ground, what is it? Important to identify specifically what it is. Then we can think about how did it get here? And then third, if action needs to be taken, what can we do about it? And how can we prevent it ending up there in the first place? So with the mobile app, Marine Debris Tracker, it's open science, open data. Anyone has free access to it. There's been 17,500 entries within the region, most of them in the Galapagos, Virgin Islands, Dominican Republic, and Peru. And what are the top items found with this data over time? There was about 105,000 items compiled, and you can see they're quite similar to that ICC snapshot, other than the fact that plastic fragments are found. So those will often wash up onto shore. Once plastic weathers, it doesn't biodegrade, it fragments into smaller and smaller pieces. But then we saw similarly plastic bottle caps, plastic bottles, cigarettes, and food wrappers rounding out that top 5. So what I wanted to say now is we looked at policies and projects within the region, and there have associated with addressing the plastic issue. So 11 countries have reported national policies that are in place. The highest percentage, 9 of those, are related to plastic bags. And a few examples in Antigua and Barbuda, in addition to a plastic bag ban, they're also looking at banning expanded polystyrene, and which are foam, food containers, utensils, and coolers. And that has expanded to several countries within the region. There's a national ban on plastic bags in Belize, similarly on the foam. And the thing is, though, is that information showing documented impacts from some of these bans, they're largely unavailable. However, data has been collected in Colombia, where there's a plastic bag legislation resulting in 27% reduction in plastic bag use. I can tell you from experience, if a ban is in place and it is actually enforced, you don't see those items on the ground. And Costa Rica has passed comprehensive national policies banning a range of disposable plastic items with the goal of fully eliminating them by 2021. Most of the local policies, so those are on this map as well, are really related to plastic bag bans. Two of the largest cities in the region, Mexico City and Rio de Janeiro, both have policies in place. However, again, not good data reporting in terms of impacts, but in Rio de Janeiro, reportedly, it has resulted in a 24% annual reduction in plastic bag use. So I just want to thank the IDB for communities in the region to address this issue, providing resources to compile this data. If we don't have this kind of data to work from, it's really hard to know what and where to go next. But one thing we do know, this issue is not going away. We need to continue to address it in America and the Caribbean and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, for a very comprehensive and concrete snapshot about our plastic management situation in Latin America. We did publish these numbers and this data. So if you go to our website, you just look up IDB plastic leakage, Jenna Jambek, you should find it. If not, we can share the links. But data quality is a challenge when it comes to plastic management and plastic waste management specifically. So I think this is a very useful, at least introduction, a first approach to collecting better and quality data around plastic management. So thank you, Jenna, again. Please, I will call you back for the Q&A, so please stay tuned. And now I would like to invite the other panelists, Guillermo Gonzalez, Marisela, Catherine, and Ellen, to join me in the panel discussion. So we'll give the technical people a few seconds for them to join. And Guillermo, I see you there. So why don't we start with you, the public sector perspective. And this is the moment in which we will switch to Spanish. So if any of you need a translation, you can switch the YouTube channel. But Guillermo, I'm going to move to Spanish. And something that te quería preguntar, and there we make the switch, es que hablemos un poquito de la situación del plástico en Chile, ¿no? Y lo que está haciendo
So let's talk about the situation of plastic in Chile.
Tú sabes, en Chile se consume
As you know, approximately 1 million of tons of plastic are consumed by year, and less than 10% is recycled.
Lo que generamos en Chile se recicla poquito menos del 10%, un poquito mejor que la región, pero números
So that's a little better than the region, but it's still very low.
Y en 2019, bajo el impulso del Ministerio de Ambiente,
in 2019, thanks to the ministry, Chile joined the Chilean Plastics Pact, following the model of countries like England and France.
Me gustaría, para empezar a la discusión del plástico hacia la economía circular, primero que nos cuentes un poquito.
So first of all, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about this Chilean Plastic Pact, who takes part in it, what are the commitments, and how is it going to contribute to rethinking about plastic management in Chile. And here I'd like to add something recent. Chile last week approved a national roadmap for the circular economy in the Cabinet of Ministers, and which established very interesting goals for the generation and dealing with residues, recycling, amongst other things. So please, if you'd like to comment us at this interaction, please.
Muchas gracias, Germán. Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you very much, Germán. Good afternoon. How nice it is to be here with you all, sharing with you, sharing the experience of Chile, a huge challenge, which is the contamination by plastic pollution. It's one of the biggest priorities of the Environment Ministry in Chile. which
Economic Global Commitment, el pacto
in 2018, we made this Chilean pact towards a new economy of plastics.
Y que para nosotros fue muy importante porque nos
For us, it was very important
claridad respecto de
porque it enabled us to clarify
para abordar
the paths
que es tan complejo.
to approach this very complex problem.
Palabras, eliminar una gran cantidad de
And 3 words can resume this. Eliminate, get rid of problematic plastics. Second, innovate, so that plastics can circulate. And thirdly, circulate, because there are plastics which can be possibly used, but you need to have the whole logistic set up to deal with that.
Marco de trabajo muy importante del cual se desprende una gran cantidad de
So this is a very important framework for work, which a lot of initiatives have grown from there.
de los otros temas antes de meterme al detalle
But I'd like to cover a few other themes before putting me.
Prohibimos ya el año 2018.
We have already forbidden
Llena lo tenía en su presentación, ¿cierto?
some forms of plastic.
Hace como 3 semanas atrás,
And 3 weeks ago,
despachó una segunda ley
Congress approved
uso de forma más amplia
a new law on one-use plastics,
plásticos de un solo uso.
which covers a lot of one-use plastic products.
De circunstancias.
So we're making illegal some types of one-use plastic.
Pero además del ámbito legal,
This is the second law. But as well as the legal area,
tenemos
we're also advancing in governance.
la ley de responsabilidad extendida del productor.
There's a law which is extended responsibility of producers, which gives goals, ecological goals for producers.
Son envases y muchos de ellos de un solo uso.
Because many plastics are packaging.
Es que los
So what we're doing behind the regulation
por 10 veces la tasa actual de reciclaje en el ámbito domiciliario
is
un 4,5%, ¿cierto? La tasa que acabas de dar, Germán, es la agregada, ¿cierto? Y esto como montando un sistema de recolección puerta a puerta.
So how setting up a really good door-to-door collection system, we could really make an impact.
Debe avanzar en regulación, debe avanzar en legislación.
But we need to advance, we need to go further.
Como señalaba, es
But the problem with plastic is very, very complex. For that reason, it seems very important to bring together the whole chain of plastic. And that's what we did through the Chilean Plastic Pact, which was signed in 2019 after UK and France. We invited the main companies, producers, and users, as well as the whole chain of plastic use, but not just the companies, but also the civil society, academics, municipalities, all the actors in this chain, so that we can build together a roadmap specifically aimed at plastics. We have 4 ambitious goals. I'm just going to talk about one now, which is in 2025. So in 2025, 100% of plastic should be reusable, recyclable, or compostable. This is a voluntary agreement which goes beyond the laws that have been made. These are leading companies who want to go further and who have established for their products these goals. So responding to the second element of your question, how does this relate to the big roadmap? The national roadmap, which covers all sectors. Why? Because as we've been working in plastic, we've also been working very hard in circular economy. And we've been working in food, the relation with the organic. So with these different themes,
que ninguno de ellos podía resolver una serie de problemas que son comunes y que son transversales.
None of them could resolve a series of problems which are in common, transversal, and they are structural.
Lo que han hecho
Nobody can resolve that on their own.
Nuevamente, Finlandia,
so, for example, like in France or Finland or Colombia, to develop a national strategy
para poder aprovechar
to eliminate
oportunidades que vienen con la
barriers in order to make the most of the opportunities for the circular economy.
de ministros para la sustentabilidad hace
So
unas semanas atrás.
this is what the Cabinet of Ministers has in mind.
18 acciones agrupadas en 4 grandes
118 actions
un salto como
are grouped together in this roadmap, leading us towards the circular economy. Thank you very much. Now that Chile is talking about a roadmap and approving new rules, so it's really like Chile is becoming a laboratory of the application of this kind of public policies. So the goal of 2025, I'd like to talk a bit more about that later if there's time. So I'd like to talk now about a bit about financing. So I'd like to ask Marisela to take part. Guillermo was telling us about this very important political success, which is a roadmap, a national roadmap for the circular economy. The access to financing is one of the challenges that the region is confronted with, especially in the private sector, when it's trying to make the transition to more circular models of production and consume. This challenge especially affects thousands of small companies in sectors like recycling, food, or tourism.
Entonces, te quería preguntar a ti como una de las líderes de BidInvest, ¿no?
So, you as one of the leaders, how is IDB Invest working on this in terms of expanding the opportunities for financing companies which need cash to make this transition towards circularity? And I also wanted to ask, do you think we need innovation in financial questions, or do we already have the instruments we need? Thank you very much, Herman. Good afternoon to everybody. The reality is that the access to financing is one of the biggest problems we have in order to reach and to contribute to the 2030 development agenda and the Paris Agreement. It's very important also to underline the situation in which we are, and what possibilities we have. For example, we spoke about regulation. We know that there are many countries who are changing and implementing regulations, but we also see that there's a problem of unity. So that leads us to think, how can we reach a point where we are all speaking the same language? That's a really big challenge, but also a big opportunity. So we need a strategy for extended responsibility for the producers. So that's in terms of plastic, how to use packaging, and it's another opportunity for business. That's on one side. On the other hand, the expectations of the consumers are changing, and they are seeing where they are buying from, who is selling to them, and what companies are operating. So this finally is an opportunity for business and an opportunity to finance the small companies, small and medium-sized companies, who are the motors of the economies, generating employment. So what are we doing in IBD Invest? So seeing all these different criteria and the lack of clear definitions, we're trying to support different countries through financing and as well consultorships. So in Colombia, for example, in terms of the national strategy for circular economy, we are coordinating the definition of taxonomies, but also calling on private banks to help us as well identify the necessities and how we can respond to small businesses, small and medium size. So we want to offer services based on their necessities. Once the criteria have been defined in common, then it will be much easier to reach these small and medium-sized businesses, which are really the fundamental factors providing the bigger companies. So in terms of financial tools, yes, we do need to innovate. We're looking at different products in the market. Right now, there's a systematic bonds boom,
That's
really accelerated. So Marisol, in the second question, I'd like you to talk to us a bit about the thematic bonds. So let's just leave that to the side for the moment to come back later. And let's keep focused on the circular economy in the region, how to improve it. So I'm going to change back to English.
To talk about jobs and employment and the potential for circular economy to actually be part of this recovery agenda that we have as Latin America and the Caribbean. So Catherine, welcome again. And according to ILO's flagship report for 2018, World Unemployment Social Outlook, Latin America and the Caribbean is the region that could benefit the most in terms of job creation from transitioning to more circular production and consumption models, generating more than 10 million jobs, new jobs, net jobs around these topics. So why don't you tell us about this potential that the circular economy agenda has in terms of job creation and which sectors have the greatest potential in our region in terms of job creation?
Thank you, Herman, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Saget. I work in the research department of the ILO. And in previous flagship, we've estimated that the move to a circular economy will create 10 million additional jobs in Latin America and the Caribbean by 2030 compared to 2010. And this comes from increasing the recycling rate for plastic, glass, wood, pulp, metals, and minerals by 5% a year, with a cap of 65%. So that's the European Union target. So our scenario, the 10 million additional jobs by 2030, also takes into account the increases in rental and repair services by 1% a year, which comes from the fact that there's less need of replacement of goods. So we estimated that Latin America and the Caribbean is indeed the region with the highest potential of job creation coming from the move to a circular economy. And it's easy to understand with the example of Chile that was discussed by Guillermo, where you have very low recycling rate of plastic. However, there's a lot of plastic which is either produced or consumed. So if you compare with a low-income country, where recycling possibilities are low, but also the production and the consumption of plastic is low. So the 10 million job, the potential for job creation comes from the fact that the region has many middle income, upper middle income, and indeed a few high income countries. So these employment gains, the 10 million job correspond to an increase in employment, in total employment by 2%. And that comes from gains in recycling services, but also from losses in other sectors, mostly manufacturing and mining. However, jobs in mining and manufacturing are more likely to be formal jobs, to come with access to social security and to pay higher wages. Also, they're more unionized jobs. So here I would like to mention three main ways of creating a better job in the circular economy. First, strategy to formalize job through a combination of training and information, reduction in social security contribution to small firms, higher minimum wages, strengthening labor inspectorate. These strategies have been implemented in a few countries in the region in period of high growth, notably at some point in time in Argentina, in Costa Rica, in Brazil. In a joint report with IDB released in 2020 and called Jobs in a Net Zero Emission Future in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have also reviewed example of countries, notably in Colombia and Brazil, where where countries have promoted better working conditions for informal waste pickers. Now, in addition to formalization of jobs, some elements of occupational safety and health regulation, and I'm aware that this is an area which is perhaps less familiar with you, but these elements of occupational safety and health regulation might not only protect the health and safety of workers, and that's the primary objective, but it might also contribute to a safer and more healthy environment. For example, fire safety, as plastic is an important source of, of fuel, but also the handling of hazardous substance and so on. So then here too, the rate of labor inspectorate is very important in making sure that these occupational safety and health regulations are complied with. There is a third element which is equally important to create decent jobs, but also very important for business activity in plastic recycling, and which is perhaps more expected, which is skills development for green job. And here, when we talk about skills development, we mainly talk about first the classification of new occupation, new occupation in the green economy, and what are the competencies required to compute, to perform these new occupations. Second, we need to identify, in collaboration with the private sector, the skills gap. And also, finally, of course, to implement the right training program to respond to the skill shortages. I believe that ILO and IDB are jointly working on skills for the green economy in Colombia. To conclude on the quality of jobs in recycling plastic, I would like to point out that plastic recycling often produces product which is of lower quality than the original input. For example, they produce a lot of packages, and this is true even in the best example, like France. And of course, increasing the quality of recycling plastic will also participate in creating better and more decent jobs.
Catherine, thank you so much. I mean, everything you raised is super interesting about transitioning towards circular economies, having winners and losers, and how do we guarantee that this transition is just? That's part of the agenda. As you mentioned, recycling in Latin America is mostly informal. Jenna was also raising that point, and working on the formalization and capacity building of our waste pickers, informal recycler is key. That's an agenda that is a priority for the IDB through a platform called Latitude R. We have been working on this for more than 10 years now, and it is a challenge, but it's important that we keep working on formalizing our recycling sector. So thank you so much. Please stay with us. I would like now to talk a little bit about innovation, which is also critical for the circular economy and plastic management agenda. And for that, we have Ellen Marling. Ellen, as you know, is part of the circular capital team that we work with. I'm proud to be working with them. And Ellen, the questions that I had for you is, can we transition to a circular economy model without innovation? And what role can innovation play? And how is circular capital addressing innovation around plastic management and circular economy models globally, but also in Latin America?
Terrific. Thanks so much, Arman, and thanks for having me. So a little bit maybe first about Circulate Capital overall. We're an impact-focused investment management firm focused on advancing the circular economy by financing innovations, companies, and infrastructure to prevent ocean plastics. We mobilize catalytic capital to invest across the entire plastic value chain, from innovations in materials to advanced recycling and reuse and refill models. We aim to prove that investing in the sector can generate competitive returns while moving to solve the plastic pollution crisis. Our first fund, the Circulate Capital Ocean Fund, provides both debt and equity financing in waste management, recycling, and circular economy startups and SMEs in emerging markets, primarily currently focused in South and Southeast Asia. But the model is really helping successful business solutions to scale and replicate, connecting them to the supply chains of the world's largest companies and consumer brands. Our investors include corporate investors such as Dow and Unilever, as well as USAID. Currently, the Ocean Fund is $106 million in capital committed, which we've deployed to 7 companies so far. Earlier this month, we also launched another fund, the Disrupt Fund, which has a broader mandate focused on climate tech, because we can't forget about climate solutions as we are focused on plastics, and then also with a broader geographic scope as well. We look for viable circular business models, so really financial returns that are driven by impact on a circular economy, looking for impact on plastic waste at scale specifically. We are investing in value-added solutions that support circular supply chains at the systems level, knowing that contributing to plastic circularity has to involve upstream and downstream solutions. And climate benefit, ensuring that greenhouse gas reductions and savings over linear models are key, and livelihoods benefit as well, acknowledging that both informal and informal labor plays a critical role, and that solutions have to be inclusive and value-adding for workers and communities. You know, the question you asked, Herman, about making any of this happen without innovation, I don't think it's possible. Certainly, creating the circular economy at scale requires both infrastructure and innovation. Certainly, we need to deal with the scale of waste that we generate today through infrastructure and collections and waste management services. But really, the goals of a circular economy have to be about designing waste out of the system and creating more value from the limited resources we have. And the innovations really happen at many levels. We heard Guillermo talk about the new policies that need to be enacted. Marcela mentioned the financial mechanisms and innovations that need to happen in order to drive more capital into investment in circular economies. Within our portfolio, we are always looking for a combination of, you know, possibly new technologies where we need new materials, but also new designs so that we really are rethinking what we mean by single use and keeping materials in the economy more productively. And then finally, new business models that really, it's not necessarily about technology alone, but really redefining how the private sector, including financial institutions, make money, and how we can shift the patterns of production and consumption to be more sustainable. So in Latin America, it's obviously a critical region of focus. As Jenna pointed out, in the fight against plastic pollution, we have to be engaging in the region, and our investors have operations and products already in the region. We connect with entrepreneurs who want to be working in the region, and partners who recognize the needs and potential for impact are clearly here. We have just recently completed a landscape study to assess the opportunity in Latin America and the Caribbean, identifying more than 700 companies across 13 countries that are fit in this space in some way. You know, the majority of the shortlisted companies we talked to are in the infrastructure space, but a critical 20% or so are innovations. So upstream materials, delivery models, businesses that are really rethinking plastics in a different way. And in the past few months, we've been working with a smaller group of these innovative companies to do capacity building and acceleration, leveraging a new curriculum we've developed that's focused on circular business models for plastics. From an impact and investment perspective, Circulate Capital strongly believes that Latin America and the Caribbean are a tremendous opportunity for innovation for a circular economy and for plastics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellen, and thanks for having now footprint in Latin America. I think you can really accelerate access to finance, to these startups looking for and you're not into the seed investment world, but you're more into the scaling up. So I think that's what these 700 companies need, and that's really, really, really good news. Now that we have an ecosystem of companies and entrepreneurship working around plastics and circular economy. So awesome. So switching back to Spanish, me gustaría volver a Guillermo y hablar un poquito de economía circular y cambio climático. Al final del día, este evento, metimos lo del plástico dentro de un evento de climate change y de cambio climático. Así que, Guillermo, te necesitamos para que hagamos esa conexión de agendas. Y básicamente lo que sabemos es que en el marco de la actualización de la NDC chilena, o sea, de la Contribución Nacional Determinada del año 2020, Chile incluyó algunos lineamientos y acciones de economía circular, ¿no?, dentro de la actualización. Entonces te queríamos preguntar cómo se está incorporando la agenda de economía circular.
How is the agenda for circular economy being included in the updating of the nationally determined contributions? Why is the transition to a circular economy important for reaching our climate change goals?
Transicionar hacia una economía circular para alcanzar nuestros objetivos en materia de cambio climático.
Es un muy buen punto.
It's a very good question.
El que levanta Germán.
What you propose, Herman,
¿Cuál es la relación, si es que
to
hubiera,
see what the relation is, if there is one, let's say there is,
cambio climático y
between climate change and circular economy?
un poco la historia de lo que
So I could tell a little bit the story,
de la actualización de la NDC,
background of this updating of the nationally determined contribution. In 2019, work began on this when Chile was also in charge of the COP conference, so it needed to stand out
estaba todo el spotlight, todas las luces puestas
because everything was focused on Chile
en esa COP-25 y por lo
in
tanto era muy
this
importante
climate conference. So it was very important to update the nationally determined contribution. So in this context,
incorporar la economía circular
it decided to incorporate the circular economy as a component,
dentro de la
which is integrating it within the nationally determined contribution of last year, 2020.
es una componente de
So what does that mean?
y aquí paso a responder tu pregunta, Germán.
So I'm going to now reply to your question.
Integra tanto la
What does an integration mean? It means that it includes mitigation as well as adaptation. So specifically, I'm referring to the circular economy, which has a huge potential to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. There's a frequently quoted study which shows that 55% of the greenhouse gas emissions can be resolved in the transition to clean energy. But the other 45% depends on the form on which we produce and consume. And this is what's called circular economy. To relate it more closely to what we're talking about plastics, when you think about a plastic bottle, a one-use bottle, this bottle was made from petroleum, was then refined, and then transformed into resin, and then turned into bottles. So when we recycle, we are basically making the most of all these previous phases, and we go straight into a flake or pellets, depending on the plastic. So it very rapidly converts into a new material, so that it means that we save a lot of emissions. Up to 60% of the emissions actually come from this very first part of the treatment of plastics. So we have a huge potential on the side of so además, if we can, so in addition, if we can also reuse them, then we can. So we've made a law now about one-use plastics, and we're focusing very much on plastic bottles, not just the recycling.
Todo eso tiene que ver con el componente de mitigación, pero también decía que
so all this is to do with mitigation.
La economía circular tiene un elemento de
But
adaptación.
the circular economy also has an element of adaptation.
Vinculado a lo que tiene que ver con la
What we've seen is it's connected to the organic pillar of the circular economy. In the measure that we can make the most of waste of food waste, we can convert into compost and so on. We can feed the soils in a country like Chile, which is very rapidly becoming desertified. So it will help us to adapt to the best way to climate change, which is going to carry on very strongly. So this is very important to have a tool to make progress on these two elements of the resistance to climate change. So excellent. Thank you very much for the collection. So you were invited to read this report so you can check it out, investigate the potential for strategies of the circular economy and the reduction of greenhouse gases and confronting climate change. I'd like to come back now to financing. So inviting Maricela again.
Maricela hablaba de la necesidad que tenemos de innovar
Maricela,
en financiamiento. Yo preguntaba si es necesario.
You spoke of how important it was to innovate in financial services.
Y lo que estamos viendo en la región,
So what we're seeing now is, in the region,
en capital, en equity,
is that investment in equity has traditionally dominated the investment market,
ambiental, social,
focused on environmental, social, and good governance, ESG.
En inglés, ¿no? Más conocidamente. Y los bonos verdes sociales,
green bonds, social and sustainable, often called thematic bonds, are still a novelty.
Quería preguntar, Marisela, si ves un mercado para
Do you see a market for circular economy or transition bonds?
Al final del día estamos hablando, la agenda de economía circular es una agenda de cómo transicionamos.
We are talking about the circular economy being an agenda for transition,
justamente dirigido, ¿no? A facilitar esta transición.
a way of directing this transition.
En nuestra región. ¿Y qué
So
necesita, ¿no? América Latina y el Caribe?
what does the region need to make the most of this new type of financing? Of course, as I mentioned, the world market is expanding rapidly in thematic bonds. In 2020, 700,000 millions of these bonds were emitted in 2020, the double in 2019. Europe is at the forefront of this, but Latin America and the Caribbean is growing much faster. We have supported 20 emissions of thematic bonds. There are 8 social bonds, 6 green bonds, and various sustainable bonds. Latin America, estamos hablando de transition bonds. There's a volume of projects which can be financed and which can be financed through these instruments. They are innovative because now we're using funds to contribute to a sustainable agenda. So there's a possibility of investment and also returns. A second benefit of this kind of instrument is that we're also looking for transparency. We're informing and we're looking for criteria that the public and institutions can refer to be sure of where they're inverting. It's meeting the criteria. And for third point, the private sector is looking for this kind of innovative actives and looking for what kind of other instruments could be developed and structured. Circularity is one of the important themes, and the potential for this development is key. Just in Chile, for example, $4.8 million have been identified that can be financed, leading towards the circular economy. So the opportunity is there. So it's a productive opportunity through corporations as well as the chain of value. We are prepared to offer the type of financing that is needed for the circular economy. And we also offer not only financial solutions, but also consultancy, which helps them to enter into the market and continue contributing to the sustainability of the region. Thank you. That's great. Everything you're doing there is fantastic for activating, scaling up. So you have all our support. I would like to do a last question for Catherine.
But I think you will be able to answer it. You mentioned something about ILO and IDB working in Colombia, doing an assessment and analysis about the potential of circular economy in terms of job creation. So could you tell us a little bit more about how are you approaching that study and what type of information will it give us, so maybe we can inspire other countries to do it?
Thanks, Herman. Actually, the joint work in Colombia came from the report we did last year, so with Adrien Vogt and myself on the ILO side, on the potential of job creation coming from moving to a net zero emission region. And so following that mostly research efforts, there was some initiative in Colombia, but that dealt mostly with skills for green job. Skills is an important topic for both the IDB on the financing side and also on the ILO side, perhaps more on the institutional side. So on this project, I'm based in Geneva. So I don't know. I just know that this project is going on and it seems important for both our institutions. That's what I can tell you.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, it's interesting, the report, and hopefully we will have results soon that we can share with the audience. So I think we're running out of time to make additional questions. We want to be very respectful about the time management of the entire event. So I would like to thank all the panelists, Guillermo, Marisela, Catherine, Ellen, and Jenna also for providing that very concrete and interesting snapshot. Thank you so much. I don't know if there is like a final message you would like to convey or say about circular economy or plastic management. Jenna, maybe you, like some suggestion on what we should do as IDB and region on this agenda.
Well, I mean, I think it's so great to hear from, Guillermo, the local people there are what's important to drive this process, and your understanding of the context and culture, within the region is so critical and important, but the motivation is there. And now we have the data, we have, ways that we know to take action. And I think we just want to keep continuing to think about, how to monitor impact and how to get the resources to where they need to go and who the collaborators and stakeholders need to be at the table. So thanks so much for hosting this again. I think it's an important conversation.
Thank you, Jenna, and very good closing remarks. Thank you, everybody, again. So with that, I think it was a very interesting conversation with good numbers, very optimistic conversation about the future of the circular economy in Latin America. So we'd like to thank you to the audience also for joining and participating. I just close here, and I think we are closing remarks from the MC.
Bien, muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Por favor.
So we'll be starting our next session in a little while. Please don't leave. Thank you very much.
Gracias por estar de nuevo con nosotros. Como ustedes saben, Centroamérica es particularmente vulnerable a desastres naturales.
Central America is very vulnerable to natural disasters due to variability and climate change. We're going to discuss key elements about lessons that we've learned that may serve as a base to explain these experiences in the region. The bank has created a unit that treats the migration and climate change issues. That is also part of this agenda. Welcome and come on in.
Bienvenidos y buenas tardes a todas y todos. Mi nombre es Aimee Sosa, soy experta en cambio climático.
My name is Aimee Sosa. I'm an expert in sustainability and climate change with 10 years of experience, especially with the IDB, working in climate finance, RED Plus, and climate-based and other things. I currently work at Fundea, coordinating a climate resilience project with the Green Climate Fund and IDB Lab. And today, I have the honor of moderating this panel where we'll learn from experts about how climate vulnerability in Central America is linked to increased migration, some examples of successful experiences that contribute to prevent and counteract this problem, and how the IDB group is internalizing this issue at the operational level. First, I would like to introduce to our panelists. We'll start with Leonardo Delgado, who for 32 years has been the general manager and legal representative of Vera, an organization made up of 42 cooperatives and more than 30,000 mainly indigenous Mayan women and men, whose economic activity is the sustainable production of cardamom, wood, coffee, and others. Guatemala produces 60% of the world's cardamom, and Vera is responsible for 20% of its production. We're also seeing with Francisco Segarra, who's part of migration, and he's part of responsible for the Andean migration, working with Colombia and Peru, and has been a specialist in planning for IDB. He has also worked with Bolivia and has been a specialist in other projects. We also have Carolina Nieto, who's an executive director of Ashoka, Mexico and Central America and the Caribbean. She's a co-founder and president of the board of Saber para la Vida, a civil association dedicated to economically empower vulnerable women, and is also co-founder and president of the board of Somos Vida, a company committed to creating a more equitable market. We also have Ginés Suarez, who is an IDB disaster risk management with 22 years of experience in post-disaster recovery, risk management, land use planning, and sustainable natural resource management. Ginés participated in the design of disaster risk management programs in 8 countries. He was part of a team that designed the IDB's disaster risk management governance index and supported the review of probabilistic disaster risk studies in 20 cities and countries in the region. We also have Diodorix Gadea, who has been who for 15 years has been working with Aldea Global, an association of nearly 16,000 small producers in northern Nicaragua. He has been a consultant in training and supporting producer organizations in price, risk management, and commercialization of coffee in Peru, Colombia, and other countries in Central America. Finally, we have Griselda Soto, who is a senior IDD lab specialist who works with portfolio management in Nicaragua and support to non-reimbursable portfolio management. Griselda has supported management in Panama, El Salvador, and other countries, and work in programs with the United Nations, Industrial Development Organizational, specifically in productive systems development projects. Welcome all to the panelists. Let's start. It's multi-causal, and in Central America, poverty is one of the causes, but it's also the high vulnerability of the region, which also impacts the region. In the last 3 decades, the economic impact of climate change in Central America amounted to more than $17 billion, mainly involving the destruction and loss of infrastructure and agricultural systems, and impacting water availability, aggravating food insecurity in the region. Recently, hurricanes Eta and Iota affected more than 7.5 million people in region, with an economic of $3.5 billion just in Honduras, Nicaragua, and Guatemala alone, with the infrastructure of agricultural infrastructure sectors being the most affected in all 3 countries. This takes place in countries, in areas where millions of people live in conditions of poverty and extreme poverty, further increasing the vulnerability and the need to migrate to other countries. Let's start with the questions. So this question is for Diederix and Leonardo from Fedecureva and Griselda from IDD Lab. First, what were the impacts of recent events like the hurricanes? What are the actions or tools that in your organizations you're using to use to help your partners and avoid and recover from such impacts? Let's start with Diederix.
Buenas tardes a todos. Como expresaron, trabajo en Aldea Global, una organización en el norte de Nicaragua.
An organization in northern Nicaragua.
Más de 16,000 productores. Y cuando hablamos de
1,000 of producers, and when we speak about ETA and Iota, we feel that because we witnessed that in November of last year. That affected us directly. It affected our producers in the zone, in the Fantasma zone, and damaging their crops.
También no se salvó el café, incluso ganado. Era sorprendente ver.
Not even the coffee or the cattle was able to survive this. You know, so people lost some heads of cattle that were found in the river. So the impact went straight to production, to the agricultural production, which we serve. We also had damage in the housing.
Viviendas de pequeños agricultores eran arrasadas por las correntadas. Y el otro, las carreteras.
Of small farmers were taken away, and also the roads. That was felt because that was when you would pick coffee, and for a lot of farmers, it was not possible to pick those crops because the roads were blocked. Faced with that, we started to see how we could help before, during, and after these natural disasters. So thank God we had anticipated and we're receiving support from IDB, which allowed us to monitor the climate. So expert had a lot of work because before the hearing, he was sending us alerts. Based on this information, we're able to create plans of action so that the farmers could, save their lives and find out a way to mitigate the impact to the crops. During the hurricane, we had, two notices of what its behavior was going to be, and if it was necessary, we had to close operations because our climate expert was telling us that it was not safe to work. Second, that was during, and now what we have been doing In others, we have aligned 3 different funds. First one is weather prognostication, so that we can prognosticate what's going to happen. We developed a mobile application, again, thanks to IDB, who's helped us to bring technical tech support to the farmers. We know what the weather is going to be like. How can I use that information to manage my crops better? And we also had funds to invest in products. We grow a lot of coffee here. So we create a agroforestry product to avoid deforestation and water conservation and soil. So this way we're investing a little bit over $2 million in this financial product. Additionally, we created an emergency fund. So we made some studies. Let's have some food supplies, groceries. But the best thing that we could do was an emergency fund specifically for of the house, so that with that cash, they could choose what was the best decision to take. We're obviously working with organizations to take action at that moment, and now working with technology towards the future. And together, we can do more. Thank you.
Gracias.
Right on. Thank you, Derek. Let's continue with. Thank you. In terms of economical terms, I would say that
aproximadamente 8 meses fue bastante fuerte.
We had with ETA and IOTA 8 months ago was really strong.
Es un monto pues muy
68 millions of quetzals. That's an amount that's very big. But I also think that in the end,
del tiempo la federación se ha preparado de manera muy profesional.
The Federation has prepared in a very professional way, and for many years, we implemented an agricultural precision method. We are in 12 meteorological stations. Important to mention aspects that allowed us to face these 2 massive natural tests that nature gave us is the organizational system. Here, we're constantly hiring people. We're constantly we have a trade. We have information about the climate, about the rain. The ETA hurricane affected part of the co-ops, but IOTA complemented ended up affecting co-ops that had not suffered damages. One of the most important damages and the most difficult to take care of impact in the long term had to do with the soil. That was badly destroyed, even though we
en el tema de
adaptation
y al cambio climático,
hemos
estado haciendo un trabajo
and climate change.
Para incorporar
interesting work to incorporate microorganisms to the soil. In many areas,
poder incorporar nuevamente
time to incorporate that raw material to those agricultural activities. You know, and it's been said,
uno de los productores más importantes de cardamomo en el mundo.
Producers of cardamom in the world.
Justamente esos dos fenómenos ocurren justamente cuando nosotros estábamos a mitad de las producciones. sin
production.
mencionar que el maíz, que es un
That corn
tradicional, pues también fue
crops
sujeto y objeto de grandes pérdidas. Y digamos ahora lo que
losses.
nosotros pusimos a disposición
So,
de todos los productores fue un fondo con fondos propios.
To our farmers was a fund with our own co-op funds to facilitate the quick incorporation, of their producing activities with our own funds.
Ningún apoyo del Estado de Guatemala.
Any support from the state
a atender a nuestros productores por vía
to help our own farmers.
Yo creo que destaco mucho
by
organización
claim.
Porque
And I would like to highlight the organization because this allowed us to
con todos los productores una parte que es importante que es el
and one part that's also very important
hizo para recuperar emocionalmente
that we do to recover emotionally our farmers. In Federico Vera, we are an institution with a long tradition. People
que migran a otros países, ni mucho menos a la ciudad. La gente
migrates to other countries or even other cities. People live
territorios.
In their own land.
Adelante,
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Leonardo, Diederik, Aimé, y a todos los que nos acompañan. Bueno, como muchos ya
everyone who's joining us,
ese laboratorio
as many of you know,
del Grupo BID, y
the
como
IDB Lab is our innovation lab.
de cambio climático, de
And we
migración,
respond
son temas que
to the strategies, migration, which is what we're discussing in this panel. IDB works with the private sector
socios como
to deal with the
startups,
startups, entrepreneurs, organizations, NGOs, among others. And today, I would like to talk about our partners in ITAP, who are farmers, who are in the field, who have a co-op, a sustainable, an environmental sustainable model to help in the places where we work. One of the areas where we work in IDB Lab
como un enfoque no solamente inclusivo, sino también sostenible de agricultura para la mejora
and sustainable agriculture for the improvement of resilience. We work in IDB Lab promoting innovation, with disruptive technology, like many of you have said before in the project that we have, but also with agricultural models and sustainability and inclusion for the activities where they work. At IDB Lab, it gives our partners, innovative partners in the market, gives them tools that are non-reimbursable, technical support, and we support platforms with climate information, tech support to the farmers in the market, commercialization, etc., focusing on the marketing, on the market. Also, like loans, because sometimes these models
requieren de una inversión a nivel de finca, a nivel de familias productoras para pasar
at the level of a family or a farm before they can go into higher level, fiscal levels. At least you always need a basic loan in the beginning. So using these instruments and how we respond to the hurricanes, which is the question we're answering now, I could say that we were part, like IDB, task group that reacted immediately to the needs in Central America, Dominican Republic. And I would like to highlight, we've had two projects, like the ones that you've talked about, with our own funds and other people's people's funds, we took action in those territories.
$560,000 orientados un poco a
gathering $460,000 so that we could, to recover the people from the hurricanes that were affected, but also to reactivate their economical activity, which is what had the biggest impact during a disaster like this one. And also, to support new operations, and that's where I want to highlight, like the active markets. Nicaragua and Guatemala were also actively doing this, but also they approved in the beginning of the year with the leadership of the office in Honduras and with other partners, for a climate emergency in Central America and Dominican Republic, which supports the Fundeo goals and respond to the institutions that are working, the microfinance institutions that are working in the affected zones. About $10 million for those are for ITAP. They go part in the foundation, the Jose Maria Coelho Foundation. And then I'm running out of time, but I'm waiting on any questions that you may have. But I also want to highlight the work and the effort of the people at IDB Lab. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Griselda, y gracias a los tres. Cambio climático es
Thank you, all of you. Climate change is a threat multiplier that exacerbates social, economic, environmental pressures, which impacts insecurity and instability of the region. For example, climate change reduces grazing land, dries up water sources, reduces agricultural crop yields, and threatens jobs related to climate-sensitive economic sectors. This could lead to competition for access to water or farmland, increased food prices due to decreased yields and production, and even increased migration. Migration in the region is not a new phenomenon, nor is it likely to end in the near future. Studies indicate that from 2010 to 2015, there was a five-fold increase in the number of irregular immigrants apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border. Migrant children from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras increased dramatically between 2015 and 2016. Francisco, can you tell us a bit more about how extreme weather events impact migration, and how can we support the receiving communities of these migrants to ensure basic and social services and economic opportunities? Thank you, Jaime. Like you said, studies showcase that climate change is a key factor for migration. We can say that in 2019, more than 33 million took place, migration displacements, and 50 of them were related to natural disasters related to climate. Storms and flooding were the major contributors to those. Many of you talked about the impacts that we may observe. For example, we believe that due to the decrease in farmland, in agricultural products, we can increase the migration between Mexico and the U.S. And if there's a reduced agricultural production, that would between 40 and 60%, that would create an international migration from 40 to 50%. It's estimated by 2050, if there's not adequate climate action, 143 million people may be displaced between Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. The bank has started to work regarding migration problems, especially trying to strengthen these processes. In the last 2 years, the bank has created something a fund that supports the countries that have a lot of migration to be able to vary these issues. The migratory process focuses on three things: before migration, during the migration, and after the migration experience. All of this under an arch of migration that has four pillars: regularization and protection, access to social services, access to basic services, and economic opportunities. In the last years, the bank has focused its intervention in leveraging resources from the international community that have become $100 million. 100 of those are non-reimbursable in places that are receptive to migration, like Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Panama, and Uruguay. It's a multidimensional problem because we have to attack in different sectors. We are trying to have interventions in different places so that the migratory population can reintegrate into the society and economy. Jobs that we're doing. We're also helping with giving access to health services in Colombia, also social services and special services in Ecuador. We're supporting education systems in Belize, and we're trying to allot 65 million in international support. And Chile, Uruguay, and Costa Rica are getting special resources for this. Migration, we focus on different aspects, but always trying working in different sectors. The challenges are big, but we believe and we're sure that together with all the other countries, we'll be able to attack this.
Muchísimas gracias, Francisco.
I agree. According to the United Nations, in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, the increase in migration coincides with the severe drought that lasted from 2014 to 2018, especially in the dry corridor of Central America, with lack of food being one of the main reasons why people migrate. In this area, 62% of households depend on the production of corn, beans, and sorghum. 80% of this live below the poverty line, and 30% are in extreme poverty. It's not just drought that impacts the region. Climate change also increases the frequency and intensity of other hydrometeorological phenomena. According to ECLAC, the Atlantic hurricane season in 2020 was the most active in history and the third consecutive to exceed average activity. In 2020, we registered 30 tropical storms, which 13 of them became hurricanes, demonstrating once again the dynamic risk that climate change imposes on the region. This also has an impact on increased migration, which was evidenced by ETA and IOTA, that internally displaced more than 500,000 people in Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. Ginés, I have 3 questions for you. What lessons learned at the operational level in the response to this type of phenomenon, concrete cases such as Hurricane Mitch, and what we've observed in recent floods in the Solwell Valley? Also, how is the IDB group internalizing the issue of climate risks at the strategic and operational level? And how can the bank help to scale up these actions based on the lessons learned? Could you give us some recent examples? Yes, thank you very much. I think those are things that we've learned. The first lesson that we learned is that the impact on disasters is focused on the production sectors. So we have to have strategies that help protect. So now I'm going to mention some places. The other lesson we've learned is that we have to focus on the causes of the disasters so they cannot repeat, so they may not repeat. We have to understand the causes so we can understand what's going on. Regarding Honduras, when we have Mitch, the Hurricane Mitch, the biggest part of the impact was in the crops. This generated a loss of income in many homes. They lost 12% after Mitch. And then also lack of productivity. Families lost 20 to 30% of their production assets. However, once we focus on the strategy, we focus on the productive area. this increased poverty in Honduras in 8%. And if we look at the trend in Honduras, the money that was sent from the United States has increased. In 2008, it became $2,800 million. So, and this is because of migration, especially on the hurricane niche. Now, we also have the Sula Valley. It's not the risk is not decreasing after the hurricane. We try to recovery. In the moment, where almost 70% are in productive sectors. So it's important to be really proactive with the agricultural ministries in this recovery process. We have to prepare before this, not when the disaster strikes, but before. What is the IDB doing? We are working to help these countries to diagnose. Around diagnosis, we can find out the place where we can improve so that they can be better prepared and how they can prepare better after the disaster strikes. And this is an indicator that helps us identify where there's a vacuum. This indicator measures from 0 to 100 the institutional, budget, and policy issues so that we get for a disaster management. We have seen that the average, the regional average is 32%. But when we look at the recovery, the economic recovery, in the region, it's 13% average. So there's a huge difference, and we have to keep on working with the ministry that deal with this recovery, with the social support, and the ministries that deal with the agricultural processes, because many of these focus on the agricultural level. Years ago, we saw that in some of the countries in the region, the agricultural ministries do not have recovery processes. Where we have to have the process from before the disaster, find out what's the impact going to be, because it's hard to assess what happened after the disaster. With the base information, we'll be able to look at after the impact to find out what happened. The key word is focusing, not just how people were affected, but in what way. Like, a family who works, who's just a day worker, is gonna have a different impact than a family who lives from the crops. So what are we doing now? We're currently doing in Honduras the government to support of the risks in the Sula Valley. What's the purpose of this? So that in the next disaster, we can take the measurements so that the disaster does not repeat again. Protecting the housing, but also protecting the crops. How we can work with the agricultural and social protection, that we can create strategies that can help the families.
Muchas gracias, Ginés.
Thank you.
Se prevé que para el año 2030 la vulnerabilidad climática de la región aumentará. Y según el cambio climático
2030,
mundial, si las previsiones climáticas
according to the IMF,
México y Centroamérica, al año 2050,
if the most pessimistic climate forecasts come true for Mexico and Central America by 2050, there could be 3.9 million internal migrants due to the process linked to the climate change, water scarcity, low crop productivity, and sea level rise. Carolina, your group at Ashoka works on the issue of migration with a systemic vision, integrating all the actors involved in migrants' journey and their context. Could you talk from this perspective about what you want to achieve to transform the perception of migration and the migrant, as these would be key points to address, including climate change? Thank you, Jaime. Thank you for all the participants. So I have under my charge Ashoka, Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Ashoka is an organization that's older than 40 years, that has 40 years of experience with a massive net of social entrepreneurs in 94 countries. there's about 4,000 social entrepreneurs working in priority areas. And since for about a decade, Ashoka started imagining what could we do with the solutions, like a systemic of entrepreneurs that are taking on different problems. How do we gather that, generate a collaboration, making sure that we can power all the societies as can see ourselves as agents of change, the young, the elder, everyone, and start intervening in priority areas. Because we have social entrepreneurs, especially working in social and climate with their own vision. But now we're trying to see how can we collaborate and how can we create a community with experts, with people who work from different angles, with everything that he says, because this is sectorial, it involves different sectors. We have to tackle different things. Because what we do in Ashoka, we are not experts in migration, but what we do know is that we have networks with innovators, narrative, and that's what we've been working for a while, for a long time. We're trying to change the way people think, how to generate collaborations that provide different solutions. And especially, one of our axes is climate change, but the strongest one is the migration process. We started in Europe, now we're doing it in Latin America. And the whole idea is to look at the migrant pathway. Why does he go there? How does he get there? And what happens when that place? And how can he come back? So there we have social entrepreneurs with innovative models that focus on how all of us combine and all the specialized agencies and social places, how can we start changing the vision of the migrant? The migrant arrives, it gets there and starts changing things because he's an agent of change, because he comes from a different reality. How can we take advantage of those and of those skills? And how can we help with those skills so that they can be agents of change in different ways? How can we change the narrative and the way of thinking about migrants that can help that all of these efforts that we've discussed can be facilitated and can expand? We can start saying that migration is necessary. We cannot stop it. We cannot let it happen, but it can happen in a way, and it may contribute to generate changes in our society. So our work is more about creating collaboration, bringing all the actors to discuss this, to find out who's doing what is the impact that this is discussing. Let's sit down, find solutions that are collaborative solutions, and generate a transformation that goes deeper. Thank you very much.
Muy amable.
Thank you very much, Carolina.
Hemos recibido una gran cantidad de preguntas del público.
Received a lot of questions from the audience.
Que han tenido. Dado el corto tiempo que tenemos, vamos a hacer algo.
For the active participation, given the short time we have, we're going to ask a few questions. Let's start with Leonardo.
Listo. Bueno, esta pregunta de hecho está dirigida tanto para Leonardo como para Diederix.
Leonardo, as well as for Diederix.
Que ustedes apoyan en sus organizaciones ayudan a reducir la migración.
Or in your organizations, lessen migration and create resilience in natural disasters, and also have a wide coverage. What do you have to do to escalate these actions? So I believe that
han venido aquí a Fedecovera conocen perfectamente bien el
Fedecovera understand the co-op model that we have.
Impulsa Fedecovera. Fedecovera tiene 46 años de vida.
It's over 46 years in business. We've been here for 30 years where we started a change, a process change, where we try to incorporate
sistema inclusivo
that's inclusive.
Dueños de las cooperativas finalmente son los productores.
at the end of the day are the farmers. We have 33,000 associates in our co-ops. And something what we've done in the last years has been incorporating the young people. We believe that young people are the ones who are going to be in charge of that transition between the people who first build those co-ops and then what we expect that those co-ops will do in the future. On the other hand, we have created the conditions, effective economic conditions, because we can't just live of like cute prose. We live in the real world. We have to see the world from the economic, from the environmental, and from the cultural points of view. And when I refer to culture, I'm talking about social part.
Una gran cantidad de recursos propios,
funds and resources, our own resources, towards education.
Tangibles y elementos sustanciales.
Tangible elements and substantial will allow you to. I always start with something. We have to take short-term actions that allow us to have enough money in the short term. That's why we believe that the model that we're creating, and I'm telling you, that migration in Federico Vera is zero. Zero.
La gente está pensando en
leaving to another country, people are thinking of developing and develop their skills, enhancing their productive abilities. Hurricane Mitch damaged us a lot. ETA and Iota.
5 veces más que el Mitch. Y si ustedes van a visitar una
worse than Mitch. And if you visit a co-op, it'll seem like nothing happened.
Porque no haya ocurrido nada. Sino que nosotros
nothing had happened, but it's just that we were there at the time when people needed us.
Apoyo de diferente forma. Lo importante es que
the important thing is that within that structure that we have created throughout time, it can remain vital and is useful for the farmers.
Esa capacidad nuestra nos permitió,
our capacity allowed us
para poder
to use our own funds to support
y por otra parte,
farmers. And on the other hand, let's remember, Guatemala,
de los pobladores de este país son mujeres.
Of this country,
pero
are women.
51% del total de la población.
1% of the population of our country are also young people.
Mucho espacio a los jóvenes porque quienes están
looking into giving the young people space because the people who are thinking about looking something that their country cannot give them are the young people.
Por los jóvenes, pero desde la parte productiva, desde la parte económica.
Young people, but from the productive and economic part.
Leonardo.
Thank you.
Por favor, Diederix, puedes proceder.
Much, Leonardo. Diederix, you may proceed.
Una de las frases que siempre tenemos es, y muy conocida, es hacer diferente.
Phrases that the things that we say that's known as
más pequeños productores.
It's
ejemplo de muchos.
Inclusive, so that we can bring smaller farmers. For example, we're using technology so that more farmers can participate. In our zone, it's 100,000 people. It's small farmers. Now we know them because we want to increase production. That's what we want to do is increase their income. If people have better conditions and better income, no one is going to want to leave their country, no matter how much money they offer them. If you are doing well in your small land, an example of this, I think Griselda mentioned this, is how to use the technology, modern technology, bring the farmer to the 21st century. Thinking about tech support with a specialized engineer, or when we start using smartphones, we are focusing on incorporating farmers. We're hoping to increase that to 5,000 farmers in the next 12 months, but also facilitate knowledge. For example, that we tell them that their cell phone becomes their second machete. With IDB, we're doing excellent work. Digital tech support for them, because knowledge is what's going to make us improve the productivity in our farms, get better, higher income, and that information is already available. Now we just have to figure out how do we transfer that to the small farmers. From there, we have created a lot of initiatives considering, keeping technology in mind. I think the focus is let's think about the families, but let's find out. Let's make sure that the farms make enough income. Thank you, Diedrich. The next question is for Ginés. Ginés, the ability to the state interventions to create resilience in front, when faced with disasters. That's a great question. I think that these types of associations that we're seeing today are a great model to follow. We create alliances with actors who are creating resilience. From the co-ops to build that resilience, along with the state. Fundamentally, we have to support these models in the region, scale them to create sustainability and the resilience in the region.
La siguiente pregunta es para Griselda.
The next question is for Griselda. Griselda,
grupos asociativos de pequeños productores como plataformas para
association farmers associations have for decreasing migration and creates
como bien comentaba Ginés,
I believe that, like Ginés was saying, as you were able to see, in Leonardo and Diedrich, a model that we were able to try with our support with the different work agendas is that the co-op models where there's a structure, a focus, a market focus, and a business structure that works with the co-op values, the three worlds come together, the economic, the environmental, and the social. The co-op brings forward the social part and how that translates into the market, into the social. Like sustainability also becomes the social. So to give you an example, with Aldea, for example, it's not just the technology. That model supports agroforestal models, for coffee. So now it works with farmers who have coffee, and that way we can take technology to the small farmers that can bring better support to the farmers. So the co-op model with a good a safe structure with a market vision and with co-op values, the community taking care of your own, I think those are a way to reach what we are seeking, which is inclusion of people and thus, less migration and thus economic development.
Una pregunta para ti.
Carolina, I have a question for you.
Es un fenómeno que seguirá ocurriendo.
Migration is a phenomenon that will continue to happen. Can you tell us how Ashoka deals with inclusion in the receptive communities? Yes, thank you.
Radica en la red de emprendedores sociales
lies on the network of entrepreneurs
con criterios muy
rigurosos, ¿no? With very rigorous criteria.
Innovador, sistémica, es decir, que tengan una visión.
An innovative approach. They have to have a long-term vision that can change the way of thinking and way of doing things.
Valora, digamos, de la persona.
With ethics and with work that is valued by the person and the project that they are presenting. So this allows us to go into
Porque no es que Ashoka lo haga.
Innovative component. It's not that Ashoka does it. It's that Ashoka has 4,000, entrepreneurs in 94 countries. So we have a broad vision. And when we look at different regions, like in Latin America, that's very strong because we have entrepreneurs in every country. And for us, the strength,
cómo generamos la colaboración.
We gather how we create that collaboration between all those actors, sharing that vision of how to change the system.
Y que es lo que le da la fuerza.
Deeply.
La fuerza no la tiene Ashoka, la tiene la
that strength. Ashoka does not have the strength. What has the strength is the possibility of the actors that come together as leaders in these communities. We believe, we work in migration, but we also work in different topics, gender equality.
Para nosotros es muy importante que la narrativa incluya a todos. Que nadie se quede atrás.
The dialogue, the narrative includes everyone. No one is left behind. So we have social entrepreneurs that get to the base of the communities and work directly with farmers, with the communities, women communities, children, regarding education, environment, or gender equity, or technology.
Ellos son los que realmente tienen la capacidad de llegar a la base, ¿no?
Capacity to get to the base of this.
Muchísimas gracias, Carolina. Y tenemos
Great, thank you very much, Carolina. We have the last question directed towards Francisco.
En la unidad de migración del BID,
Based on your experience in the migration unit for IDB, can you tell us how IDB
países de la región.
is taking on urban migration in the countries in the region? Thank you, Amen.
Anteriormente, cuando nosotros hablamos de migración urbana, también tenemos que entender
we talk about, we have to understand that the person or the migration, the migrant, has to integrate into the urban area, but also in the economic and social environment. The bank is working, is supporting, subsidy for rents of migrants that are structured under where the population that is there can receive that benefit. We are working with the government, with the governments, making sure that the benefits that certain people who are eligible and vulnerable, can also be received by migrants. So when we speak about integration, social urban integration, we have to talk about social services, basic services, quality housing, but also we have to think that this person, this migrant, needs to have an identity, and that goes through a process of regularization of how they arrive to the country. The regularization processes are very important because without them, they would not be able to integrate into the society or bring their own stuff to the country, the economy of the country. So when we talk about socio-urban integration, migrants become agents of change. But for that to happen, they have to integrate wholly through a reorganization, access to basic services, access to social services, and finally, meeting the conditions so that they can have economic opportunities and they can help.
Bueno,
I agree. Thank you very much.
Es necesario un focalizado
well,
no solo al sector infraestructura como
to have a focus,
sino también al sector productivo. Y además llegar a los territorios
on this,
innovadoras a nivel
the productive areas. We also have the rural innovation where there's
para finalizar, quiero agradecer a las y los panelistas.
Well, to conclude, I would like to thank the panelists and in general the audience for their active participation. We invite you to continue participating in the forum One Region, One Commitment, which ends this Wednesday, June 30th. See you soon.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Quédense con nosotros que pronto comenzamos con...
To everyone who's joining us, stay with us. We will soon come back to our next session. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos de nuevo y seguimos adelante.
Thank you very much to everybody being with us. The countries of the region have started creating a program of politics for the necessary change. And it's very important to take into account the tools needed for this adaptation. In this session, we're going to analyze how the countries are putting this into action. Details proposed in their national adaptation plans and their nationally determined contributions.
Muchísimas gracias y bienvenidos.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre
Good afternoon.
es Alfred Grunwald. Soy especialista.
My name is Alfred Grunwald.
Washington. Es un honor para nosotros.
I work in Washington. It's an honor for us to welcome everybody to this last session of today. It's a session about national adaptation plans. We are trying in this session to have a little bit more knowledge about the challenges in the region so as to be able to support them. So in the first part, we're going to have a luxury group of panelists from Guatemala, Peru, sharing their experiences.
Entre el capítulo de las NDCs y los planes nacionales de adaptación. Y luego vamos a tener una segunda sesión en donde vamos a conectar un poco la parte innovativa de la adaptación, que tiene que ver un poco con el desarrollo de un plan indicativo de ordenamiento territorial para ciertas cuencas que proveen de agua al Canal de Panamá y el uso de algunos enfoques innovadores como son, por ejemplo, RDM o diseño robusto y el desarrollo de escenarios de adaptación a nivel de cuenca. Espero que
I hope that the session will be interesting for you. Please, if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. And at the end of each session, there will be a space for answering questions. So we'll hope to have the most time possible for that. So I'm closing this introduction, thanking them all very much for connecting with us. And so I'm going to pass the word to Omar Samayoa.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Alfred. And good afternoon to everybody. My name is Omar Samayoa. I'm a specialist in climate change in the BID, in the IDB, and I work in the Central American region. It's an honor to be able to be part of this panel. They're really great guests. So I'm going to start by presenting each of them. The session that we're going to discuss in this space, we've named it From NAPs to NDCs. What are the challenges and opportunities to support adaptation in Latin America and the Caribbean? And for this, I'm going to be accompanied by some great panelists. So there's an architect from Uruguay, Mirna Campolioni. She's a specialist in habitats. She's worked for more than 20 years in projects of neighborhoods. She was a consultant in the improvement of neighborhoods and was the technical director. She's also developed projects developed around the environment and budgets. More than 25 years of investigation and teaching. So she's now in the university. She's the main writer of the National Plan for Adaptation in Uruguay. So an incredible experience. And so specialized in spaces and climate change. So I'd leave a space for this. So I'm passing the space to Mirna Campoglioni. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor also to be here with you. I'm going to present. I'm going to make that presentation today. So I'm going to put the slides on the screen.
Ahí la ven.
Are you able to see it?
Perdón, ¿la están viendo?
Are you seeing it?
Perdón, no, está viendo la presentación. Disculpen.
Excuse me.
Por alguna razón se me desconfiguró. Ahora no.
It disconfigured for some reason.
Ahora sí creo. Ahí puede ser, ¿no?
So I think now it should be good. How's that?
Ahí está viendo la presentación, ¿verdad? No.
So now you're seeing the presentation, right?
Bueno, sigo adelante. Disculpe.
So I'm going to start.
Ninguna.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Adelante, perdón.
Please go ahead.
Están viendo la pantalla bien ahora, ¿verdad?
Sí, perfecto, se ve perfecto.
Now we're seeing perfectly the screen.
No los escuchaba. Bueno, en realidad, el tiempo un poco muestra.
So this timeline shows the situation of Uruguay
como verán, en los últimos años,
in the last few years. So a series of institutions and organizations
respuesta, digamos,
have given response to these new necessities due to this new challenge of climate change. So I mentioned very importantly in 2009, a plan is developed. It's a national plan for climate change. It's done with an organization which is called the System of Response to the Climate Change, which following the Paris Agreement in 2015, so in 2016, a public policy of climate change was established with a vision up to 2050. So in 2017, the first national determined contribution appears. So in this adaptation should be mentioned especially a strategy that in Uruguay was not just one single plan, but sectorial plans. So a plan for agriculture, one for coasts, and another for cities. So in 2020, those plans are being worked on. And at the same time, a plan of adaptation in energy and health is underway for 2025. So we just recently talked about this organization, which is the System of Observation of Climate Change, where the main ministries are represented.
Y además los principales
and also the main public organizations
nacional de emergencias o puede ser
like the National Emergency Scheme,
además también representación de las intendencias departamentales que son los
as well as representatives from the different departments, both local, departmental, and national.
De coordinación, que es una coordinación
So the coordination, interinstitutional coordination is directed by the National Climate Change Plan, which also has its working group,
el grupo de trabajo de adaptación.
Which is the adaptation working group, one of them.
Recién mencionábamos, y yo les quería dejar
we just mentioned,
en esta presentación para que también ustedes la puedan después.
I would like to rapidly go through this presentation so you can check it out for yourselves.
Yo soy la coordinadora del plan nacional.
I'm the coordinator of the National Plan for Adaptation of Cities. There's also a paragraph which is connected to that. So it's very important for Uruguay to adapt cities because the population of Uruguay is mainly suburban. A great majority live in urban areas. So this theme is very strategic for our country.
Como recién les comentaba, la NDC que incluye metas de mitigación y de adaptación y a su vez también varias metas específicas.
So there's, as well as the general adaptation, there's also specific goals
específicas también para ciudades.
As well for the general plan and for cities.
Tiene que ver un poco con este proyecto que yo les decía del plan nacional.
In reality, this has to do with this project that I'm saying,
ya en su fase final,
which is now into final phase, about to be published. It's a project that lasted 3 years.
A nivel nacional fueron el Ministerio de Vivienda, Ordenamiento Territorial y el Ministerio de Ambiente.
So national governments were funded.
Pasado se creó, antes era estos dos ministerios.
So last year,
en una misma institucionalidad, se crea el Ministerio de Ambiente como
a new ministry was developed, the Ministry of the Environment, as well as other organizations which will depend from the ministry.
En particular, hablando ya de NAPS ciudades,
so speaking now about NAPS cities,
de finalización, quienes
we're in a phase of ending this strategy document.
Estratégicas, y en ellas 41 medidas.
So there are 41 measures designed.
Y bueno, y estas líneas estratégicas y estas medidas
and these strategic lines and measures
las metas de la NDC.
Are to be allied with the goals of the nationally determined contribution.
De monitoreo, reporte y verificación.
So in terms of monitoring, observation, all these monitorings also help the application of these plans of the cities.
Y bueno, y también, digamos,
also,
en consonancia con lo que yo mencionaba anteriormente de la Política Nacional de Cambio Climático.
Going along with what I mentioned before about national climate policy to the horizon of 2050.
De desarrollo a 2050.
So there's a strategy of development.
Cada quinquenio un plan de acción con sus
so each 5 years, there's an updated action plan with indicators connected to it.
En total consonancia con los definidos en las
so totally connected with the other instances.
Quedo por acá. Cumplí con el tiempo que me pidieron y estoy a la
So here I am in the time that was asked of me. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Mirna.
Thank you very much.
Un buen resumen del enfoque.
It's a good summing up of the Uruguay case.
De NAPS con el NDC para el tema de ciudades. Quisiera pasar ahora con mi segunda panelista. Ella es
Now I'd like to pass to my second panelist,
ella es
who is Cristina Rodríguez Valladares.
en la República de Guatemala.
She works in Guatemala.
Y economista especializada.
She's an internationalist and economist.
En administración de proyectos
specialized in administration of public projects. She has experience in state and private sectors, as well as international organizations.
Evaluación y dirección de proyectos. Keila, bienvenida. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Keila, welcome.
Panel. Bueno, en mi caso tengo la suerte de conocer y haber trabajado con Kayla y mucho gusto de verla nuevamente. Así es que,
so I've worked before with Kayla. Thank you very much for being here. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
¿Me escuchan?
Do you hear me?
Hola.
Hello.
Pues bueno, ya como lo decía Omar, como secretaria general de planificación de Guatemala, es un gusto.
Well, as General Secretary of Planning in Guatemala, it's a pleasure to be taking part in this dialogue. Just thanking very much the IDB for their invitation to be able to share with you all on this fundamental theme. In Guatemala,
Aprovecho a los colegas de Uruguay y de
I send a hello, say hello to those from Uruguay and Peru who are with us now. So we have the Agenda of 2030 in Guatemala, and it's one of the countries which is giving priority to the goals of the United Nations, because climate change is a very strong challenge. In the last few years in Guatemala especially, that does not escape from the Latin American reality. We've had a series of events which have affected us very much, especially the most vulnerable, those who are geographically located in the route of the hurricanes, from the Atlantic and Pacific sides. This has the result of being highly vulnerable. So between 70 and 90% of our national territory is vulnerable. It's also located between the Niño and the Niña climatic phenomenon, which also provokes extreme weather.
Vemos cómo este contexto, digamos, que yo sé que
so we can see how this context weighs in the dialogue.
Los fenómenos naturales que hemos contabilizado.
So in terms of natural phenomena, like Hurricane Mitch in
órgano de planificación del Estado ha buscado crear capacidad.
So the state has tried to build capacity on measuring the effects of climate change. We know that it hurts the country, but we want to create a methodology for putting numbers on these damages.
Desde Mitch, que les hablaba,
so from Mitch onwards, $3,000 million were quantified, and then you have to add on the most recent storms.
Costó no menos de 6,000 millones de quetzales. Además,
it was no cheaper than $6,000 million.
En pérdidas humanas, ámbitos sociales.
So also you have to and of course, this doesn't take in human loss. So in the context of what this means for the country, the president has made a call for the countries of the region to position ourselves as vulnerable countries in the different international forums, but also to be able to have this support in the region. The country has made an analysis of what are the problems we have. So you can see in the first slide a strategic analysis. So we've been able to work out from 2007, when we had our first municipal development plans, to scale up the planning up to a national scale, long-term planning, looking up to 2032. So in this first diagram, between causes and effects, here is the diagram. So you can check out a more complete diagram in pnd.org. But this documents the effects on the principal processes in the country. So the national plan or the international plans all point towards two fundamental themes. The first of all is the organization and understanding of natural resources. So the access to water, this is a state responsibility. There's a lack of governance in terms of water, which should be rectified with public policy. And the other thing is to give an economic value to our natural resources. This strategic analysis for development is focused on having creating a national plan. But these goals are very ambitious. And sometimes they can be a bit ambiguous. And sometimes they aren't actually brought into operative planification. What Guatemala has done, I feel very identified with the Uruguayan speaker. So we need to bring the long-term planning down to operative planning. So public operations. Guatemala has a national climate change policy, so this needs to turn into a law. And that this planification is then divided into sectors. And this is our national plan for adaptation. We had our first meeting in 2013, and we updated it in 2018, focused in 5 sectors. And the theme of mitigation, which each of you can see. This planning by sectors is still a planning transversal through all the institutions which have something to say on this matter. So this should be put into operation through the correct ministries and bring it to operation. This is how national planification comes down to ground in annual goals, with indicators and specific indicators to ensure that the goals of development are met. This operative planning is what is connected to the budgets. We make a pre-budget in July. So the institutions develop their annual project, which then comes down into figures. So Guatemala can work out how much budget is invested into mitigating climate change. So it's a construction that began from below, coming up, from municipal plans that managed to join together all into a national plan, and now it's going back down from the top to the bottom, reaching the territorial and municipal and department levels. All of which are aligned with our national plan. So the municipalities all have indicators that they have to connect to. So all the territories have this same system. And then this is brought up, all brought together on the departmental level, and where it is ensured that there's a correct budget for carrying all this out. So on the technical level, as Guatemala is developing this plan, so very briefly, this is the planification for development, but there are also developments in governance taking into, so that we now have ministries and ministers in charge of this theme and all are working on that together in the plan.
Muchísimas gracias, Keila.
Thank you very much, Keila.
Veíamos otro excelente ejemplo de cómo hacer esa vinculación entre los planes nacionales de adaptación.
How do we make this connection between the national adaptation plans and how do we bring that to the territories, to local areas, and putting them into sectorial politics? So our third guest, she is Cristina Rodriguez. She's a Minister of Environment for Peru. She also has a doctoral degree from Rotterdam. She has a long professional experience in evaluating public policy as well as the adapting to climate change.
De la Dirección General de Cambio Climático y de Certificación del Ministerio de Ambiente. Nuevamente otra panelista con muchísima experiencia en el.
So another panelist with a lot of experience. Cristina, welcome.
Adelante.
The space is yours. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I salute you from the Minister of the Environment in Peru. So thank you very much to the IDB for the invitation. It's come perfectly for us because just 20 days ago we passed the law for founding our national plan for confronting climate change up to 2050. So I'm going to share that with you, share a presentation with you that I've brought to so that I can explain this recently passed plan.
Para centrarnos en el contexto,
so to take into account the context, these are the main challenges for Peru following the Paris Agreement. We started to work with the concretization, in making concrete our climate commitments. In 2018, after working through in many sectors, we defined 92 measures for adaptation and a similar number of measures for mitigation. So we then passed the main law. And then recently, in December of the last year, we announced the updating of our nationally determined contributions. All this framework has been included in our national plan for climate change. So 20 days ago, we published it after 2 years of work. The National Plan of Adaptation has a support, is based on the law, and is an instrument for the management of climate change. It's an instrument which directs adaptation in Peru. The aim is to be able to mitigate the damage and losses which are generated by the dangers associated with climate change, but also to make the most of the opportunities for sustainable development and resilience. So speaking of structures, so there's 4 big kind of principal sections that the NAP has. So the first section is an analysis of the risks so that we can identify the problems that we're confronted with.
identificar las situaciones futuras deseadas. Con esta información pasamos a una siguiente fase.
So with this information, we go to the next stage of formulation when we define our objectives, our strategic actions, and the measures we will take. And it's in this part of it, in products and measures,
también hacemos la sinergia y el alineamiento con nuestras NDCs.
that we also connect it with the CNCs. So we're reflecting these 92 measures,
para que podamos seguir trabajando.
and there's also a space to carry on working with other areas.
Luego de esto hay un espacio para la parte de implementación, una ruta.
Then there's a section of implementation
que hay
and a roadmap for that.
Horizontal y vertical, es decir, con los
So horizontally and vertically,
locales,
both sectoriales and governments, both regional and national. And then finally,
el soporte a todo lo demás.
and there's a section which orientated to the support of all the rest. So the question of evaluation, financing, and the communication for all the different actors, both from the state, public, and private.
Como bien dice aquí, dar soporte a la implementación,
So that permits us to support implementation.
En términos de diagnóstico, simplemente resaltar.
And in terms of diagnostics, I would like to underline that we've used the most recent climate change scenarios orientated to 2030, 2050, with a very good resolution in the country. So that's permitted us to develop different scenarios, especially for the four principal dangers. So movements of people, droughts, and droughts.
Aquí se establecen los objetivos, el objetivo general.
So the objectives are established here, the three main objectives of the NAP,
justamente los
where it's underlined
población, sujetos,
the different
las poblaciones y sus medios de vida, los
people involved, so ecosystems,
también a la infraestructura, a los bienes y a los servicios.
Infrastructura, goods, and populations. It has a vision, the NAP has a vision up to 2050.
Incorporamos también, al igual que en todas las gestiones,
we've also incorporated
el enfoque de género, el enfoque
a gender focus and an intercultural focus and an intergenerational focus.
Contarles que la construcción del NAP ha tomado
the construction of the NAP
cerca de 2 años.
Took about 2 years.
La pandemia, con
we started before the pandemic
bilaterales, con reuniones
with bilateral meetings,
meetings
with different sectors
una responsabilidad para
who have a responsibility for implementing
este
the
trabajo,
NAP.
digamos, pre-pandemia, que fue presencial.
And this pre-pandemic moment, which was physically present, so we had like 600 contributions. The pandemic arrived, and we were not ready to stop. So we worked out the best way to continue in the participative process, which was, of course, virtual. And we had more than 500 contributions in virtual sessions. So all these sessions had a multi-sectorial focus and multi-actor focus. So there's non-state actors, or say private sector, or civil society, academic areas and others. This has enabled a process of public consultation, which has led up to the NAP.
Retos y oportunidades en este proceso, desde el lado del análisis de los riesgos, sabemos que hemos avanzado en información.
We know that we've advanced,
Somos conscientes de que existe alguna
but we know that
limitada climática.
the information is limited.
En términos
So we need to just carry on working.
NDCs,
In terms of integration of the NAP with the
y esto junto con
NDC,
el marco normativo que tenemos
so along with the laws, this needs to be instruments which make it possible to incorporate this actions in different levels of government, as well as following up and reporting on these different entities so that they really, so all this evaluated and monitored as it should be. So as far as financing is concerned,
no cubre las 92 medidas, pero es un trabajo que nos ha permitido delinear algunas metodologías.
We haven't managed to finance all 92 measures, but we have managed to focus financing on this. So the NAP is a living document. It needs to be fed from other processes and other instruments that we have here in Peru. It's the reflection of an articulation with the Office of Disasters, and so part also of the post-pandemic recovery. Thank you very much. So here's the link if you would like to consult our Peru's NAP, National Adaptation Plan. Thank you very much.
Aprovecho para agradecer a Keila y a Mirna.
Thank you, Keila. And Christina for their presentations. Really good to see this relationship between national adaptation plans and the nationally determined contributions. So how they fit in with national development plans. For a question of time, we're going to go on straight on to the next presentation. To thank them thank you all very much for your presentations. Underline the work that's being done in these countries to get these planners ready so that these instruments can be operative for the benefit of everybody. So thank you very much to all three of you. So I'm going to invite Alfred, my dear Alfred, to participate now. Thank you very much, Omar. Thank you. I'd like to thank the panelists. Great presentations. I'd like to now open the second session of this second. So we're going to speak more in detail about what countries are doing. So here is, we're going to present an example from Panama, which is basically a plan for the organization. And we're also going to present the plan for organization of territories. So I'm very happy to present Karina Vergara Pinto. So she's a high authority in the Panama Canal. She studied in university in Panama. She has business training in the United States. She has a lot of experience. She's worked in a lot of different organizations. And so she's been working since 2005 in the authority of the Panama Canal. So here I leave you with Karina.
Muchas gracias y muy buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. So now we're closing the day, but I would like to, first of all, congratulate my colleagues who've spoken and also thank very much the IDB for the invitation. I feel very honored to be here today with you. I've asked, please, if you can pass the presentation, as I'm connected from my cellular. So here it is. So as Alfred mentioned, we're going to speak about the organization, the plan for organizing the territory of the Panama Canal. It's an initiative that we're developing with the IDB, so they're supporting us. And well, we have those two companies also working with us. So I'm going to present the agenda briefly to know a little bit about the Panama Canal and its environmental strategies and what are the challenges. So I'm going to explain a bit about that. So here in this map, you can see the map of Panama and the area that the canal occupies. It's about 5% of Panama. 1,800 million dollars were earned by the canal last year, and every year it's more or less that same amount. Until in this slide, what I want to show you is our strategy during the last few years. We have a constitutional mandate, which means we have the responsibility to administer the resource. So we focused above all on the valley of the canal with an interinstitutional focus. And it's a very complex area, this valley of the canal, with farmers, industries. So we need to be following up all the projects, and especially the environmental projects. We've also started to reduce our emissions, and we're focused on being carbon neutral in 2030. We also have an award which we give to clients of ours called Green Connection, those who are reducing their carbon footprint. So here's some of our challenges. So I'm going to show since 1914 a graphic up to 2020. How rainfall has been. The yellow chart in the last 40 years shows that there's been more rain. So the dotted red line is the average. So we're seeing that there's been a shortage of rainfall in the recent years. So in the next slide, the challenges with planning. So the valley around the canal is very well conserved. There's a high percentage of forest, and there's a good area, quite a lot of well-protected areas, but there are also productive areas. And there's also a red area where we really need to reinforce organization and planification. Look, here is this changing climate. We need to include this in our planning of the territories. In the following slide, this is our unity of analysis. This is the valley of the canal. So it's 5% of the country. So we can see that the pink area, it's like a national park. So we've separated out these areas due to their water profile. So also what kind of soils they have and what kind of ecosystemic services they offer, and the communities and urban areas located there. So different challenges and different complexities emerge from these land uses.
La siguiente. En ese sentido, nosotros también hemos contribuido dentro de
we have also contributed in the national plan, and actually the Environment Ministry,
que se actualizó en el 2020, incluyó
with the actualized plan in 2020, included sectorial questions. And in this law, there was demanded to have a plan for development of the canal area, which was done with us. It's part of the actions developed. So the following. So let's see what we're doing with this plan. First of all, what is the plan? So we're looking 50 years into the future, so which includes technical variables. So right now we're updating our diagnostic, and we're going to bring the governmental mechanisms of development into harmony. So we're going to identify projects that are doable in climatic terms, not just with sectorial authorities like ministries, but also with local authorities, municipalities. So we have a general focus for the whole area, but we're also drilling down into municipalities. So as you can see in the diagram on the right, these are elements to protect our area. Here we can see how the participative process, first of all, the elaboration of the framework, and then it was conceptualized by this participative process. So our organization in the Canal of Panama is a consultor in this process, as well as a lot of other institutions. So all these sectors are included here, as you can see in the diagram. This diagram shows the process that will be the process that will to follow. So there was first of all a diagnostic, which we've finished and updated with a very good document, information available about water resources, but also combined with other territorial elements. We have a map. We have a lot of maps, an atlas actually, which enriches this work. It's to do with vegetation, rain, how the territories are managed. So we've been 95% finished. So these are the various scenarios that we're seeing in the future. We'll see what happens if we don't change anything, but we also have a scenario if we can make these changes. And we have another plan which is called Optimist. So we won't be able to do everything we dream of, but it's a kind of in-between point of the most optimist and the most pessimist. And then there's a strategy for sustainable development and decarbonization. We need to identify what are the points of adaptation that we can manage to reach. And so
de mapas de cobertura que nos indican la imagen objetivo que nosotros queremos alcanzar.
So the last result would be the objective reach of the program.
Identificó Alfred un proceso participativo.
So as Alfred mentioned, there's a process of participation.
Sí, aquí podemos mostrar, si dan otro clic, el proceso del método de las decisiones robustas.
So here's a slide about how we make resilient institutions through a method. So it usually goes from, it's usually top down.
Luego estamos teniendo de manera iterativa
but we'd like doing iterative workshops with each one of the partners. So we've had workshops with everybody, with the communities, with the local authorities, with the institutions, depending on the content and the needs of each sector.
Tenemos entonces en este enfoque de abajo hacia arriba.
So looking at this focus from bottom-up focus, we're identifying possible routes of adaptation so that we can be constructing this from something that we know, with the people who know, and with a scenario that is known, that is progressively integrated into the plans.
Aquí mostramos entonces un poquito cómo ha sido nuestro punto de partida y si le vamos.
Here we show from what we started from,
cómo hemos hecho el análisis, los talleres que se muestran.
how we made the analysis from the workshops and the results. So we started with a diagnostic. We constructed various scenarios, which is kind of like a hydrological modelization. So we have a kind of concerted, agreed vision of the indicators.
Prácticamente forzar el escenario tendencial con diferentes variables. Nosotros entonces evaluamos ahí la vulnerabilidad climática y eso.
So we evaluate the climatic vulnerability, and then this information goes back to the base, and they can observe and contribute other inputs. So it's an iterative scenario, so it goes over and over again. So continually evaluating.
Con los actores también esta imagen objetivo. La siguiente. De allí entonces llegamos a la identificación de las rutas de adaptación.
So then from that process we then identify the routes or the paths of adaptation.
Etapas de diagnóstico, prospectiva.
So we've gone through all these stages of diagnosis.
De todo este recorrido, la vulnerabilidad de cada.
So we're evaluating the vulnerability of each of the scenarios. What are the opportunities and the challenges? And what are the measures that we need to take?
Vamos a tener un taller el día de mañana en donde vamos a ir.
Tomorrow we're going to have a workshop where we're going to be focusing on the objectives. We need to take decisions together. And we'll put all that together so we can then be monitoring it.
Mostramos un enfoque de esta
So here there's a
Dynamic Adaptive Policy Pathway, en donde nosotros comenzamos prácticamente como se ha hecho anteriormente con un análisis de objetivos, la identificación.
So we start out with an analysis and identification of the problems, and then we make priorities.
Quizás nosotros identifiquemos en primer plano
So,
lo que vamos a lograr.
So we're not being able to reach everything, and then we put it into practice.
Vamos a tener rutas de adaptación.
So we're going to have quotas. So for each of the objectives we have, for example, maintaining the same area. So trying to reduce the urban impact. How much should that be by? And then, of course, at the end, the diagnostic and the process of the plan. So here we can see that diagnostic is fully advanced. Tomorrow, we're starting with strategies of decarbonization. Hello?
Llegamos al final en el tiempo que nos han dado para compartir esta iniciativa y una.
So I've reached the end of the time. So we have a very good experience with the IBDs.
Muy interesante, lamentablemente por temas de.
Thank you very much. What a pity we have so little time. So we're not going to be able to have questions. But any doubts, questions?
Muchas gracias a todos por este excelente panel, por todas las presentaciones.
Thank you to everybody for this wonderful panel. It's been very interesting and a challenge.
En el tema de recursos hídricos, planificación del recurso
hídrico. So the question of water management
digamos,
is really
en esta última sesión y que está en este momento liderando la autoridad del Canal de Panamá, creo que van a ser de mucha importancia
So these water management plans that are being developed by the Panama authorities are going to be extremely important. So really happy that everybody could take part. Thank you again to the panelists. Fantastic. Thank you again. See you soon.
Gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you to everybody for being with us today. So we're closing our first day. I hope that you've enjoyed the debates and made the most of them. So tomorrow we'll be talking about partners and a bit of the IDB lab and the innovation ecosystems of the region, and how this is propelling the industry of green bonds in Latin America. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.